All right, what's going on, Conscious Crew? It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. As promised, we are back to get into this Monique saga, girl. It is the precious sequel that just keeps on sequeling, girl. All right, before we get into it, you already know what I need you all to do, which is thumbs up this video until it is absolutely stuck. Thumb it up not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious Crew member and telling them to get their arses into the sanctuary. Now, I'm over here eating dinner, girl, so excuse me. Now, YouTube is acting a fool as always, doing weird-ass ish to their system. So content creators are in the fight for their life to get notifications sent out, etc. I can't stand it, but it is what it is. So whether you are a Bush baby actively in these streets or a part of the replay gang, please thumbs up this video as you experience the content. It is single-handedly one of the most important things you can do for any content here. Also, shout out to all of the new subbies. Welcome. Love you long time. Make sure that you have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out wherever it is you have digital community at, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Instagram, your Snapchat, your Facebook, your MySpace, dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn. Just let them whores know that we're loud, live, and in color. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me speak to the Conscious Crew in the building. Hey, Just Be Real. Hey, LaShonda. What's going on, Shauna? Hey, Sexy Nessa. Hey, Corinthia. Hey, Moon Witch. Hey, Tanika. Hey, Caitlin. What's going on, Sabra? Hey, Auntie Trish. Hey, Boo. Hey, Jamie. Hey, Shayla. Hey, Steffi. Hey, Courtney. What's going on, Jackie? Hey, K-Person. Hey, y'all. Also want to shout out to my baby mother, Ken, for the old nasty piece of child support check from day before yesterday, I believe, because my God, 2 days. So Ken, if you see this, boo, thank you so much. I did not get an opportunity to thank you when we were live the other day because my phone was in the other room, so I did not see the donations until I had, gotten out of my studio and all of that kind of stuff. But thank you so much. You guys know that Cash App and PayPal links are in the description box, as well as right here in my name, and they're in the talker scrolling at the bottom of the screen, girl. So there's a lot going on, girl, and I guess the universe is just going to have Monique absolutely clean up and tie up all of the loose ends of her life, girl, for 2023, 2024, because Monique has had it going on consecutively and consistently. Now, I don't think that this is per se a negative thing. I think it's low-key kind of inspiring at how the universe is really standing behind Monique and putting her in predicaments to get resolve, to get justice on behalf of things that have been done to her, but also is posturing her and putting her in positions to also give the very apologies and provide the very justices that she believes she's owed from her oppressors, whether that be Oprah, whether that be Kevin Hart, whether that be Tyler Perry. And it's going to be interesting to see what takes place. Now, I have already listened to Monique's son's TikTok video earlier today. However, I have not listened to Monique and Daddy's response to the eldest son, Shalon. Shalon. I don't know how it's pronounced. I'm gonna say Shalon. And looking at the comments under Monique and Daddy's video, their response video, girl, they're getting that wig tugged on hard, girl. Okay, she's getting jumped in her own comment section, girl. So it looked like it's going to be a win for Shalon. Okay, now the audio on the TikTok video is very low, so I'm going to give a disclaimer right now. You guys need to put in your earbuds. I will not be able to do anything about the volume from the video. I was looking at all of the damn videos and they all were very low. So yes, please turn up your volume on your end, put in your headphones, etc., because you're going to have to, pay close attention because the audio on Shalon's video is very low. All right. Then we're going to get into Monique's response, which would be my first time hearing it, and then I'll drop the link, and then we can get into, a town hall meeting about the goings-ons of the goings-ons of the goings-ons, all right? So what we're going to do is do an old nasty piece of fair use, and I don't even know if I should even show the video visually or just play the audio. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do here? I think I'm going to play the visual. For those of you who have never seen Monique's son before. And then we'll get into his commentary. Let me pull up a visual as well. Hold on, you guys, because I'm going to give you guys a short briefing of the subject matter for today. All right. Kabloop. Okay, now I'm going to pull from an article, okay, courtesy of Vibe.com that reads, Monique's oldest son, Shalon Jackson, has spoken on their estranged bond following the comedian's viral appearance on Club Shay Shay's podcast. In a nearly 10-minute TikTok video, Jackson responds to the portion of the interview where the Precious star addresses her, quote, false narrative about her praying to the universe to reconcile their relationship. Jackson, who is also a stand-up comedian, began by explaining he wrote down his response to avoid getting emotional or caught up when sharing his side of the story. He continued to explain that neither party has reached out to the other in some time, adding that Monique's current husband, Sydney, aka Daddy, does not acknowledge him while she discusses their troubled past in the viral interview. He continued to add, responding this way allows me to say my piece uninterrupted. To all those wondering why say something now. Call it a form of therapy. Later sharing that Monique admitted to him that she did not do her best job. Quote, to be completely honest and fair, those were things that I was willing to get over. Nobody's perfect. We're all human. When speaking to Shannon Sharp, Monique confessed her plan to, quote, let time do that healing with her and her son's fractured connection. Elsewhere, well, quote, it may heal in time and it may not. And that's something that we as parents have to say. Listen, I've done what I can do. I've taken accountability for it. Now it's up to you. The 56-year-old continued to explain. Elsewhere in the nearly 3-hour interview, Monique spoke about her relationships with Tyler, Oprah, Kat, and so on. All right. So that's a little briefing, girl, about what we're here to get into. What's going on? The Truth Roll with Ty Okoff. Hey, boo. Monique is a joke. Hey, Goddess. Hey, Janie. Hey, Courtney. Hey, Jackie. Hey, Yor. Hold on, I'm missing. Hey, Goddess. Go Diva. What's going on? Hey, Dreaming Edmund. Hey, Kevin. You got to listen. Wow. Right. Hey, San. Hey, K Person. Hey, Steffi. Hey, Shayla. What's going on, y'all? All right. So let me pull up Shalon's video, girl. I'm going to be dropping a link, so you guys will be able to come up, girl, and get into the things. Once again, the audio on this video is very low, so put in your headphones and zoom it all the way up until it stops. All right? This is courtesy of Miss TikTok, girl.
I guess I felt the need to make this video to just provide some context into this false narrative about her praying to the universe in order to reconcile our relationship or whatever the hell it is. I wrote it all down so that way I don't go all over the place and get emotional or anything like that. So I'm going to talk like I'm reading a script, but it's just going to help me kind of stay together. But to address the clip Shay Shay interview that she did where she states that she prays to the universe in regards to reconciling our relationship, as I stated, is odd. My mother and I both know that that is a very false narrative, and I would like to free her of having to continue telling that lie. Faith without work is dead, and neither one of us cares to put forth any effort to reconcile with the other. We are separate, as she put it, because she doesn't care to be my mother any more than I care to be her son. Neither one of us has had the desire to reach out to the other in a very long time, and I don't think that either of us anticipates that feeling ever returning. Speaking with my mother directly, in my experience, will either lead to some odd newfound moment of clarity in regards to how she was as my mother, or she retreats back to daddy to move forward with the conversation. And I'm tired of hearing my mother's truths. Newsflash, I'm not sure if people know, but standing in your truth doesn't make you noble. I'm not sure if people are aware of that. But responding this way, I feel as though it allows me to say my piece uninterrupted. To those wondering, well, why say something now? Call it a form of therapy for me, I suppose. But when her daddy had intentionally stated that they have 3 sons, but his wife is on the internet talking about the 4th son in a video that has millions of views, that rubbed me the wrong way. But anyway, to inform a child that you are not interested in being a mother at a time when that kid is the only kid that has the potential to lead a child to believe that you are not interested in them specifically. But to take it a step further, you also admit, my mother had also admitted to me that she didn't do the best job that she could do, which would also make one begin to question, all of your past decisions and prior emotional interactions. But to be completely honest and fair, those were things that I was willing to get over. Nobody's perfect, we're all human. But my mother showed a clear lack of humility, compassion, consideration when taking any level of accountability for those things. My mother does a fantastic job of acknowledging a lot of things. but she doesn't take accountability very well, and anything that she may take true accountability for, it's only at her convenience, in my experience. But if I had to guess, though, her interest in being a mother probably started around the time that she married her daddy and had his children. But that interest, obviously seemed one-sided, and as it should have been. By that time, I'm in my late teens, so to some degree, the the neglect becomes easier to hide or validate, I guess you could say. There are now 2 baby boys in the house, that require attention. But still during that time, however, I still watched her enjoy the love and admiration of total strangers more than my own. To this very day, my mother has never expressed to me when, if ever, she became interested in me as her son. That did lead me down a path of questioning my self-worth and struggling to understand the value of a mother in a child's life. In the interview, she also states that she gave me an apology, but an apology to a son from a mother that consciously showed no interest in him holds no weight. There are still women to this day that my mother will give credit to for being more of a mother to me than she ever could. Her assistant, my cousin, being one of them. Every time, though, that my mother would state that she was right here whenever I was ready, that ideology still blows my mind today, that a person could openly admit to being an uninterested, not put my best foot forward type of parent and be so self-centered that they still express to the kid, you have to come to me when you're ready. You got to come to me for us to make this right. Okay. But I'm not sure what my mother could possibly think that she has shown me in the past or have for me now that's not money, goodness gracious, that would make me want to come to her or whatever those feelings are supposed to be. A mother is supposed to be the first woman that a boy falls in love with. I loved my mother very much, but my mother loved things more than she loved me, and she would validate her love for me by giving me things and would proceed to call me ungrateful or inconsiderate if said things did not have the desired effect. I couldn't imagine what it's like to be her, though, to ask God for what you want, and then he gives you what you need, though, only for you to ignore it and have the audacity to ask God for something else. And I'm glad I didn't do that. And when he told you no, you went to the universe instead. By no means, though, do I want to give off any type of an impression that I am a victim of anything. That is not the case. As you can see, I'm smiling from ear to ear. I'm alive. I'm happy. I'm a dad. I'm healthy, I think. I drink a lot of water. I'm getting over a cold now. I still have my days just like everybody else. And, there were a few things that she did teach me along the way. I did learn how not to love from my mother. I also learned to make sure that I never lose so much of who I am that I have to validate it through another person. And though I feel as though, in hindsight, I think she did it reluctantly, I do appreciate my mother, for showing me what the top of the mountain looks like. You know what I'm saying? It did give me perspective on what hard work and dedication can get you, but I don't want something like that at the cost of giving up something that I created. I don't want it that bad. And speaking of creations, I genuinely, truly, I really did want my mother to have a relationship with my daughter. I even fought through those intrusive thoughts that were, if she wasn't interested in you, what makes you think she's going to be interested in your kid? But it took my mother no time at all to prove that those intrusive thoughts were correct. But what I can say, good for her, the universe did, bless her with 3 other sons. And God willing, I'm sure that all 3 of them are adults now. So I'm sure that one of them, God willing, if not all 3 of them, will make her the grandmother that she wants to be. I still look forward, to that moment for her. But overall, when it comes to the boys, though, I am happy that whenever they do hear me talk, sorry, my phone did something weird, but whenever they hear me talk, they don't know what it is. They can't relate to what it is that I'm saying. My experience with my mother is not their experience with our mother. So my prayer for her and them is that they continue to see her the way that they see her now. I do also want to make sure that I say thank you to my mother for giving me life. Without that moment in time, I wouldn't have had my little one. But outside of that moment, there isn't anything that either of us has to offer the other. In my opinion, it's a waste of God's time and the universe's time for praying for something that you are not willing to put forth any effort to obtain. Putting the work into becoming Monique is more important to my mother than being my mother. And I do not believe that it was never about her being there and waiting for me, but it was supposed to be about me being there and waiting for her. My mother's value had reached such a low point in my life that I no longer found it necessary to either want to wait for her or even go to her. But like I said, man, I'm super grateful that she has the opportunity to do it all over again. I'm happy for her. I hope the Cat Williams tour goes well, but the narrative that she prays for us to reconcile is a false narrative. It's not real, not appreciated if she stopped saying stuff like that. Hi, I am Shalon. I am a stand-up comedian.
Wow. So that was a very short but very matter of a fact and jam-packed with a lot. So as a short recap, girl, before we move into Monique and Daddy's response, he stated in his commentary just now that neither of them, meaning him and Monique, are interested in reconciling their relationship, and that he does not anticipate that the feeling or motivation to reconcile will ever come in this lifetime, and he's ultimately okay with that. The ship has sailed for the both of them. The door is closed, in other words. Stated that he's also tired of hearing his mom's truth. Says standing in your truth isn't noble, especially when you're basically standing in bullshit. Said he's responding because he found it therapeutic. Some would argue he's responding because the check from D.L. Hughley must have cleared. Said that he was triggered by Monique and Daddy only acknowledging Sydney's 3 sons when they have a 4th one, hence him. Says that he's not an unreasonable person. He acknowledges that his mother is a human being. She's entitled to being flawed and imperfect, and he was willing to provide grace to her for her shortcomings, but she can't even take accountability. So, that's the first step to healing is confession. Says that she's only good at holding others accountable, but not being held accountable. Says that Monique never showed interest to him or in him, which caused a fracture in him for quite some time. Said that the apology she did give to him was basically verbal, but it was backed by no action, so it holds no weight. Says that she acknowledges that her assistant, his cousin, was a better mom to him than she ever could be. Said that he had issue with her saying that she's ready when he feels that it's basically her job to pursue resolve. And stated that she does nothing to demonstrate that she's even interested in reconciliation. He slammed Monique for praying for what she wants rather than what she needs. Woo, child. Now, I know that hit a lot of y'all, baby. A lot of y'all had caught a stray right there, baby. All right. Also, doesn't feel that she'd be interested in being a grandmother to his daughter since she wasn't interested or ever has been interested in being a mother to him. Wishes that his stepbrother continue to have a great functional relationship to their mother, that his experience is his own, it's not his siblings, that they all are having a different experience. She showed up for them. And Monique admitted that, that was a part of why she also did not want to do the overseas press run for Precious. I got the hiccups, y'all, because she had just had the two twins, his brothers, and she had recognized that she did not take up the time she needed with her oldest son, and she didn't want to make that mistake again in the lives of her coming children. So that also was drama that contributed to the Precious drama. Is Monique really was also determined to be a better mother than she was to her oldest son. Said that she hasn't given him anything but life itself, and says that she's more interested in the idea of being his mother than actually being his mom. That she's postured herself in no way to make him feel she's ready or waiting for him, and would appreciate it if she stopped them damn lies. Okay, in the words of Tammy Roman, when she had beat Mika Lyon Claxton upside the head. Stop you and your damn lies. Y'all remember that scene from Basketball Wives, girl? It Tammy had me screaming at the way she was talking to Mika, and she had that woman face in between the goddamn club sofa, girl. Like she was beating and disciplining her damn youngest daughter. Hold on. I've got to get rid of these hiccups, girl. I got to. Let me read some of y'all comments, and then we're going to move into Monique and Daddy's response. Then I'll be dropping a link. P. Edwards said his mental issues may be because of his mother, who since he was born said she did not mother him. What had happened said, yes, Shalon, first marriage, adopted son, second marriage, twins, daddy. Mo says it's clear she wasn't a decent parent. She said that, but again, I don't fuck with my own mother. Ain't shit she could buy me or even... Okay, some grammatical errors there, Mo. Courtney says, hey, boo, everyone in the house calls Sydney daddy except Shalon. It's crazy. He has to call him uncle. So that's what's interesting, because I think Sydney also responded to that. I think that's what makes... I mean, if I was in Sydney's position, Shalon could call me whatever he felt comfortable with. I mean, like when you are a step parent, you kind of got to take whatever. However, I can understand Shalon calling him uncle, because Sydney was Monique's best friend. So that's how they all initially knew him. Because remember, Sydney and Monique were actually friends, even through her first marriage. They were just friends and only friends. So Shalon would have known Sydney as a friend of the family, a friend of his mother. He probably would have looked to Sydney, as more of an uncle figure, etc. Because Monique and Sydney didn't get together until after her marriage and everything had dissolved, etc. So the uncle daddy thing, I get it. Let me read some of the other comments. A decent parent shouldn't need thanks for doing things for their children. It's nice to have it, but it shouldn't be required, especially when you've been a lackluster parent. Also, how dare she let Sydney throw out them buying a crib and things for her own granddaughter as a see what we did for him. Shalon proves she give him things them feel he should be grateful. Sydney has one kid, she has one kid, and then they have twins together. They have 4 kids. The fact that Sydney states 3 is nasty. He doesn't have to call you dad, but that's your stepson. Child, moon aside from buying stuff, when do you stop accepting gifts instead of a parent? All right, so it's going on and on and on. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on into Monique and Daddy. This will be my first time hearing this, and then I'm gonna get my commentary on the overall situation once I hear their side. Then I'm gonna drop the link for you guys to come up and get into a thizzle. All right.
Okay.
We got it. All right, we're going to wait for some of the babies to come in the room so we can have this conversation. You would do that right now? Hey, babies.
Hey.
We just wait for y'all to come on in the room so we can have this conversation with our community. What is that? Oh, we could. Let's rock and roll, baby.
Let's rock and roll. Mm-hmm. The title of our conversation, or the theme of it, is called The Long Way Around, because ain't no shortcuts. Pickles, stop playing with that paper, please. The reason we're having it is a multitude of reasons, but we're going to start off with, there was a Instagram that was put up, or I guess
it was TikTok, baby.
TikTok that was put up by
my son, my oldest son, Shalon.
Shalon.
And this is what I want to say to this. There are some people that are saying, oh, you should be ashamed of your mothering skills. You should be ashamed of yourself. This is what I'll say. Let's let it play out. Because the same ones that said to me, I was crazy, I was deranged, we watched it play out. So just like with my son, we'll watch this play out. And I do want to address this though, Shalon.
Oh shit, god damn it. I done fucked up. Now I gotta watch that fucking intro all back over again. God damn it.
We got it.
Hold on, y'all. I don't.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna get my commentary while that's speeding back up because I can't even manually fast forward it or anything when I'm doing it straight from Instagram. While that's happening, though, I want to say, so Monique made an interesting point, you guys. And I'd be lying if I said she didn't. She said that, you know, let this thing play out. You know, people speaking publicly, which is cool. Everybody got a go live button. Everybody got a side. Everybody got an angle. Everybody got a perspective. Everybody got, you know. But however, be slow to judgment, because regardless of how people feel triggered, or, you know, all the people who biasly already have an opinion against Monique because of how she's handled and moved in the industry and feel like, oh, this is just more confirmation, etc. She did say, I want to remind y'all the same motherfucking hoes who were talking all that shit about me being crazy and difficult to work with, this, that, and the third, and y'all done see me be vindicated. Y'all done see, y'all done heard the leaked audio from Tyler Perry admitted that he was wrong. All their ass was wrong. He even agreed with Monique. Y'all done seen Lee Daniels apologize to her kids, put her on, etc. Y'all also saw the Netflix close out that lawsuit deal and give her a substantial amount, honey, and give her a special and put her on a motherfucking movie. So Monique is saying, look, y'all always quick to jump on a bitch based upon a narrative, honey. But look, I got a track record, honey, of coming out on top. I got a track record of the truth prevailing in my case. So say what you want, or you can say nothing at all and just let everything play out, baby, because the truth will bubble up to the top. Now, Monique does have a track record so far. Okay? So I'm listening with open ears, because the reality for me is I don't know Monique personally, and I don't know Shalon personally. I know that young people can be young people, and we all have been children. We all have parents. We all have our attitude about our parents, for better and for worse. We do know that Monique did drop the ball. She has admitted that. Shalon is testifying to that. Monique has, admitted that she hasn't been in right standing. She did a lot of things wrong. And, she have used those wrongs to improve her parenting going forward. And she has expressed up till recently, aka Club Shay Shay, that she is, that she's open to whatever her son is open to, that she got open arms, etc. He seems to be the one that is resistant from her side, from her perspective. So she's like, hey, I can't force myself on you, but all I can do is leave the door open. And I'm ready when you're ready. Sweet baby. Okay? Now, y'all just heard, though, everything Shalon just said. That's all cap. But once again, this is a he say, this is a he say, she say situation. We don't really know what's going on. Okay? We got his side, we getting her side. So I'm just going to listen. And then I'm going to let my spirit assess everything. All right? And I'm interested to see what you guys have to say. So I will be dropping a link.
And this is what I want to say to this. There are some people that are saying, oh, you should be ashamed of your mothering skills. You should be ashamed of yourself. This is what I'll say. Let's let it play out. Because the same ones that said to me, I was crazy, I was deranged, we watched it play out. So just like with my son, we'll watch this play out. And I do want to address this though, Shalon. When you say her daddy, then that's when mommy gonna say stop playing, because this has been Uncle Sid your whole life. Uncle Sid knew you before you knew you. So for you to say her 3 sons, yes, you're absolutely right. He has 3 sons. He can't claim you as his son because he's always been Uncle Sid, and he knows your daddy very well.
And love that brother. And the irony of all of this is,
so now Sydney, Daddy and Monique are speaking to the whole, y'all only listed 3 sons and not me. But they're explaining that was just a game of semantics. That they know that Shalon only looks to Sydney as an uncle figure because he knew Sydney before Sydney became Monique's husband. He knew Sydney as a family friend. He knew Sydney as an extension of the family, And so I guess they caught themselves respecting that and not trying to force Sydney to be seen as a daddy to Shalon because he didn't know Sydney as a father. So I personally don't think that there was any maliciousness there. I can also understand with Shalon also being estranged and already having issues with his mother, why he would though be triggered by it. But I don't think that they meant anything maliciously by it either.
not what is said, but what's left off.
Yes.
See, you're leaving off the fact that the last time we laid eyes on you, your mother got you everything you needed for the newborn baby about 3 years ago. You're forgetting about how I, from Georgia, am talking you through getting your car after we gave you the half the down payment for it. And you were 31 years of age, 32 years of age at that point. And I'm negotiating the deal with the dealer for you as you sit there. And you have the vehicle you're driving right now because of your mother. These are the things that you're leaving out when you're expressing what you're expressing in reference to your mother. You're not expressing the relationship that you have with your father, where you spoke ill to him, not to mention spoke ill to your mother, but somehow your mother and father and I all have a loving relationship and communicate back and forth. because of the love that we have for you. The one thing these individuals and to the
Wow. So Sydney. Okay, so two things just happened so far. Sydney is, which I agree with y'all, Sydney should be shutting the fuck up. I mean, this should be Monique's time to speak. I mean, Shalon was exclusively really calling her out. So, you know, Shalon is having an A and B conversation. Sydney can sit on the sideline as a sidekick and wait to be spoken to. It should be Monique leading the charge. But of course, we know that Monique is very male identified. So she believes that her man should be the head. And, you know, she be the coals. But two things just happened here. Sydney just called Shalon out for not telling the entire truth. That you're only painting your mother as a villain and highlighting and emphasizing the things you believe she did wrong, but you're not talking about how much good she's done for you, the support she's shown to you, aka negotiating a deal for the car you're currently driving, giving you half the down payment for that vehicle, and you're not 18 or 21, but a 31-year-old man, and your mom is funding your lifestyle and showing up for you, etc. Now, it's okay to talk about the bad, but why only talk about the bad when you know damn well that there's been good? Now, you can tell it both ways, but tell it all. Okay, so Sydney just made that point. Then Sydney also just alluded to the fact that, and he did it in a very innuendo, clever way, that Shalon is the problem. Because he said, look, it's mighty interesting to me that me, Monique, and your dad are able to have a great, loving relationship. And we all have our love for you in common. You're the only one on the outs. And why are you only dragging your mother? Monique said that there's also issues that he has with his father. Sydney just said he also got issues with his father, that you trashed your dad to your mom and then trashed your mom to your dad, but you're only highlighting highlighting Monique. Well, Sydney, he may only be highlighting Monique in his think piece on TikTok because Monique, unlike his dad, is the only one talking about their relationship, providing something to respond to. His dad is not out here in interviews. His dad isn't out here on Club Shay Shay, where now 11, 12, 13 million people have heard Monique's side of the situation. So, yeah, he's focused upon speaking to what she has put out. But wow, let's continue to listen.
Individuals out here that oftentimes speak after they've heard one side of the story. There's an old saying, believe half of what you see and none of what it is that you hear. Please don't take our word for it, but what we will convey is this. Those who are parents and have raised their parents up to being adults.
Children. Raise their children up to being adults.
Right on. Those who are parents that raise their children into adulthood know that there comes a time and a place in which they determine their own decisions, their own path. You can have multiple children that are raised in one house, but they act and they take on different things. The reason why it was so important for us to entertain these conversations that we typically have privately, or that we're influenced to have privately amongst the people in our community, is because we need to stop being embarrassed about being human beings and about being Black human beings. You will oftentimes hear us saying we are embarrassing ourselves in front of them. Who is them?
Who are they?
Because when you hear someone articulate these things, that is the slave's mentality. That makes us believe that we as Black people need to conduct ourselves with dignity because white people are watching. You should conduct yourself with dignity because the spirit of you is watching.
Come on.
But we need to have these conversations out loud and taboo because we have a finite period of time together here on this earth. You will travel through infinity with the spirit that you have all alone, and you will not remember the ridicule that you receive, but you will be judging yourself. You will be determining for the rest of your life which way that you go as you have thus far. So this conversation is about speaking directly to what situations are. And many people oftentimes, when they are presented with an issue, they stay quiet, they hide, they disappear. And what we're saying is that's not who we are, because what you cannot do is you cannot trick an honest person.
Come on.
You can demean, you can say whatever you want to say about them negatively, but what will happen is truth has a way of standing the test of time. I forgot to have my phone to read the last text message that I gave to you, Shalon, where I told you about the understanding of how you are speaking to a woman and how you as a man and how you perceive things may be completely different from how your wife, how your mother, how your sister, how your daughter will look at things. And when you learn how to communicate a little bit better, then things will happen a little bit better.
Okay. So they having some connection issues. They're probably Shalon ass calling them and interrupting they goddamn live. Okay, fucking they shit up. I want to say this before we go forward. You know, I'm really, really willing to be open here when it comes to this situation between Monique, Sydney, and the son. Because in being realistic, you know, like I don't have no stake in the race when it comes to Monique. But you know, I come from a big family. And I come from a family where there have been a plethora of childhood trauma as it relates to my uncles, my aunties, and my mother's experience of their parents, my grandparents. And what I do know is that parents, to Shalon's point, are not perfect. It took me a long time to understand that in order to forgive my parents of some things, that regardless of the title of parents and all the things we expect from people who carry that title, that we are simply talking about human beings, regardless of what their role is, pastor, mama, daddy, guardian, sibling, whatever the case may be, that we are talking about people. And people are frail, people are egoic, and people are a byproduct of their lived experience, of the good and bad of their lived experience. With that being said, depending on the conditions of one's parents can either make or break your upbringing. If your parents are in raggedy condition, you're going to have a raggedy experience of them. If they're in great condition, you're going to have a great, hey Flame, hey boo. Shout out to Flame and Roll, you guys. What's going on, love? If your parents are in great condition, you're going to have a great experience of your parents, you know? But if they're in a raggedy condition, you're going to have a raggedy ass experience of your parents. Parents, like all people, they have to live and they have to go through and they have to make decisions, both bad and good, in order to become good people like anybody else. It is very sad and very tragic and very heartbreaking and very hurtful when you had to be the kid that was a guinea pig for your raggedy ass parent. There's very few parents that I believe have intentionally been fucked up to their kids. I think most parents who have provided a raggedy ass experience to their children have been parents who were broken, not necessarily parents who were evil. And because people can only give you what they got, for some people who had raggedy parents, neglect, selfishness, narcissism, and trauma was all their parents had to give to the children they brought into this world. Now, if you're the child in this case, of course, you may not know that and you don't look at it that way because by very dynamic of the relationship, you're designed to take everything your parents say and do to you personally because that's the weight they hold. So oftentimes as young people, we don't give a fuck, right, about why our parents are raggedy. We just are experiencing them as raggedy. And the why, we don't oftentimes have the privilege of knowing and may not even really largely give a damn because we're hurting as a result of the way things are, regardless of why they are that way. Now, here's where shit get interesting. My mother was like my grandfather. She was a provider. She was a great provider. My grandfather was a great provider. My mother got her ways from my grandfather. But my mother was also trapped in a toxic relationship to my stepdad. Therefore, this led to my mother being very emotionally unavailable. Because my mother was locked into survivor mode. So she wasn't so much of a nurturer as she was somebody that just made sure we had what we needed. Clothes, school, cars, Christmases, birthdays, whatever we needed materially. But she wasn't really present emotionally. Now, fast forward into my adulthood, my mother really never changed her ways. And it wasn't up until the later parts of her life, right before she passed, that I began to have another perspective of my mother. Because I was a mama's boy personally. I was a mama's boy. I wasn't really a daddy's boy. I was a mama's boy. So it was really my mom and her affection, her thoughts, her approval that meant something to me. I could have did or not did without my father. But it wasn't until I started to evolve mentally and emotionally that I understood that my mother was a human being. And she had her own childhood. She had her own experiences of having stoic parents, emotionally unavailable parents, that she had just had experiences as a young woman. She had experiences as an adult woman, just in the world, etc. And all these things became who she was, good, bad, and indifferent. And it took me a long time, but through a lot of committed work, to realize that all my parents, because I had a biological father, a stepdad, and a mom. That the absence of my biological father, who just went missing at 13, he just dropped off the map. And then my biological father was a cokehead, a alcoholic, a cheater, an abuser to my mother, etc. So he was pretty much an absent father figure, even though he was physically present, but he was in a raggedy ass condition. He was addicted. He had addictions, etc. And then there was my mom, who was surviving, having a addicted driven husband, caring for 2 boys, me, my younger brother, etc., and doing it on her own, basically. It took me a long time through a lot of committed work to realize that all 3 of these people, stepdad, biological father, and my mother, they did injure me, but they did not injure me intentionally. The injuries caused to me was just the byproduct of the condition they were in. It's kind of like involuntary manslaughter. It's when somebody dies when that was not the intention. Like if I happen to run you over and you die as a result. You dying as a result of me hitting you. And you dying because I meant to unalive you, or 2 different deaths with 2 different contexts. And most of the people that have hurt us in this world are hurting us involuntarily, are hurting us because of the condition they're in, not because they meant to, not because they wanted to, not because their motive was to literally show up in our experience and say, hey, I'm going to fuck you up. I'm going to come into your life. I'm going to fuck you up. I'm going to break your heart. I'm going to treat you horribly. I'm going to do all of that to you. Most people are not that. Most people are fucking us up because they are in a fucked up condition, spiritually, mentally, emotionally. And we have proximity to that condition by way of being their children. It's kind of like being close to the tornado. The closer you are to the tornado, that didn't even manifest because of you. It's just manifesting because of environmental reasons. It's doing damage because that's just what tornadoes do. And the closer you are to that tornado, the more likely you are to acquire an injury. Now, once again, you and the tornado are 2 different entities. The tornado is a tornado, and the tornado is dangerous. But the tornado isn't also necessarily after you. It's not necessarily in pursuit of you. But because it's dangerous by nature, the closer of proximity you have to that tornado, the more damage is going to likely be done to you. And that's the way we experience our parents and people in general who are tore up from the floor up from the inside. They're not that way because of us, and they don't necessarily mean to hurt us, even though they are, and even though they do. And because we have proximity to them, we're forced to live in their households. We're forced to abide by their rules. We're forced to their guardianship for 18 years, or however long it is we have with them. We acquire all these injuries. Now, there are people who intentionally do want to be evil, but the majority of people doing wrong and the majority of parents who have a fucked up relationship to their children are and were just broken people who didn't have anything else to give us but the brokenness they came into the parental relationship with. Now, as a person on the receiving end of that, we have a choice to make. We can either decide to personalize all the shit that was done to us that wasn't about us, but it was done to us. Mama's anger wasn't really about me, but it was projected onto me. Her unavailability wasn't about me, but it was projected onto me. Her difficult ways wasn't about me, but it was projected onto me. And when you are the recipient, there are only two things you can do with your experience of somebody else's terrible condition, which is you can internalize it, like most of us don't know better but to do, and then shape our self-esteem and shape our confidence and shape the way we see ourselves in the image of our parents' condition, or we can come to the enlightening conclusion and accept that all that shit you did to me, bruh, all that shit you did to me, sis, it was done to me, and it was my experience. But because I'm old enough now to know that nobody happens in a vacuum, that no human being exists in a vacuum, that all human beings are a byproduct of their shit, all human beings are a byproduct of their lived experiences, all people, including our parents, are a byproduct of their parents, and their parents are a byproduct of their parents, and so on and so on and so on. That's why we call it generational. While that shit was done to me, I can accept it was not meant for me, and therefore I can let you go. And I can release blaming myself for the way you treated me. I can release associating your condition and the actions you took against me as having to be about me. And when that happens, that leaves space for you to be able to reconcile. Hey, Nosy. Hey, Boo. Hey, Lisa. Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. That can leave room for you either to be able to walk away from those hurtful, painful ass experiences in peace, and or it can leave room for you to have peace and for you and your parents to rectify and repair and to salvage and or create something altogether new. Now, Shalon said something very interesting. He said, I'm completely reasonable. And I'm not so unreasonable that I believe that my parents are perfect people. I know they people just like anybody else, and they got their shit with everybody else. However, the problem ain't that they imperfect. The problem ain't that they got issues. The problem ain't the problem is that Monique is unaccountable. She refuses to take accountability for what she's done. She's either going to defend it rather than to just stand in it, or she's going to deny it. And either way, what that does is reduce my experience, which in return ain't gonna do no good for me and you going forward, because you can't begin to understand how to love me if you refuse to acknowledge how you did me, regardless of context. How you gonna know how to love me out of the experience you brought into me as my parents if you refuse to acknowledge what you've done, regardless of context? Now, if I'm already reasonable and I'm capable of forgiving, and I'm even open to repairing some things, I've already met you more than halfway. But if you can't even acknowledge that these things impacted me, it's impact versus intent. I can accept you did not mean to hurt me because that wasn't your intent, but nonetheless, you did. I can't extend relational forgiveness to you about things you refuse to acknowledge were the case. Experiences, situations, behaviors that you refuse to even constitute as a reality and a truth. Because the truth is where me and you both come together in the middle at. Now, we can make the truth we got to come to the middle about better. We can soothe it. We can slap a reason on it. We can break it down and psychoanalyze it and do all of that. But the middle ground is the truth. So how are we going to get to reconciling it and breaking it down and putting it into context if you can't even acknowledge it? This disallows a middle space to exist. But according to Sydney, Daddy, who responding, he's pretty much pulling a reverse Uno on Shalon and saying, no, it's not that Monique is unwilling. Monique is saying it's not that I'm unwilling. I've taken accountability. I've said I'm sorry. I've admitted I've dropped the ball. I've admitted I wasn't there. I've admitted I was broken. Admitted I was young. I was done. I was traumatized. I was fucked up, and that other people were a better mother to my child than me. And I only have admitted it to Shalon. I've admitted it to millions of people. So they're now saying, no, it's not Monique, or it's not your dad, or it's not your stepdad, me, Sydney. It's you. You refuse to get over it. It's you refusing to accept a new opportunity for a new relationship. It's you wanting to be the proverbial victim. It's you who wants to stay angry and bitter and unresolved about the past, because me, your father, and Sydney, we all have a great relationship. You know how bad your temper is, which is what Sydney was alluding to when he was saying, you know what text messages I've sent to you about your behavior and the way you speak and the way you engage the women in your life and the people in your life, whether it be your mom or your daughter or your wife or your et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I've spoken to you about your anger. I've spoken to you that you're going to get fired with fire, that while it is okay for you to be hurt and for you to be angry, that you also don't get to victimize us as a result of being mad at us. You don't get to get away with bad behavior and then use your trauma and your experience as an excuse. You don't get to do that. Now, if you want to talk and you want to wrestle and you want to clean up some things and you want to resolve some things, the village is for that. But you thinking that you being angry just gives you a indefinite posture of being able to talk how you want to talk and be as disrespectful and be as aggressive and be as unapproachable and be as intolerant as you is, etc. But then yet you also expect your mother to still want to be there. You still expect the support of your stepdad and your biological father. No. But I'm going to tell y'all, here's the gag. Swinging in between both Shalon's and Monique and Daddy's perspective. Because 2 plus more things can be true at one time. Shalon has every right to be upset. And it's his right to remain silent, to remain vocal, to remain bothered, to remain hurt. The other thing that's true, and every psychiatrist and therapist licensed in this country would also agree, is that you also can't work toward a solution by desiring to remain a victim either. Now, if you don't want a relationship to the people you're upset about, then you're in the clear. But if you want a relationship to the people you're upset about, then there's going to have to be incentive on both parties in to learn new perspective. They're going to have to come into collaboration of one another. And they're going to have to be willing to bring peace to the Middle East conflict. They're going to have to be willing to give up the conflict. That's been the substance of the grief. Because you cannot hold to grief and solution simultaneously. Grief can bring you to the understanding that you need resolve. But grief cannot be an active variable in the solution. Now, something that Shalon said, though, is that he ain't interested in moving forward with his mother. He doesn't have a desire to. He believes that that desire does not exist on his end or her end. Now, of course, Shalon can't really speak for Monique. But his opinion is that she also has moved on. And he's interpreting that based upon her behavior. AKA, you haven't demonstrated anything that will lead me to believe that you are interested. Now, I really don't know what that means, right? Because we're not in the situation with them. Because if on Monique's side, they're saying, we open. He knows we open. Y'all know we open. Y'all know damn well I couldn't even get away with not being open because I'm a public figure. So you think he would really be able to run me down out here and call me and me not return his calls and me not be interested in reconciling with him, knowing that he can go put all of that running after me on blast, me not being open on blast? So why would I say I'm open to working shit out with my son? but then, in fact, not really be interested in that, and then leave him in a position to weaponize that by going to social media. He knows I'm waiting on him. He knows I love him. But if he think that his anger is what he's going to use to enslave me, then yeah, he's got a wrong understanding about what this got to look like between he and I. If he thinks that his frustration with me for him should look like me then being a slave to him for the rest of our lives and me being his yes man, because I owe that to him by not raising him and not being there for him and neglecting him, I can't give him that. I can't give him that. I'm going to have to be able to be Monique and be a human being in this exchange, just as he's going to be able to do so. But if the only apology he can accept from me is me being his indentured servant and him using me neglecting him as the justification for me being his personal slave, that can't happen. And some hurt people do operate like this, where it's not that they want resolve, they want revenge. And what some hurt people will do is speak and use the language of somebody who wants resolve, who really wants revenge. Revenge of by way of, I bet not have no more problems out of you going forward, and anything I want, you better say yes to. Now, if that's what's going on here, I can completely stand why Monique is saying, boo, I'm waiting on you. And I can completely understand why Sydney is addressing the anger. That, of course, Shalon is not going to admit to, because nobody does that. You know, everybody shows up in their a representative, just like Sydney and Monique could be showing up as their representatives right now. I don't know. I don't know who's showing up as what right now. What I do know is that there has been breakdown, and Monique has acknowledged that, and Shalon has acknowledged that. So that's what we do know, is Monique did drop the ball on the parenting part. Now, why they haven't been able to get to a better day is what all of social media is attempting to unpack. I can see this from both sides. I could see the narcissistic archetypal parenting style that is in denial, that does not want to admit to any wrongdoing and just expects you to get over it, or expects to be able to buy you out of your frustration with gifts and things and stuff. I can also see it from the side of being a parent who made your fair share of mistakes. You're in a better place, and because of other experiences you've had, you're a better person. And you're able to be now a better person to a son or daughter who you wasn't able to at the time that they really needed that. But now the daughter or the son is angry, hostile, and unreasonable in their demands. So now you have no choice but to leave them to that until they can mature, evolve, and reconsider beyond that. Because I've seen that on both ends. I've seen that in my own family. We have so-called black sheeps in my own family with grown, traumatized adults, 60, 50 years old, who still carrying childhood trauma and my grandparents can't say sorry enough. They're not even the same people they were when my aunts and uncles were young people. You know, my grandparents have went on to not only raise their own children, but to raise their children's children, and have had so many experiences to help them to evolve as better people. But you have their kids who have been deeply scarred and do not have the emotional tools to move past that. So instead, they try to remedy or bring some therapeutic incentive to their lives by trauma dumping onto their parents, who don't know anything else to do but to say, I'm sorry, and to continue to be better versions of themselves. And then I be watching my aunts and uncles be ignorant to the fact that they're not looking for a resolve. They're looking for experiences that have now passed them by, because they're not 17 anymore. They're not 9 anymore. They're not 13 anymore. They're looking for revenge, which is a never-ending cycle. And they don't know sometimes that that's what they're really asking for. Something that will not be again. And asking for something that's unreasonable, which is for the person that hurt you to stay in a trauma bonding experience with you just to satisfy and soothe your wounds. And some parents are unwilling to do that because they're too emotionally intelligent to join you in that mess. It's one thing for somebody to be able to say, I am sorry. I acknowledge what I've done. It was never my intention to afflict you and to harm you, but I take every bit of responsibility for every bit of the injury that my behaviors and my conditions and my mentalities and my selfishness and my anger and my narcissism and my etc. caused you. And baby, if you are interested in being loved by who your mama is now, I am here. I am willing, because I ain't got nothing but love for you now that I can fully give to you now that I'm better. And if you interested in that love and you need that love, that's what I can provide to you now. That's one thing. Another thing is to say, it's for the victim, for the wounded adult child, the adult child to say is, you've hurt me, you've afflicted me, and as a result, you better give me the space and the opportunity to whip on your ass. You better give me the space and opportunity to get my lick back. You better be willing. The only apology I'm going to accept is you being willing to let me cuss you, fuss you, stress you, and dishonor you. And baby, let me tell you something. Any parent not willing to sign up for that trauma bond is a motherfucking smart one. Because you can't get to a solution by wanting another problem and by adding more problems to a problem. But unfortunately, a lot of hurt people are positioned just like that in their psyche. You hurt me. And the only way we're going to get past this is if you let me fuck you up as a result. So I don't care how difficult I am. I don't care how disrespectful I am. I don't care. 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 Because you owe it to me to let me damage you as a result of you damaging me. And that, my friend, is just as toxic. And that, my friend, is a hurt person hurting another person. That, my friend, is the type of psychologies that create generational cycles. That's how cycles are sustained and perpetuated. So regardless of how mad we all are and can be at the people that have wronged us, if we're also as sincere as we say we are, and we want the abuse and we want the cycles to end, then it can't be that we really expect people to sign up to be victimized by us just because we've been victims too. You gotta pick a side. If Monique and Sydney's perspective is true, if what they're saying is true, and that the son is wanting a toxic trauma bonding experience that is completely unreasonable and hurtful, just so that Monique can have him or we can have him in our lives, then the son needs a lot more healing. And that's a healing that he's going to be only to give himself first before he can even consider sitting down and bringing solution to his parents' situation. If what Shalon is saying is true, my mother is delusional. She's a goddamn devil. She's manipulative. And she's a fucking liar. He's better off without all of them. And by mercy and grace to God, he is lucky to have turned out to be healthy as he stated, happy as he stated, to be able to be the parent that his parents never were to him, to his own children. Because that is the saving grace of it all. And as he said, using them as an example of everything not to fucking be. Because Monique also cannot expect, once again, to get to a better day with her son about issues and circumstances she put him in that she's too ashamed to take accountability for. See, I can understand why somebody would be in denial, because some things you feel so ashamed about that you can't even bring language to them or don't even want to look at it because of how shame-inducing it is. However, the redeeming quality to shame is that shame can be used as your marker and your means to never do anything like this again. Because Shame is the severity of the consequence. Shame is the thing that you can use to keep your ass on the right track, to keep your ass self-aware, to keep you mindful of your mouth, mindful of your behavior, mindful of the ideals and the psychologies that you practice and allow into your mental and spiritual spaces. Keep your ass on your toes. Now, he said, because I see y'all talking about the whole car and material thing. I know that it's popular for people, I know that the popular thing to do is like when people bring up what they've done for you, for that to be interpreted as missing the marker. I don't always think that's a proper perspective to take. If we are acknowledging that acts of love and virtue become action, right? That love, to say you love somebody is one thing. Anybody can use the terminology. I love you, I like you, I appreciate you, I value you. Those are things that can come out of anybody. That's some shit somebody can say to you in an email, say to you in a text message, leave on your voicemail. The substance of those proclamations is your actions. So sometimes when people talk about what they've done, you saying, I don't love you, you saying, I don't support you, you saying, we ain't there for you, how so? I'm paying your rent. How so? That car that you came to me about, we gave you a down payment for. We negotiated for you to be able to pull off the lot. So then, what is your definition of love? Is what some people are really communicating, where they're bringing up the laundry list of shit they've done for you. Because they're illustrating that our love has been action-oriented. We've aided and abetted. We've assisted you. You've come to us, whether you wanted to spend time, whether you wanted a car, whether you wanted a whatever. We've worked those things out. We've made provisions for those things because we love you. Now, here's another thing that people ain't gonna like. When you're the one who's hurt, just like in the court of law, when you're the one with an accusation, the burden is on you to legitimize that allegation. When you're the one who's hurt, unfortunately, the burden is on you to do the deep dive into yourself to understand really what it is you truly need. Sometimes people mistake what they need. They know they want a better relationship to their mother. Their emotional intelligence may only afford them, depending on where they at in their EQ, may initially be presented as, do this for me. While in reality, that thing being done or those things being done may not actually be hitting the core. Sometimes when you don't understand your own issues and you don't understand what you really fucking need as a person who's afflicted and hurt, you may ask for things that are not appropriate and or that are not substantive. But the other party doesn't know that because they can only collect intel based upon what you're speaking, what you're articulating. So if the only time you show up in a broken relationship that you want me and you to repair is when you want something, and then I do those things for you, on my end, I'm going to think that, hey, things are okay. We're working toward a better day. because I can only give to you what you speak. But if deep down, what you really don't need is your parents' money, what you really need is their affirmation. What you really need is their affection. What you really need is closure. Then you gotta stop pretending that the things that you're asking them to do in the name of solutions are actually solutions. And you've got to actually ask for what it is that's going to really help and heal you. Because the people outside of you are not psychics. If the only situations you allow to love me in are money situations, as the person who also wants to repair this relationship and wants to be in a loving relationship to you, I may participate in using that as a means of solution. If that's what you're presenting to me as a way out of the pain and the hurt and the grief of it all. But you can't be angry at me for what you're putting me under the impression that you want. And that's why I said earlier that whomever the hurt person is in the situation, it's always important, first and foremost, for us to get clear with ourselves before we even come to the table with other people. Because when we're not clear and we're not healed, the only thing we're really bringing to the table is the trauma. But if the other people that we in trauma, but if the other people we at the table with also in trauma, we about to get a shit show. Or if I have the wrong interpretation and experience of my trauma, if because I'm in trauma, my belief is everybody owes me an ass whipping, and that this is the only currency I'm going to allow there to be on a I'm sorry, is you allowing me to terrorize you and to drive you fucking crazy and to disrespect you all the time and to be angry at you and defensive at you all the time and expect you to put up with that because I'm angry and you the reason, you gonna get a shit show. When we don't understand the conflict we're really in with ourselves and with other people, we're bound to have a lot of wrong information. We're bound to go about it in a unconscious, ignorant ass way. We're bound to cause more issues than what are already there. Create new damn issues on top of old damn issues. So I always encourage hurt people and people who trying to repair things with people who are hurt to go into self-therapy. Because the better situated you are within you about what's going on with you, the better your negotiating skills and your collaboration with the other party can be when it's time to come together and harmonize on what forward looks like. I'm going to let a little bit more of this play, and then I'm going to drop the link.
Of the challenges that this young brother has had with mental illness. So we're communicating that out loud to speak to our community, to say, listen, y'all, if we have more public conversations, there will be less private angst.
Come on.
There will be less private issues that we carry on because we're afraid to communicate in front of white folks.
So when we get to a place where you want to be free, you will stop being scared to say what's real. You'll stop being fearful of having conversations that normally take place in private and nobody ever really knows the outcome. And from there, when you...
Some people are saying, a guy that said that that's nasty work to say that Shalon has mental illness. It's not nasty work if it's the truth. And the issue that we know is pervasive in our community as Black and brown people is that we do have too many undiagnosed, emotionally and mentally ill people running around. We do have too many undiagnosed, emotionally and mentally disturbed individuals walking around. But y'all got to realize this is somebody who they know. We don't know Shalon. So if that's true, that he has issues, and they would know if he has mental issues or don't have mental issues. And if he's not or wasn't in a space where he was taking care of himself, or through all of their conflict, it's been communicated to them that he doesn't go to the doctor like he should, he doesn't take his meds like he should, that this contributes to the tension, this contributes to the fuckery and the foolery of it all, etc. Hey, because I've seen that side of it too. What I'm hearing from Monique and Sydney so far, even though some people are hearing gaslighting, they're hearing dismissiveness, they're hearing at face value, really what I'm hearing is we're open. And I believe what they're trying to communicate is, but don't think that just because you got an issue with us, that you don't have issues as well. And that you don't have issues that are getting in the way of us being able to all come together and work together as a family. Whether that's your anger, whether that's your mental health issues, whether that's your whatever. And Monique and Daddy already done said that they don't really give a damn about having these conversations publicly, because at this point, if this is the way that people communicating, is everybody want to be talking through TikTok and YouTube, etc., then this way is that. I'm going to tell you what I don't believe. I do not believe that Shalon is okay with not having a relationship to his mother. I don't give a damn how well articulated his response was. The fact that he responded lets me know that he not as okay with there being no relationship as he would like himself to believe. When you truly are done and you don't have a damn to give, and you have completely made peace with that shit, a bitch can write it in a book, illustrate it in an autobiographical film, talk about it until they blue in the face in an interview, and your shit has still failed. The fact that Shalon practically admitted that he was triggered and why he was triggered and said this is a form of therapy tells me that this is still a process for him. He's not on the complete end of this thing as he articulated. Shalon really wants his mother to hear him. Because I'm existing on the outside, I don't know what the nature of this conflict is. I don't know who's adding to why they haven't been any resolve. I don't know whether Shalon is truly the problem. I don't know if Sydney and Monique is the problem. I don't know. Because none of us are a part of them three-way calls. None of us get to see what Sydney is talking about when he says your temper. We don't know what the fuck that means or what that looks like. When Shalon says you've done nothing to position yourself to indicate that you're ready, I don't know what that means. Because this ain't the first time that Monique has said, has expressed regret and admitted that she's dropped the ball and has postured herself as somebody who, of course, is open. So I don't know what the fuck that looks like. We don't know who's who. But what I can say is that I can equally see how Shalon could be the issue if he does have a plethora of fucking issues as a result of going through the shit that he has gone through, and he's powering through with his rage and his anger, and how you can't do nothing with that either. I can also see how Sydney and Monique are the classic A-type narcissistic ass parenting duo. So I think it's important to have the conversation both ways and to not put absolutes in it, because the reality is me nor none of you know what the real truth is. We got people talking to each other through the internet and talking to us. We don't get to see Shalon ass in action when he's in negotiations and interactions with his parents, and we don't get to see Monique and Sydney ass in their engagements when they're interacting with him. But we can have the conversation both ways, because talking about this as a community allows us to see things in ourselves and our own pathologies and our own family and friendship and interpersonal dynamics that can be enlightening. Whether you find yourself the Shalon in the situation, which is the hurt adult child who is having to make peace with a relationship to your parents that are never going to happen, and the journey to resolving that on your own and coming to terms with that, and making sure that you don't replicate those experiences in the lives of your own children, or bring those issues into your romantic relationships or into your friendships, etc. Or whether you are the parents in the situation who have done your fair share wrong. Your children were in the foster care system for a time. Your CPS had to get your children for a time. You had your children at a time in your life where you were in conflict, you were in breakdown, you were not well. And you've had to take responsibility for not being well and being broken and have become a better person. But your kids are so scarred by the experience that they've had of you that they refuse to have anything to do with you, regardless of the fact that you became a better person. And the pain of that. The insufferableness of that. Let's listen to a little bit more, then I'm going to drop the link.
Saying earlier about how we're looking in front of white folks. When I do hear our brother Greg Mathis say, the studio is watching y'all and the executives are watching y'all, so what?
If the executives are watching closely, the individuals that will want to interact with us are those who are engaged or in alignment with what is true.
Come on.
See, the first question would not be, Stephen A. Smith, why did you video someone? Or you won't entertain Kevin Hart is the biggest star in the world. She said that. Not only did she say that, not only when she spoke about Oprah and Tyler, these are individuals that you failed to hear that she said she loves them. And when you love folks, you tell them what they need to know, not what they want to hear. We've put certain individuals in such a status that we've disallowed them to be human beings. And on the note with taking the long way around and that there are no shortcuts. So you could take the shortcut and cross through Miss Evelyn's yard, but you know she got a pit bull. And he may or may not be in that yard. But you know for sure if you get in that yard and he is in that yard, you will definitely be chased. It is a bit safer to go around the long way, because not only is it the right thing to do because you're not cutting through somebody's yard, their grass, trespassing on their property, but what happens is it may be a longer journey, but it's worth the trip. So we're going to take the long way around, and we're not going to call out these individuals on platforms like this. We're going to call them up. Now, please don't confuse. When Monique is standing on stage, she has an artistic paintbrush designed to paint her life and make people laugh in a way in which a comedian is supposed to do. So her life experiences are fair game. They're fair game.
Fair game.
So when she says what she says on stage, please don't say it's the way that she said it. Because
moderators, I need y'all to rotate the link, please. All those who are interested in coming up, please hit the link. I'm going to let some of this play a little bit more for those of you in the back room. I will let you guys up as soon as a little bit more of this plays out. So just stay seated, stay where you are. And moderators, please rotate the StreamYard link for the guests to come up.
on stage, we're dealing with not on stage what is being said. And again, to revisit Brother Stephen A., I'd like to point something out to you. When you sit there and you say that a black woman looks bitter because she's telling her personal truth, when you sit there and you speak in reference to the individuals that she spoke about, you're not, because you wanted to distinguish yourself from Shannon Sharpe as being a journalist, but you said you don't know what's happening, you don't know what's going on, and you don't care to know. That right there is you sacrificing your journalistic integrity, because it is your job to know when you make assertions about certain individuals and not form an opinion. And you are supposed to ask the questions such as, when she said what she said regarding Kevin Hart and David Becky, as it relates to him reneging on what he promised, and you ask the question, well, is there a reason, Monique, that he would do that? Here's the question you should ask. Is what she said true? And if there was a reason why he would have done that, would there not have been a reason why he wouldn't have called her first to say, I've got to take that deal back? See, when we stay grounded in this thing called ethics,
come on,
when we stand grounded in this thing called right, it's going to carve through all of the nonsense that you were trying to communicate. And I can see, based upon watching you throughout the years, that you consider yourself an intellect. And please forgive me for speaking in this manner as it relates to Monique. As a black man, what happens is the black woman should sometimes not have to defend herself. Sometimes there's a level of defense that should be had on her behalf for we as black men, because Monique didn't step to you when you were calling Kyrie Irving out for being a man and making a decision as a man to not get a shot, and ridiculing him because his father raised a man. You should not have called out Kwame Brown in the way that you did, calling him a bust, because you have forgotten that that black man has a family, and any man that has had the length of time that he had to live the dream in the NBA is not a bust in my book. He's a hero. He's a hero. So when you call Jason Whitlock a fat bastard, but you're telling Monique, who referred to them as her brother and her sister, and she loves them, But you can call Jason Whitlock a fat bastard. My question to you, why are you allowed to speak your truth, but this black woman is not? Help me. Help me. I need the help. It is low-hanging fruit to attack a black man. That was Cat Williams and Monique that did the interview.
All right.
Why is it that you singled Monique?
I'm about to let everybody up.
She was polite.
Donald.
I'm asking, was she inaccurate? When
Donald, is your are you camped up or camped down? Because it looks kind of like you're camped up a little bit. Hit the link again, bruh. It might have been a connection issue. I'm gonna drop the link again. Donald, hit the link again. Hey, Bambina. Hey, Rumors.
Hey.
Hey, Conscious.
Hi.
Hey,
Hey,
baby.
everybody. Okay, I'm glad to have you guys here. I think Sam was back there too, etc. The link is in the chat for anybody who wants to come up and give their perspective, girl, because I know it's a lot going on. So, starting with you, Miss Bam. What are your thoughts?
I definitely liked how you broke everything down. But I feel like we don't know the real reason of why they don't get along, right? And that part we just assuming, but it seems like he was the one that was abused emotionally. We don't know if he was emotionally, physically, whatever, but at least emotionally we could say he was abused.
And they all agree to that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And with that kind of abuse is severe on a child's psyche to a level. I'm not going to say it's more than physical abuse or worse, but it definitely damages them to the point where they don't trust anybody. You know, you've heard of trust versus mistrust, especially when it comes from the mother. And like you said, he wants revenge. It seems like he wants revenge, and that is not a healthy way to be. However, he would probably not want revenge if she acknowledged it. And that's the thing about emotional abuse, is that that parent knows what they're doing. They're fully aware of what they're doing. And they just won't give you that child the gratification or the account. They won't do it. And that's what's feeding his revenge.
Hmm.
And that's a cycle in itself.
I agree. Will you finish making your point, baby?
Yeah.
I agree, right? So for me, the pendulum gonna swing both ways. I think it was more or less of neglect. Well, because I don't really want to make it about Monique and her son, and more of just the observation of what's been going on in our communities. This is something that's not foreign to a lot of us, whether we've experienced it directly or watched another relative or a friend go through these type of things. Um, I'm seeing the consistency of parents and children both being stuck at whatever age that they experience their trauma. I see a cycle.
Exactly.
I see a cycle where we're seeing Monique has struggled with her getting acknowledgement or validation for her experiences with her parents. So,
Exactly.
and her family. So it just seems like a cycle, a learned behavior, which I agree is a form of emotional and psychological abuse. Um, but I also think that a lot of times, as Conscious said earlier, when you're hurt people hurt people. I think that there's a situation here where it's a layer of issues. I don't think it's just a one particular issue. We know that it is very common when first time parents have the oldest child. That firstborn child is the one that usually experience the most hardships as the parents are going along making their trial and errors as a parent. And we know it can trickle down to other children as well. But the oldest child, that firstborn, is the one that literally experiences the most hardships, right? And then when you make the corrections with your other children, then that causes more of a conflict, because then the oldest child usually is the one that feels left out. Why not me? Those type of things, like, you didn't do this with me, and etc. And it also sometimes comes off as like a jealousy thing, when it could somewhat be jealousy, but it is not to be overlooked as though just let alone jealousy. um but I do think that it is important, because when they were speaking about Judge Mathis, right, specifically, I think that it is very important that we have these conversations. I don't think we need to sweep them under the rug. I don't think that we should have them just behind closed doors and things of that nature, because these are things that have been plaguing us for generations, and we have to speak to them, because the offenses are
when
happening.
when a child says that they don't
Hold
want
on, y'all.
to relate.
I had got knocked out because I had knocked my Wi-Fi out by accident. I'm over here lotioning the sexy body, and I had them fucked around and knocked some shit off the counter, and it hit my Wi-Fi. But can somebody just catch me up real quick about what just happened in the last like 60 seconds that I was gone?
I forgot your name. The first young lady was saying that, well, you speak for yourself, ma'am. Sorry.
Bambina.
Oh, you didn't hear what I said?
No, I was knocked out.
Okay, yeah, I was saying that that it seems like he was at least emotionally abused, or he
Yes.
felt that he was emotionally abused. And, like you said, the revenge comes with that. As he gets older, the lack of acknowledgement for that pain comes in. And she was saying that, a lot of times the oldest child is going to be treated different and have different experiences than his brothers and sisters, because he's the oldest, and it's kind of trial and error.
Yeah.
Um, but what I'd like to say to that point, there's parents that, do drugs, and abuse their kids,
Because I want
neglect.
us to remember, before you go any further, I want us to remember that Monique, with everything that you just said, he's the oldest. The oldest usually gets the bad batch because they are the guinea pig. But Monique also is a traumatized person. She came into her own role as a mother, experiencing ancestral SA. She had absentee father, a mother who was also emotionally unavailable. She experienced a lot of bullying and injury to her self-esteem, being a plus size woman. So her experience is definitely compounded. And if there was nothing to kind of like wake her up out of her condition, then unfortunately, like, her oldest son definitely inherited quite a bit of rubble as a result of experiencing like the first version of Monique, where she would have been unconscious. She still would have had a lot of repressed issues around her own issues in life and with her parents. And it almost seems like she also kind of replicated
Mhm.
her mom and dad with her oldest son as well, who ended up neglected just as much as she felt neglected as a young person. But once again, in looking back in retrospect, now she's had twins, and she was given the opportunity to do things differently, and has apparently tried to do those things differently. I would be curious to know what her sons, her other sons, her and Sydney's children, what their experience would be of Monique. But continue on, because we got a whole lot of people here that I want to get to, and we can just continue to rotate in and out.
Yeah. So that what you just rebutted what I was saying. And I think that it's important to just always kind of remember that all of our experiences show up in our our younger experiences show up later on in life with our other interactions and experience with others. We learn as children. It doesn't always have to be traumatic either. So you mimic the learned behavior. And they just both, maybe Monique's not there anymore, but I do believe that they were both operating. He's now still operating in a place where his traumas existed at that age, and Monique was operating vice versa, doing, his first earlier years of life in the same headspace, wherever she was stuck at in her trauma, whatever age that was. I think that we do need to have these conversations. We don't need to worry about the general public, because the reality is that these things have been plaguing our community, right out in the open. These things aren't even in privacy anymore. So there's no need to want to censor anyone as to have conversations that's going to help our communities. Because like I said earlier, we all can relate, whether our own personal experiences or watching someone else's. I'm going on mute.
Okay. Thank you for that, rumors. Sin, your thoughts on what's going on?
Hey, good evening, everybody. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, loud, live, and in color. You sound
Oh,
lovely.
okay, thank you, because I'm at somebody else's house. Um, I don't want to be mean, but I'm gonna need Monique and Sydney to just take a break this year off of social media for several reasons. Number one, I'm of the old adage that when you seem to have a problem with everybody else, but yet you're the common denominator, maybe it's you. And the fact that, she wants to windmill for all these situations and whatnot in the public eye and fight all these causes and be so lovey-dovey with everybody that really don't, mean her well or don't really give a damn about her. But you had a whole son that came out of your twat that you don't even have a relationship with. That just, I'm not a mother, but that bothers me. I can understand you're having rough times and rough patches and the parent child dynamic. Surely I'm 50 years old. I'm experiencing that with not one but two fucking parents. One that walked away from me and the other one that triggers me every opportunity she gets because she's upset that he walked away. Which personally, deal with your issues. Yes, it was slimy what he did, and now to pretty much divorce you in absentia almost. Yeah, it's fucked up, but don't take that out on me. I don't deserve that. I told you as a child to leave his ass, and don't get me wrong, I love my father, but I had a wisdom about me even at that age to know that what, he's nice to me and all, and he's loving, but he's not a good dude for her. But getting back to Monique and her son. Her son, I listened to what he said. He's number one. He seems like he has a level of emotional intelligence there that she seems to be lacking for me in this moment. He was very articulate, and he had a right to get up there and say what he said using whatever platform he wanted to, because she steadily keep taking fucking digs at this child, constantly mentioning either fix it or shut the fuck up. That's at this point, we're getting tired of this. You have a problem with DL. You got a problem with all the folk that you said that wasn't helping you make the money. And I understand because you won an Oscar. But then let's look at what you did. You didn't try to say, meet me halfway. If I do a little bit of this, make sure you get me on the next go round with the money or pay me on the back end. No, she just went all out war against Netflix and these people and that people. And it's just like, I'm just getting tired of her. Sis, take a fucking break. You got enough money to go to therapy unless you think that dick of Sydney's is a therapy. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I see him. And because something about this dude has been bugging me for years in relation to her. He kind of knew with her having the traumas that she's experienced and whatnot and whatever, that he knew he was going to have a fool that he could manipulate. Because how come after everything that you've been through, you go from being oppressed to the oppressor, from being bullied to being the bully? That shit just it lacks adult intellectual or emotional intelligence for me. I'm sorry, I can't. This shit is just tiring and it's fucking draining. Bitch, go somewhere and get some help outside of your husband. And she might want to check them contracts on the shit that she had going on in the movies and shows that she had prior to him. Because if she signed any of her stuff over prior to meeting that dude, she finna find out sooner rather than later just how much she gonna have her in the hole. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Good D is good D, but it should never be that good where it overrides your sense and sensibilities. Yes, you may not have done everything right in the beginning for your child, but both, you're missing out on a grandchild. You should have at least been able to say, you know what, I'm up on my feet. I got what I want. I gotta go make this right with my child, because Sydney will leave tomorrow, and and woe be damned, the whole world, she gonna think it's gonna be against her, and she gonna be in her feelings. But that son is gonna be there until he closes his eyes on this side of heaven. And I think she's missing that point. A man will come and go. You got a PUSSY. You can get as many DICKs as you want. But that son, that's your child. That was the gift that God gave you, whether you was ready for it or not.
So let
And
me
I
ask you
just
this question,
the way
Sam.
she's doing.
So let me ask you this question, Sam, because Monique has said she is open. It's him that they're waiting on participation from. And Sin alluded in his commentary that Shalon has an anger issue, that he's very disrespectful, he's very aggressive. He's had to call him out about the way he speaks, not only to Monique, but to all of the women and people in his life, that Shalon has a plethora of issues unbeknownst to the general public, but that it's not them being disinterested, it's him. So if that's the case, then what? And I also want to make mention that, yeah, she called out people in the industry. I'm going to be calling out people who stopping millions of dollars and stopping my bag and blackballing me out of an industry that I have taken the time to be excellent in, hence winning my Oscar, etc. And any bitch getting in my way is going to get that work. Also,
And
the conversation and also the conversations around her son. These are questions that she get asked. It's not really her going out of her way. And of course, these are the go-to areas when her ops are upset with her. Is your son, you a bad mother, you're out here dragging everybody else, you need to be fixing on. So that's why she's really having to speak to the situation over and over and over again.
But here's the thing, though. Ever since that I can remember, let me say it like that. Anytime you go into having interviews, I mean, a really good journalist such as yourself and commentator and people that interview folks will ask you, is there any questions or any subjects that are off limits? You don't see anybody who wants to interview Beyonce studly bringing up her daddy in front of her face.
But you got to remember
Because
that Monique,
that's already, she already going in that this is what we're not going to talk about.
but
Monique,
Monique has already established herself as somebody who doesn't have any issue having any authentic conversation. She personally don't have a problem talking about her life or what her situations are with her family, her children, etc. She's an open book.
yeah, and so then don't get mad and keep having a windmill when people keep tapping their nerve and keep asking you the same questions about it, whatever, however. But in terms of the son, I mean, a lot that they say about him could be said about me at this age. Not that I am pop offish with family, but I being in the moment of which I'm living in, every little thing teased me to fuck off. So I'm going to be a little bit tense because it's, no one's helping me, but you got your mouth to put on me and you got a lot to say about shit. No, that's not what I need right now. And he probably was that way. He could stand some therapy too, because he got to realize that he may never get the mom that he wants in his life, but he's going to have to go to therapy to work that out and be okay with that. I'm not saying that he don't have no work to do either, but shit, I just
He also would have a role to play in a solution. I'm sorry, you just cannot work out a solution with somebody who is resistant. Like, I'm not going to push solution on somebody who is actively pushing resistance back on me either. I'm not going to either. If you think I'm going to run behind you and you continuously are defensive and angry and menacing or unwilling, then the only logical thing to do is for me to let you then come to me.
Right. And
I'm
here's
not
the
going to
thing.
continue to
This
put myself in an abusive situation by chasing you
exactly.
down about something that you show through your actions you don't want.
And I get that because my friend girl, I'm staying in her house, but every day have you called your mom? No, because I don't need that verbal bullshit right now. I'm trying to figure my way clear, and I don't need no hindrances to my mental health. Both of them got work to do. I mean, I hate that it's playing out the way that it is, but you got to be careful what you put out there in the open spaces of social media. If the young man don't want to be spoke about no more, then let's Monique, even as his mother, look, that's my child. We not ready for reconciliation or whoever or who shot John or whatever. But I just appreciate it if we could not have that conversation because he has a right to have been. Because I hadn't seen the child since he was little. I remember what he looked like, but to see him on however I came across it on IG, with saying what he was saying, I was like, damn, he's that old now. Made me kind of age myself a little bit. But this is not the first time too that I've heard this. Before she even met Sydney, they were saying that she was a terrible mom, and there was some familial issues going on. But it was always framed that the traumas that she had, and I felt bad for her, and I still do, because no child deserves any of the bullshit that any adults do to them, over them, at them, say about them, or whatever. That they don't understand. Especially we got these older parents that they think that just because chronologically I'm old, I'm supposed to respect you. Not that's we're different. I tell people, set your calendar and set your watch, because we're in a different season now. That shit is not going to always fly, especially when you've been verbally, mentally, physically, or emotionally abusive, and then think that in your old age I'm supposed to kiss your ass. Nah, that's not what we doing, because there was always a better way. We may not know the textbook way to do something, but it takes nothing for us to be loving, not only just with our deeds, but with our words. It's like that's something in the Black family we forgot. I mean, just because the world beats you up and abuse you and fuck you over, you don't get to come home and take that out on me when I'm not deserving of that. And like I said, this ain't the first time that we didn't heard some shit about Monique. I've been hearing this shit, but when she was still the big girl.
Yeah, but I mean, but if you listen to what they're saying, obviously Shalon doesn't have a positive track record either. Because if he, I mean, it like being a human being, we all can find people who got something to say about us.
Right.
You can find people who so-called had a negative experience. I mean, I don't know how much there is to say about the fact that we know Monique got people who definitely got something to say about her. But the reality is there's people who got something to say about all of us.
Exactly. And here's the thing. I believe if Sydney really loved her like he says he does, he will shut the fuck up and stay out of it and make them two get together and either work it out or stay away from each other and keep each other's name out of their mouths. And because to me, him being around is a problem. I see something up at this dude ever since he hit the scene with her. I just have never. I was like, I knew then. I said her career is not fit to pop off the way she's gonna want, because something about this dude just don't seem right. And I just,
But y'all keep saying that, but Monique is popping. Monique is not.
she's popping
Can
for
I say,
all
Monique
the
can
is
wrong
not in the
reasons.
obscurity. She's not in the obscurities of society. This woman is on
Trust
Club Shay Shay.
trust
She had a
she not
successful
popping for no
lawsuit.
reason.
She had a Netflix special, a Netflix movie. She done brought the
No,
heat.
Monique ain't popping like she
Y'all,
used to pop back in the
No,
day. Until
I
she
have
got with that
excuse
dude.
me,
No,
excuse me. Yes, Monique
no.
popping, and she's currently relevant as a employee of the Dark Matters tour. Okay, like I
Mm.
said, that whole Club Shay Shay interview was total strategy. Okay, if it wasn't for Sydney, Monique has to still be walking around here broke, not standing up for herself, letting these folk do her any kind of way, throw her scraps. Y'all seem to be really kind of upset that this woman literally said you can't treat me like this. And because she pissed people off that we respected, there's an issue with that. But I would never encourage anybody to take the scraps about shit that they're working for. Like, yeah, you're gonna make enemies. We all know what it feels like to be Monique. We all know what it feels like to work for
Exactly.
man, or to work for the powers that be, and to have to eat shit constantly just to get through and just to make a living for ourselves. We all know the way we are impacted by people in power above us, and how we have to play the game, and we have to zip our lips, and we have to act like we're more blessed to be here than what we really actually feel, when we know we've earned our spot and deserve to be here. But we have to present this humble posture just to make other motherfuckers feel some way. And Monique is like, fuck that. Fuck
Period.
y'all. Fuck that. Fuck y'all.
No.
I don't give a fuck. I
No,
don't give a
because
fuck that you're Oprah. I don't give a fuck that you're Tyler Perry. I don't give a fuck that y'all Lee Daniels. I don't give a fuck that I'm a fat black bitch and I'm asking for y'all to slap some fucking respect on it, because y'all expecting me to.
no,
No. I'm not even just saying per se to you, but I'm just saying even what's going on in the chat. But we are, when we're saying that other people have spoken out against Monique, we are removing a context that these people are also admitting they did her wrong. That there's also a lot of people that did her wrong who are acknowledging that she was right and they fucked up. And we got to include that too in the mix, because that's what she's stirring up.
It's really
She ain't fucking with nobody who ain't fucking with her.
It's really like the women's movement. Like like, I don't understand. Y'all do like, I don't give a damn what industry it is. Y'all do understand that this is for black, not just women, but black. What she's doing is helping us. This is so progressive. Like, she ain't doing nothing different than Harriet Tubman and the rest of them. So how are y'all really sitting up here like really dragging this woman for speaking up for something that we're going to benefit from?
Ain't nobody dragging her for speaking up. It's the man that she with. That's the problem.
Hold on, wait a minute, hold on, y'all, hold on, okay, everybody can't see it. But see, here's the gag. This is what I can't take about our
Cause
culture.
it's my turn anyway. I'm in line.
This is a whole gag about our culture. This is why I cannot take us seriously. This is the same culture that on one end want to scream protect black women. Then when a motherfucker has undying loyalty to a black woman, for better or for worse, by her side, helping her to contend against her open enemies.
You really believe that? You really believe that?
I truly do, because all this other narrative about Sydney is an urban legend at this point. There's no proof. It's all conjecture. It's all assumption. It's all based upon what we feel. I mean, you can feel anything. Some people feel that God ain't real. Some people feel like they think that's the devil. I mean, your feelings are your feelings. The reality is all we got is what's in front of us, and what we've seen is this black man holding down a black woman in a society that's screaming that nobody, especially black ass men, are supporting black women and being the backbone like they should be to their queen.
But did you notice in that post, Conscious, did you notice in that post that you showed us tonight, she barely spoke a couple of words. He was doing all the freaking talking. It's Monique's situation. But he the one doing the talking.
But she's allowing him, so ultimately
she's right. She's allowing that.
Hold on. And he also been in this situation longer than Shalon been a son to Monique, because him and Monique went to high school together. So he been around from the beginning. He's seen all of this. He's been on the inside of it.
That's perfect. I'm glad you said that. Conscious, I'm so glad you said that. That means that this child, before that child was born on this earth, has seen this man from before he was born.
He does have a authority, but I will give you this. I also prefer Monique to do a lot more talking than what she has, but if I'm being honest, I also understand because of how long he's been around and the fact that he's been around from the beginning and he's been a friend to her because they are childhood friends and he has seen all of this through the ends and ends. I also understand why his perspective matters in the conversation around all of this too.
So can't you see why her son is hurt then? This man has been, if that's the case, then that he's been around that long. Can you see the pain that her son is feeling?
Yeah. I spent an hour talking about his pain. I spent an hour and a half talking
and why he's feeling the way he's feeling.
Yeah. And it ain't no wrong with what he's feeling. He can feel how he want to feel. It's his experience to feel how he want to feel. But what we're also saying is that we ain't on the inside of either one of these situations. And Monique has never backed down from the fact that she dropped the ball. She's never said, I was a saint. I was a great mother. My son loves me. She's always acknowledged that she fucked up. She always acknowledged that in fucking up is what made her a better parent to her and Sydney kids because of all the mistakes she made with her oldest son. She has never backed down from that, even to the point of being honest in the Shay Shay interview that they still are estranged and they don't currently have a relationship. And she didn't shy away from those Q&As. She didn't shy away from conversations around where the situation is.
And I could be honest with you about my situation. It wasn't, I remember being young and a lot of things that happened, being a part of your podcast on YouTube and sharing some of the things that happened in my life, sharing with you, being molested, being raped, things like that. And with my mom, knowing things that happened to her, and then to let it happen to me and my sister. And then it wasn't until my mid to late 20s when I started going for counseling after I had went through a really deep depression after I had my first child by my son's father. And it was a really bad breakup. It was traumatizing, everything. I was going through a lot. And it wasn't until I went to counseling, I didn't realize that a lot of the arguments that I had with my mom was me sewing things back up in her face. Well, if you knew this happened to you, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? And me, I'm the firstborn. I'm the, like you said earlier, I'm the, everybody knows the firstborn child is the oops baby, is the, the
guinea pig, yes. Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly. And I'm the oldest. And it wasn't until my late 20s when I finally woke up and doing that counseling for like a year that and involving my mother in the counseling. And this was like in the late 90s, you know what I mean, where even still then, African American families were still iffy about doing counseling. But I knew I needed help because, I had contemplated suicide twice. You know what I mean? I knew something was wrong. And it wasn't until, like I said, my late 20s when I finally involved my mom in my counseling and heard her side and what she went through, her being raped, her being molested, her being verbally and physically abused by her mother. You know what I mean? Her being sexually abused by her stepfather. All this stuff. You know what I mean? Because how Black families are back in the day. You don't talk about it. It doesn't exist. You know what I mean? But yet and still it reappears and reoccurs over and over and over.
Y'all can say stuff like that, and here Monique is speaking to that and saying, this is why I'm gonna keep on being transparent, because as a community, we don't speak. We do hide everything under the table. We are ashamed of what we're going through and the conditions of shit. And she's saying this
because we're still listening to the old folks back in the day, like my grandmom's generation. My grandma will be 90 years old March 27th. And they had that mentality where everything white folks did was the right way. You know what I mean? Thinking that white folks was perfect. And you know what I mean? What we did wasn't perfect. You know what I mean? And it wasn't until me and my sister kind of like elevated my grandma and showed her different things, and that it was okay to, wear an African scarf around your head, you know what I mean? And things like that, to like really, you like wake her up. And that was in her mid-60s. You know what I mean? And you know,
yes. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Because I'm gonna have to, because we got a lot of people here. Hold that thought, Tarita. Before I bring Shauna into the mix, I want to speak to Peace Kai, who I think is actually on the panel. Where the fuck did Donald go? Okay, I see Donald here right here. Okay, so
I'm right here.
Actually, I'm gonna wait to address what Peace Kai said, since she's on the panel. Shauna, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts?
My thoughts. Yep. What happened? Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, one of the things I can identify with Shalon a lot. I think a lot of children are suffer from emotional neglect because most parents don't know, and I think we're in the age of enlightenment that we're starting to understand the true impact of our behaviors that really happens to the impact of our behaviors on our children. My issue, well, first of all, I want to say about listening to Shalon talk. I don't know if it's true because he said talking is his therapy. His verbiage to me seems like he has been in therapy, whether it was in the past or it's current. That he, to me, seemed to have some emotional intelligence. I do agree that when you're triggered by something, you're not completely healed by the whole situation. And the fact that his mother has resurfaced in the spotlight, maybe that is the trigger that you don't know you have until it happens. But what I'm seeing with Monique with that Shay Shay interview before the son even came into the picture, because that was today, is that she does seem to have a problem with accountability. Accountability isn't just admitting to your wrongs. It's changed behavior.
So give an example of this, because y'all keep saying she's not taking accountability. So not taking accountability for what exactly?
Well, when it comes to Oprah and Tyler, it seems that they wronged her.
Accountability. She told them, "I should have told y'all to suck my dick sooner."
But that's not really accountability. I mean, saying like how did she move in the situation?
You don't feel accountable.
But that where was she not correct in the way she moved in that situation? As my question. I don't think it's 100% them, and I don't think it's 100% her. I think it was something in the relationship. Maybe she put too much stock in what they could do for her. I don't know. None of us know.
So y'all don't know y'all don't even have an objective situation. Y'all just like throwing out that Monique needs to have accountability in order to try to leverage the playing field between her and the people speaking against her by making them both wrong.
Monique said why she did what she did.
What is the thing? Because if you got multiple people collaborating to sabotage your career by spinning a narrative that they know is untrue, which came out of Lee Daniels' mouth, came out of Tyler Perry's mouth, and that even Oprah's makeup artist is also speaking against Oprah in her buffoonery. And you have Monique, who had personal conversation with all these people, and all of them were two-faced to her face while they were spraying her behind her back, sabotaging her career. They practically forced her to just address the situation the way she did publicly, because I gave y'all the opportunity to find y'all something else to do. I gave y'all the opportunity also to keep it 100 with me, and all y'all fake ass motherfuckers agreed with me and apologized to me, but nobody wanted to go forward and undo the bullshit they had participated in. So now
she made them make a choice.
Hello. So now you want me to eat up what y'all did to my reputation, take a silent payoff, and you want me to be a model citizen
Period.
As it relates
Right.
to the way
Period.
that I feel and handle the situation, no. I got you niggas on candid camera. You niggas can suck my fucking dick and still cut my fucking check. Y'all played in a real bitch's face, and you better be glad that I kept it on that damn comedy stage, because had this been a Monique without Sydney, a bitch would have been looking like Cleo and set it off with penitentiary braids to the back in the orange jumpsuit. It really could pop all the way off. I feel like Monique actually played her hand just
Well,
fine. And I believe because of the extremity of the situation,
Mhm.
it justified her. Because let's be honest, Monique didn't even slander these people in her response. She literally just kept calling them out for what they all knew they did, and that they all had already admitted to her privately. But nobody once again wanted to go forward and take the accountability they should have been taking. So when we say Monique need to take accountability, how she gonna take response? How she gonna take accountability for a bunch of motherfuckers that lied on her, who tried to blackball her, who tried to lowball her? Now, mind you, she was already doing everybody a favor. This woman took $50,000
Right.
of a pay to do a film that Lee Daniels went on to make, that Lee, Oprah, and Tyler went on to make millions for after the fact, and did that as a favor to her friend. Oprah was her friend. These were her friends. And they all participated in a witch hunt against her because she would not do free work. What did she do so bad in her response to any of that?
Okay, so I'm definitely willing to say you're correct. Maybe in that situation, not maybe. Okay, in that situation, I 100%. I have no dog in this fight like everybody else, so I'm willing to say you're correct. I think what she said, and exposing them was her right. My question is, and this is a question with no intention, I'm curious, what do you think about her situation? Because aside from them, what about the situation with Kevin Hart? She's explaining how he did her wrong, and DL Hughley, how he did her wrong.
So what about?
Do you think it was her? What do you think about her exposing that?
I guess on this platform, and I think I said it on this platform. Club Shay Shay's interview was about pandering to Cat Williams, and it worked. Her ass wanted a spot on that tour. She saw what he did for for Kevin's ex-wife, and she knew that if she got her ass in front of Club Shay Shay and she dropped Cat Williams' name and she said she agreed with him, and then she also exposed some of the people that he had an issue with who did her wrong too, that more than likely would lead to her ass being booked and busy, and that's exactly what happened. So I mean, I don't know what to say about it. I mean, you do people wrong, you open up the can of worms for people to be able to speak to their situations. At the end of the day, she still didn't say anything malicious about Kevin Hart. She just literally cited the situation. Kevin Hart looked out for me at the time when me and my family was on the outs. He cut us a check. We paid him back, added interest, and then some. He then told me that he would have my back to help me to get my show. There was a conversation I had with the studios. They were excited about it. They had a phone call with his manager who said, I was all cap. Kevin Hart don't want nothing to do with Monique, etc. I called him. He said it was a misunderstanding on the studios and his management's part, that he would remedy that and call her back. She never heard back from him. She didn't say that he's a liar. She didn't say he was an evil man. She didn't say that he deserves to die. She didn't wish no ill on his family. She didn't call him out his name. She just spoke her situation.
Right. Do you think there was some intention in telling that story?
Yes, I just said her telling it was to get booked on the Dark Matter tour. That's the only reason she addressed Kevin. That's the only reason she addressed Tiffany Haddish. She had up 10,000 years to talk about this Kevin Hart situation and never did. She had up 10,000 months to talk about this Tiffany Haddish situation and never did. Clearly, the only reason why she went into those people and responded to them and spoke about situations was because she was trying to make an appeal to Cat Williams. That was the strategy. And she didn't do anything more or less, especially when it came to Kevin. She just literally just spoke a situation to Tiff. Since Tiff wanted to be disrespectful and drop a dig, she digged her ass right back. So Tiffany opened herself up to being a historical marker in Monique's history, but it was clear to me that it was all strategy.
What do you think about
but at the end of the day, Oprah and Tyler Perry are still getting off, considering what they've done. And not only done, because we sitting here talking about what Monique has done to other people. Yeah, but look at how many people also got grievances with Oprah ass. Look at how many people got grievances with Tyler Perry ass as well.
Mm-hmm.
All them people got people who got some very interesting stories to tell.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about the situation with D.L. Hughley?
I'll return back to that. I'm gonna let some of these other people get in here first, and then I will make sure I circle back around to talk about the DL. And you remind me of what she said, because I don't even remember what she said about DL. But we'll get around to that. Donald, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts?
How you doing? First off, it's gonna be real quick. I appreciate you guys. I've been listening and rocking with y'all for a minute. Respect and love y'all guys. So the thing about being accountable, right? And when you give an apology, it's about having a changed behavior. The fact that Monique's son, who was very eloquent in the way he spoke, very thoughtful, was very, very careful with his words and put time into respond. I didn't think he responded in a bad way. He just spoke his truth. But the fact that the response to that was led by another person other than his mother is the issue. And that's the trigger. The trigger is, you left me to become famous, and then now you left me for this, and now there's always something that's getting in between our relationship, right? So that's the only part that I feel like this. And in Sydney, he takes over every conversation. Yes.
I'm gonna tell you why that's bullshit.
Why?
That's bullshit because Shalon took up an issue with Sydney.
Right, because daddy
only claiming 3 of the kids.
Of course.
Now, he didn't have no issue with Sydney when Sydney was negotiating for that car and they was giving him his down payment for that vehicle, and when they were doing all the other,
that's still his mama doing that. His mama doing
exactly.
That's it. So
if
you know your son got a pain that you caused,
exactly,
you gotta be the leader of that. That's when a real man knows when to step back and let a woman handle her business. And he say, "Baby, I got your back. I'm gonna support you, but I'm gonna let you handle your son. And if it get out of hand, or he, whatever, then I'll come in." But just speaking, the way he was leading, giving her breadcrumbs, right? So it's almost like you don't know what she thinks or what he wants her to feel. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to him just sitting back and saying, "Hey, baby, look, we love you, Shalom, and we just you and your mom got to work that out." But he wants to be in control of everything in a way, and that's a matter of the heart.
But the part that y'all not addressing is that's what Monique wants. Monique wants a Sydney. She wants a man who is a diplomat. She wants a man who is going to be her attorney at law. She literally been looking for a strong black man who cares, who's willing to articulate.
But that's a matter of the
and break down and confront her. And I believe she's okay with Sydney speaking, because Sydney, to Shalon's point, I mean, hell, he has been a father-uncle figure. He's been a part of this process with them all.
But when I'm talking to my mama, shut the fuck up.
But he did. But he did.
For her.
No. But that's hold on. But see, these are all where we're getting scrambled up at. Shalon said, I don't want you to do with my mama. So this ain't a conversation between him and his mama. He's speaking at her through the internet. He articulated to us, I don't want no fucking relationship.
But what I'm saying,
I don't have no desire to talk to her. I don't have. There will not be a relationship.
But we can see. I'm just saying, it's clear. It's clear what the issue is, and the issue is he feels like he's not acknowledged. And then for him to say, "Oh, he's dealing with mental health issues," that is fine, but that is not your place to say. That is not, and it's meant to be dismissive. So it's saying, hey, he might have these points, but he also has mental issues.
No, that's a textbook scapegoating technique that narcissistic
That's
parents
not necessary.
Yeah, come on,
yes, it is.
Hold on. I'm not saying it absolutely can't be, but what I am saying is that it's not automatically that either, because you got to remember, as a result of Shalon basically calling out Monique and Sydney, now they're postured to come and talk about their side of it. So they're responding. Hold on. So they're responding to him, and in their response to him, they are articulating why there is no coming of Jesus moment. You have an anger issue. You have a lot of other issues that.
But here's the
hello. That you are hello.
Respect.
If there is issues that you have that contribute to why we're not a happy family, then I have a right to say that as a result of trying to make this shit make sense to everybody who looking and judging both parties. That look,
but he's not.
Don't come up here acting like I'm just the problem. Are we just the issue? You ain't taking care of yourself. You know that you are bipolar as fuck. You know that you got angry issues like a motherfucker. You want to be able to disrespect us, call us out of your name, and you don't just treat us like that. You treat everybody else in your life like that as well. Hence, look at the last text message that I sent you. Look at the last messages I sent to you about your attitude, etc. So don't come up here acting like you so articulate, and now you bringing your representative to TikTok and trying to convince these folk that you so emotionally intelligent and you're so astute and you some damn guru and you're on the right side of fucking history when these people don't even know that you are you a whole fucking problem and a half. You a whole problem and a half, sir.
Haven't you already acknowledged that Monique had issues? She had issues. She has issues, right? And she probably raised her son and made mistakes, which is why he may allegedly have issues. So it's okay for her to have issues, but it's not okay for him.
It's not even that. My point would be is their response to his saying how he felt was, oh well, it's because of this. It was never to acknowledge, hey, there was never a point where I heard where she acknowledged saying, hey, you know what, a lot of this, how he feels, I understand a lot of his troubles that he has, I've caused him. She never did that. It was Sydney talking and saying, hey, well, he has mental issues, which he may, but it was the timing and
Monique
the reason that it was brought up.
She literally said in the sit down, Donald, I have taken accountability. My son is not.
But you can't take accountability.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying to y'all. He's saying to y'all, I'm not taking accountability. The reality is, I have apologized to my son. I have been willing to help my son.
That's not accountability.
Why you think he's riding around in a Ford vehicle? Why you think he living the way he living? Because I've been willing to be in his life.
He's telling it to the public and not to her directly to her son.
This shit he's saying to y'all is not completely true according to them. And I don't understand what's difficult about accepting that, because for all we know, he does have an anger issue.
Because when you've been a single mother, you don't put a man before your child. Period.
Okay, so what I'm not
going to do, she goes again.
Okay, so what I'm not going to do is put y'all voices before mine. Now, my question to the panel is going to be, and I'm asking you this, Donald, and then I'm gonna ask everybody else on the panel this.
Okay.
Cause if what Sydney said is true and Monique said is true, there has been accountability. This nigga got major anger issues. He's defensive. He doesn't really want to resolve. He's disrespectful as fuck. And he has a whole plethora of other emotional and mental issues that he don't take care of, that gets in his way of being able to make rash, jointed decisions. Then what is Monique and Sydney supposed to do?
They shouldn't say
You
anything.
don't know that, though. I don't know why you're saying all that.
I just literally said this is a hypothetical. So what?
Right.
What?
Yeah, like,
No,
I have
so-
already established at the beginning of the conversation that none of us know what the fuck we're talking about. We're having
You're-
a hypothetical
Everybody's
conversation.
hypothetical, yeah.
You don't know what it looks like on the inside. I don't know. We're having a hypothetical because all we have is the testimony of
Hypothetical.
two people. None of us know. You
Nobody
don't know. Donald don't know. I don't know. We're having a what could be dialogue about people we don't know personally.
I would like to answer.
Donald, did you answer that question first?
I was trying. So I would say that I forgot the question because of all of that, but don't. I'm gonna fall back.
If what Sydney and Monique said, everybody open your ears. If hypothetically what Sydney and Monique said is true, because it can very well be true, what then are they supposed to do?
Not respond.
Mm.
Because you put your child before your public image, before any of that. That's just my personal opinion. I couldn't. That don't make me right.
Since they're going to respond, because Monique has hold on. Since they're going to respond, because Monique already said, I don't give a fuck how y'all hoes feel. I'm gonna respond. I'm a transparent bitch. Anybody talking to me, I'm gonna talk back to them. So
but
that's
I don't see transparency though.
Yeah. So that's what we know gonna happen. If there's going to be so even taking away a response, even outside of social media, what are they supposed to do? If you want resolve with someone else and the other person is saying they want resolve, but their actions are in complete opposition of that, just as Shalon is saying about them. My mother is saying she wants resolve, but she's unavailable and she's not available for that. She doesn't make herself available for there to be a resolve. She doesn't make herself available for a relationship, where they're saying the same thing on the other end too, that he is not emotionally equipped for a resolve. He's angry. He's disrespectful. He doesn't know how to hold difficult conversations. He don't want to let shit go. And he ain't got no problems when we willing to do all the shit he allows us to do. But then he wants to keep us as the bad guy.
Yeah.
But if we that the bad guy, if we that unavailable, why you sitting in the car? Why you got all these things that came by way of our involvement in your life? If we so terrible, we so ratchet, we so bad, we so evil, I'm such a terrible person, my money should be terrible, my negotiating skills should be terrible, my celebrity should be terrible. Let it all be terrible then.
Right. So your point is, if you're gonna complain about the trauma that you caused, then don't be accepting the benefits from that trauma, basically, because she's able to do those things.
I'm ultimately still just asking, if you don't want to get over it, what am I supposed to do about that?
But I think here's what I'm trying to say is, I don't think she's ever been truly accountable, and based off of her actions is why he's still reacting that way. Because if the issues that it seems, like we're just guessing, that it seems that they've had, the way she responded is the same dismissive, the same something else is more important and something else is first. So which is why he was like, she hasn't made herself available for that, which is why he's done. Because so I get both sides, but I just think that there has to be a point where she stands as a mother and says, you know what, I'm gonna talk to my baby.
Monique literally has said that. She literally said, I want that, I'm waiting for that. He the one came to TikTok. He the one, he the one who had rather talk to y'all about me through TikTok rather than have caught his mama who got him the car he's in. That's the so he got me on the phone. He got me on the phone for that. But he was gonna get me on the phone to tell me what he need from me as his mother.
But that's what I'm saying. So the fact that she's standing in that's not from a place of a mother. That's a place of I feel like I'm being used, and which is her trigger. Her trigger is what she doesn't want to feel used, and she said that on Club Shay Shay. So she's reacting out of her trigger. So of course he gonna come to her for something like that because he feels she owes him, even though he does. She's not. She doesn't have to do anything, but he feels like because you weren't there, you owe me now. And she feels
then.
like.
But that's what I'm saying. So then how much of that attitude is taking up space in the healing where this ain't really about healing. This is just about me using y'all, me getting my lit back. And to be honest with it, like I don't even respect y'all, which is why I'm cussing y'all the fuck out, which is why Sydney having to check me about my mouth because I don't respect y'all, but at the same time, because I feel y'all owe me and and I know that y'all guilt is going to convince y'all to some degree that y'all owe me too. Of course, I'm going to use y'all. I'm going to get what I can out of y'all while also not respecting y'all because I ain't really here for the result of it all. So what I'm saying is like, if that, so like to what you're saying, like how do we know that because that's not a path forward and that's not sustainable.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. But I think because I sympathize with how that young man felt that I'm more biased and I'm not able to be as balanced as you are. Because so I think that I'm gonna bow out on that one because I realize I have a super bias. Because what you're saying,
no bias.
No, my shit is biased.
Everybody look at it. Everybody looking at it how they looking at it. Yeah. I mean, as long as we understand that we're all talking hypothetically. But Monique did tell y'all one thing, Donald. He did tell y'all one thing. I mean, she did tell y'all one thing. She said, "Look, y'all got a habit of counting the big bitch out. And once again, I have a track record of coming correct and being correct. And I got receipts to back up everything that I say about anybody. So this looks like it's going to be another situation where y'all going to let somebody come to the internet, smear me out, stomp me out, slap a narrative on me about shit I already was honest about to begin with. My son didn't even have to expose me, bitch. I exposed myself. I said I dropped the ball. I said that I had some learning to do. I said that I wanted to do it differently when it came to having other children. I'm the one who answered the honest question that no, we are still estranged, but I love my son and I'm still here for my son, etc. He didn't have to spray me about a motherfucking thing. I sprayed me with my own motherfucking tea. That's why y'all host on my business to begin with. So just like all the other situations where it seemed like somebody with proximity to me had credibility and y'all ran to mock me and y'all ran to make Monique the big bad enemy, this gonna be another one of them situations, my sweet babies, where I'm just gonna let y'all do what I know y'all do, because we know y'all don't protect no black women. We know y'all don't side with no black women. Y'all know that y'all want a black woman to be single, to be ugly, to be destitute, to not have no nigga in front of her, to let her narrative and her truth be narrated by everybody. So I'm gonna let y'all be the weak ass coach that y'all is. And when it's all said and done, baby, I'm gonna be sitting here waiting on my apology again when the truth bobs up to the surface and prevails. And leave y'all on stupid. And I hope y'all keep the same energy that y'all did when y'all was believing the fuckery of it all. When the reality and the truth hits the fan. That's what she's saying. And to give her credit, Monique ass got a track record, baby. So far, I mean, I look, I have to be honest. Monique has been a receipt queen so far, and she has been able to expose some really people who had credibility, who ain't so credible. And so because of Monique's track record, and because it seemed that she does tell the truth, and the truth does land on her side, I'm willing to give her side more credence. I don't know Shalon. We don't know him as a public figure. We don't know what his track record is. We don't know him the way that we know Monique. And I understand that there are two there are two types of people in these conversations. There are the people who don't like Monique, and then there are the people who do like Monique, and then there may be the people who like the truth. If you happen to be a truth teller, then you do have to acknowledge that Monique tends to have truth on her side. She does. Whether you like her personality, or whether you like her ghetto-ness, or her telling people to suck her damn dick, at the end of the day, the bitch tells the truth. And the truth lands on her side of it. So I personally don't look at Monique as a non-credible person. I look at her now as somebody who has credibility, somebody who has a track record for being credible. Netflix sided with her, Lee Daniels sided with her, Tyler sided with her, Oprah makeup artist or hairdresser, whatever he was, sided with her, and she's in a situation right now saying, look, shit playing out, and I know, yeah, you know, it's a mother to parent situation. It's going to look ratchet for what it is.
Is it possible for her to be all the...
Go ahead.
Is it possible for her to be all these things, but also made some mistakes when it comes to her son at the same time?
But she said what she has said, just that. What more do y'all want from the woman? The woman has literally said, I fucked up.
That's what I've been trying to ask.
She's not denying that she fucked up. The woman literally is throughout all these interviews saying, I fucked up. How many goddamn views need to be on a video for y'all to remember that I'm the one saying I fucked up? I fucked up.
So again, hypothetically
speaking,
she did, hypothetically speaking, you know, she owes him something. Don't you think that she should work things out or go to him?
Well, I want to be clear about what you think she owes him, because I may not think she owes him whatever you think she owes him.
I don't think she owes him anything. I was just saying, in those dynamics, you know, there's someone who was hurt and he wants to have the love of his mom ultimately.
Well, no, he's saying he doesn't.
Even though he's saying that,
he's saying he doesn't.
He's saying that no man, there's no man. I mean, I've worked with children who are abused, and they still reach out for their parents. They never want to be. That's not natural. So that's just a lie. No.
Okay. Well, okay. So let's say that he wants, because I've already said I also don't believe he is over it clearly. But I don't ask the panel already. Monique said, I'm waiting on my son. My son isn't waiting on me. I'm waiting on him. I'm the one sitting here ready and willing to get on to the next chapter. He doesn't seem to be interested in getting to that chapter because he wants to be the proverbial victim. He wants to be mad. He wants to hold on to the past, and he wants to use the past to extort us. He wants to use the past to blackball us into doing the things that he can benefit from, which for him right now is monetary gain. He's not here to do the real work.
Money, though, in that conversation of everything that he addressed, he definitely said everything opposite of what you're saying right now, because what he was saying was he didn't want money. They would use it.
I have already acknowledged that what he's saying to us may be different than what is actually happening in the situation. Just like what they're saying to us may be very different than what's happening in the situation. But
I'm saying, if we're talking about hypotheticals, okay, it seems like you're more leaning towards Monique. But
I just told y'all why, because we know Monique, and we know she has a track record. We know her more than we know Shalon. We know her more than we know Shalon. I didn't even know that Shalon was a dad or a comedian, because that's how much I don't know about Shalon. What I do know about Monique is that she's an actress, and so far she's been able to back that ass up with receipts. She got videos of them goddamn trailers being blown to smithereens on the set of Come Christmas. She have her receipts of Tyler Perry admitting that he was a fuck nigga and he was wrong and he needed to cut the check. She had recordings with Oprah Winfrey's makeup artist hairstylist saying that Oprah Winfrey ass is a shoe shining ass lesbian coon. I mean, she got it. She got
We
it. She
don't
got
know
it. She
her
got
to
it.
the
She got it.
capacity of being a
We don't
mother.
know Shalon
We don't
though.
know her
I
at the
can.
capacity of being a mother.
We
That
know.
we agree.
We know her more than Shalon, and Monique has
Okay,
had the truth
ain't no
factually on her side to this point.
take away Monique's title. Make her a regular bitch on the street.
A regular
If
bitch,
you
you
put
still
the
got the truth.
hold
A
on, because
regular bitch, you still got the truth.
if you're putting, because we're talking in hypotheticals, remember. So if we put Monique, because one thing about me, I'm not against Monique. I love Monique and I see her as an auntie, but I personally, and I am a millennial, I was raised by a boomer and a Gen Xer. Okay, so seeing Shalom come out and speak to a response to his mother who was asked or brought up him and Sydney talking about 3 children, whatever, he had a right to respond. And I feel like narratives like that kind of paint it to where it's like, shut up, don't speak on her because what she's been through. No, you can be, Monique can go through everything she went through and then not being right what she went through, and then also being an ancient person to her son. You do not know Monique to the
She
capacity of
already
being
has
a mother.
admitted
No
that.
one,
So it's no debating that. Y'all keep
but
debating something that has already been generally accepted and something she's already admitted to.
So
Y'all
she
keep
but
has to
keep
do
on being
something to fix
a
it
broken
besides
record.
buying
We
her.
know Monique dropped the ball. She admitted she dropped the ball. She done said it a trillion times. So now what?
And
Now
so
what?
she comes out and responds. She's not responding. Her daddy's responding, which could be the issue, which we do not know. Like you said, we don't know nothing. But how it's appearing to me, because I love Monique and I don't have nothing against Sydney. You know, she want her king, her daddy, whatever. Do you? I love that she has came out and spoken on her truth when it comes to the industry. But that's where I feel like the things need to be separated, because yes, she can be done wrong in the industry, but then also done her son wrong. So my thing is, you talk about truth and light and all of
But she
that.
hasn't admitted. We know
I'm
she.
looking at what
The
her son
problem
is
isn't
doing.
trying to figure out if she did her son wrong. We know she did.
So
Shalon has said that, and Monique has said that. That's
okay, so
so.
now
We
her
already
son,
had.
speak on
So
that.
hold on, because y'all seem to not be clear about what type of result we're trying to get here. We're not trying to confirm whether she did wrong. That much is like that's a moot point. We know she did wrong. We know she dropped the ball. We're past that. We're talking about now the narrative from them both that she's the reason why they can't actually resolve anything, and they're saying he's the reason why they can't resolve anything. That's what we are unearthing.
From what I got from what he said, was that on both sides there was no resolve, and then also what he did ask for was not to come in here with money. If you want a true relationship, money don't do nothing. I came from a family where
He
like
took the money though.
my dad was there, but he wasn't there. So like dad in the house, parents still married to this day. Middle child I am, and the only girl. So when it came down to me healing the relationship with both of my parents separately, because every relationship is not the same. So the relationships that my brother had with my parents are not the same as the relationship I have with my parents. All of my siblings, we all have different relationships because personal relationships are different for everybody. So my whole thing was he spoke on his brothers wanting to continue to have that experience of whatever motherhood that they have, but he did not experience that. So what I feel like is gaslighting is when you come on and you allow your nigga to call out your blood like he ain't shit. And regardless, okay, now I'm not excusing if he has had any bad behavior because accountability needs to be built on that. But at the same time, to try to dismiss him because we don't know him, that's her son. So if you saying you feel all this way about Monique, blah, 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 that's her blood. So my thing is, to me, I'm not even caring about them being celebrities. I'm not caring about them being Monique and who she is, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, because guess what? My parents are real as fuck too, but they don't mean they didn't do no fucked up shit or didn't make choices. They did the best that they could do. So the stage that I seen where with that response he had, he didn't say nothing malicious about them. He did not say any slander towards nobody. He wished them well. So with the
He didn't say
response of
anything malicious.
the response that Sydney gave, because really what Sydney did was that was a 30, 40-minute, 45-minute advertisement for Mo on that darn tour. So, and also using that platform not to discuss the truth, because to me, this topic right here is an example of what needs to die with the old parental patterns and conditioning to dismiss your child publicly. And I'm not talking about on the interview. I'm talking about that response to me showed me that she don't give a fuck about her son. Because I'm not a mother yet. No, I'm not. But if me and my mother were estranged and she allowed her nigga to call me crazy, regardless if I am or not, but to come out, because that's not being transparent, that's being manipulative. Let's start there. So you talk about truth and seeing truth, you will be able to discern that nigga's is a used car salesman. That's what Sydney is. And I don't have nothing against Sydney. I'm just saying you can see it.
Exactly. And if you were a
I
step
don't see
parent,
that.
would
I
Oh,
don't
you
see
you
that.
can't, because I don't see it. I
Me
don't see what
neither.
Well,
Can I please get in
no.
here?
I'll say for me, because me and
I
my
think that what y'all are used to seeing is black ass women being unprotected by black ass men.
black ass
It
woman.
has nothing to do
And
with
so when
that.
y'all do
I-
see a nigga having a
but I-
bitch back, all y'all
That
see
but
is
it's
he
her
gotta have ulterior
son.
motives.
but
He
that's
gotta
not
have
He
ulterior
has a
motives. He gotta be a
responsibility
fraud.
to
He
her
gotta be using a black woman.
that's
He
not
gotta be up to something no
no.
good. That's how used
that
y'all are
You
to
don't get
not
in
seeing
between
a nigga have a
parental
bitch
stuff.
back. That's how used to y'all is to not seeing a nigga have a bitch back. That when a
oh
nigga
that
is
Her
having a
back
that's
against
motherfucking
her
back,
son?
that when a motherfucker
He's
is having
not
a nigga's
is her
back, when
son
a
really the
motherfucker
enemy?
is having a nigga's back, baby. Because where is what's his name? Where is motherfucking Oprah's nigga? Like what's her name? What's his name?
Stedman.
Stedman. You talking about
Where
Stedman?
the fuck Stedman at, honey? Out there letting Oprah fight for her damn life while she being accused of molestation and Epstein shit and fake racism and outcry, and he got his ass sitting there privileged with his feet up while Sydney on the other hand out here side by side with a motherfucker.
but
And
that's
y'all ain't
not
got nothing
the man
objective
will
to go.
allow his
Y'all ain't got
Well,
nothing.
that's
Oprah
not
ain't got a child by
Y'all
Stedman.
ain't got nothing objective to go off of, but what's in y'all
I
imagination.
actually do, but I can't get it out.
And y'all
All I'm trying
imagination is what
I
y'all.
actually do.
I
Actually do.
I feel. What?
Well,
Okay.
from
What
what I'm seeing,
feeling is
we
Uh,
only
this?
can go off of what we're
At the
seeing,
end
though.
of the day, all we can go off of is what's actually happening. He by his wife's side.
so what more can
Oprah
Monique
ain't
do?
don't have a child by Stedman.
And he been in their life before before Shalon was even born. He knew his mama before he even knew his damn mama.
It don't matter.
What does that have to
That's her blood. That is her blood child.
exactly?
She
What
gave
is
birth to that boy.
what
Are
is
you
But
kidding
if
me?
she's
right?
I don't care
accountable,
how
what
long
else
that
can
man
she
been
do?
in Monique's life. That is her child. That is her son.
Her
Her
child don't
firstborn
want a damn
child.
thing to do with her. He told y'all that.
Can I
That
can
he
I ask a
want
question?
to
Because
raise him. What are we missing? What is not clicking? Because
I
Right.
he's
I'm
talking, he's
trying to
What's
tell
not
y'all. I just
clicking is that y'all don't expect the step parent who been there from the
no, that's
beginning to actually
true.
have
That's
a say
not true.
so
Step parents
in
not
a situation for one.
step
The
parents
It
second
be
issue
one.
is y'all got an issue with a black man actually having unconditional dying fucking
I
loyalty to his wife and standing on
do.
business when it
I
comes
had
down
that.
I
to
I
have that.
had
three.
that
I
with my
have
husband. God bless the dead. My husband
wow.
died in 20.
You know
My
what?
husband died in
I
2022,
actually
and I had
I
that.
don't have to overtalk anybody on this platform. The other problem is, fine, we don't deal with everything Shalon is saying, but y'all refuse to also deal with what they're saying, that he got a temper issue, that he
That's
is
what they saying though. They're
can
Monique,
I
he
please
has
speak
a
to that,
temper,
Conscious? Can I speak to
Monique,
that?
that he has a
so
temper
let's
issue,
not.
he got
There's no perfect victim.
he got mental issues, he got temper issues, and he is literally thinking
So
they're going to be able to collab on sustainable resolve as long as he is also unwilling to check his temperament and check his mental issues.
so
Now, this is the guy. Hold on, 'cause I ain't finished, because I don't know if any of y'all ever had to deal with people who have untreated mental illnesses, but I damn sure have.
I have.
And let me tell you something. It is fucking explosive and one of the most psychotic scenarios you can fucking be in when you're dealing with people who are not in their right mind, who refuse to take their medication and take care of themselves, who you're trying to love and give community to, but are informed by not the facts, not informed by their intent, but are literally being informed by their mental illness.
so
And that's
I've been a nurse for 10 years. That
the only
man,
thing that you get to fucking communicate
that
with
man
every
is
time
not
you try to
mentally
go and have
ill.
a conversation. And
That
that's the
man is
only
not
thing
mentally ill. Not
you
by any
we
stretch.
don't know. You being a nurse don't mean shit. You don't know
And
him.
it might not be
I
You
know,
visible.
don't
I
know
know
him.
that's the
You
expected
don't know
I
him.
response,
don't know if
You
but
you
I
don't
can
know
see it
him.
from a
You
mile
don't
away.
know
He is
him.
very well
You
put
don't know
together,
him. You being a nurse
I
but
don't
don't
know him
mean nothing.
either.
I
You're
can
You
talking
just
about
see
a
it from a
person you
mile
don't
away.
know. You're
you
talking
don't know
about
him
somebody you
either.
Okay,
don't
conscious.
know. You
You're
don't
right.
know him.
You
You're
don't
And
right.
know him
But
either.
and they
That's
neither
what
would
do
I'm
not
you.
and
doing.
they
But
would not
neither do
say
you.
that
Don't
if
know him either.
and they
Can
would
I ask a
they're his
question?
parents and they're saying it.
But that
They're
they
saying
do
it.
that.
From
Narcissistic
Sydney, the car
parents
salesman. Gotcha.
And
will.
truth
You,
and truth
they can
and
have.
truth and truth telling parents do it too.
Can I finish?
Sure do.
Narcissistic parents have a
And
pattern of behavior.
truth telling parents do it
It's
too.
okay, but I'm not saying Monique is any of these things. I'm
Y'all are
not
saying that
accusing
by
her.
saying no, narcissistic parents do it.
But
And
I'm just giving you.
do it.
This is what
And
is
I'm
coming
a nurse.
through
And all that shit
because
don't
she's
mean
putting
nothing. At the end of
herself
the day,
first.
y'all still talking about
She's putting herself first.
it's the cognitive dissonance for me because y'all
Not
refuse
me.
to
I'm on the
listen.
other side. I
That's
just
Y'all
haven't been able to speak.
babe.
to whomever the shoe fits. Y'all keep forgetting that y'all are talking about a woman who once again has a proven track record of telling the truth. If they said that boy got mental issues, more than likely he does. They will have no reason to lie on him, just like Monique ain't lie on her damn self. I
But
was a
isn't
bad
that
mother.
also
I was a
exploiting
bad
him?
mother. I
Isn't
was
that
a bad mother.
exploiting
I
him?
was a bad
If he's so
hello.
disabled,
I was a bad mother. I dropped the ball. I fucked up. And just like I can tell the truth on me, I
if
can tell the
he's
truth on
so
his ass
mentally
too.
ill, why are they
Can tell the
exploiting
truth
him
on his
and not
ass
trying to
too.
get him
I
help?
told the truth on me, and I'm gonna tell the truth on him. He talking to me, I'm talking to him,
Because it's not
and
true.
I'm
He's
telling
not
him
mentally ill.
why they're in a kumbaya. You got a temper issue, and you got mental issues, and those are
No,
the
he
facts.
doesn't. No, he
And he's
doesn't.
Well, I
35. At that point,
No,
all she
he's
could do
not.
is take accountability. What more
No,
can she do?
he's
well, one thing she can do is not allow her man to speak between her and her blood son. If he's supposed, first of all,
That's
thing,
his.
the
Okay,
thing that
hold
was
on.
twisted for me. Hold on, can I speak for a second? Thing that was twisted
I'm
for
over.
me was them really sitting there saying like, oh well, he's not considered. Well, he don't call me daddy. He called me uncle because I've been in his life. I've been his uncle. So that's why I'm like, but if you married his mother, that makes you stepdad. So you already not even claiming him as your son. So it's really
He's
levels and a rule.
35.
It's really deeper than what's really been said. From what I seen from that long video I watched, and I was waiting for them to touch on something else with Shalon, but they only gave him like 5 minutes of anything. So I was wanting to see how they was going to respond as Monique being his parent. Cause like I said, I've been through a situation similar to where, okay, you the black sheep or whatever, blah blah blah. You come out, everybody saying you crazy. Then the truths come out, just like what Monique was going through, right? She went through her whole little being blackballed, all that, and then the facts started coming out. So it is in due time, but I see as this is the time of the veil being lifted, the age of Aquarius, the veil has been lifted and ain't nobody safe. So therefore, yes, this can be true about Monique in the industry and also her, even though yes, she spoke on her not being a good mother. Yeah. But then when you're also speaking on it, he has every right to come out and say how he feels. And if he felt like, Mama, why are you sitting here trying to front? Like you waiting on me when you know when the last time we tried this, we wasn't you just wanted to throw money in my face saying, oh well, I did this. Like providing is a replacement for actual emotional relationship, and that's
That's
not true.
hypothetical.
And so that's where I'm at with it. And it's not even that I feel like Monique is a horrible person, because I love Monique. But like my own parents, like they're not horrible people just because they did the best they could. From her lineage, it's a generational trauma. It's generational curse. And that's all that is. And instead of her addressing that, she is allowing her nigga who didn't even go through what she went through as a child to address it. So until Monique addresses her stuff that she got going on for real with what happened with her parents and her brothers and all of that and that
She
neglect,
did. She
I
did.
got,
She
I'm
did. She
talking
yes.
did
about
all
no
that shit.
inaction, not from saying. I'm saying from the way she
She
allowed them
did.
to
She said,
talk.
I wish
They
them
both
well.
got
I don't want shit to do with them, but I wish them well, and that's on that. And they've been well
to.
since.
until
And they both
until
got to
she
stop the
allows
cycle.
herself to actually go through that therapy with her son without Sydney. I
He
don't
don't
feel
want
like
it.
she'll ever like she's
Her
at a
son don't want
one
it
thing
He
though.
and
don't
he
want it.
doesn't want it because he knows that's how
Her
he is.
son
He's
didn't even
never
say
going to change.
y'all got more commentary on sin than the son did. The son ain't even
Period.
got much damn smoke to Sydney.
He
His
don't want
smoke
to
is
talk to
with
nobody.
his smoke is with his damn mama. And y'all up here got like y'all got seeing more involved as the problem than the
Well,
damn
Sydney
son
was the
do.
Can
one
I
that
say something?
responded. I wouldn't have nothing to say about Sydney if he wasn't the one that actually came out and responded and called him crazy while Monique is sitting there
He
looking.
didn't call him
He
crazy.
known him all his
He
life.
said he
He
had a
didn't call
mental
him
illness.
crazy.
What other way of that?
Mhm.
That's still. I mean, we can go
No,
from
it's
things
not
to
the
mental
fact.
like
See, y'all
one.
the ones who put hold on. Y'all the ones who put a
Woo.
stigma on mental illness. If somebody has
Yep.
mental illness, it's mental illness. It's not calling somebody crazy. It don't take nothing away from them. But if a person got issues and they got issues that they're not taking care of that get in the way in which they live their life and the quality of their lives, those are simply the facts. Now, if y'all go and project onto that and say, oh, because you bring it up somebody's, well, every time that y'all bring up her SA, then that's the issue. I mean, people get to bring up the facts. The facts are the facts. It's not a negative thing because he's mentally ill, but if he is unchecked or he's not taking care of his illness and he's
Now,
out there living willy-nilly like a lot of people do who don't want to be on meds, who don't want to go to therapy, who self-medicate through liquor, through drugs, through weed, through alcohol, all things that millennial motherfuckers do, who got mental issues and trauma, instead of actually going through with proper treatment of their issues, try to take their issues on themselves only for that to cause more issues. We act like we don't see this shit every day. We act like we don't know people who do this and people who neglect themselves in this way.
We
We
are
know
done.
I think
damn
what you're
well how
saying
much
is
of a
very,
reality
very
that is.
dangerous. I think what you're saying about this man and even though you're saying hypothetical, you're trying to paint a picture of him, and I don't think it's appropriate at all.
Thank you.
Well,
It's
I
not
don't think that
appropriate
your
because
commentary is
it.
appropriate. Thank you.
Well, I'm not trying.
And you can
I'm
go and
also a
afford
fan. I'm a
and you
fan
can
of
go and
Monique.
afford yourself to be in an appropriate space because we're here to have a raw conversation and we're dealing with what both of these parties said about one another. And I
Yeah,
ain't had
and
nothing
I'm a
and I
fan
ain't
of Monique. I'm a
and
huge fan of Monique.
I
I
don't care
love
nothing about
Monique,
you being
but
it's irrelevant if you're a fan or not. It really doesn't matter. If you don't have the kahunas to be in a space where we are unpacking shit, because I ain't said shit about this man that ain't being said amongst this panel and amongst the commentary given by both parties. That's what we're here unpacking.
that he's mentally ill. He doesn't take his meds. So you're
If
saying, let's say
I
he
Nobody
didn't,
is
I
said.
didn't,
mentally
Oh
ill.
I didn't
What?
God.
say I didn't say he emphatically did or did not do those things. I said it could be true that it is.
Yeah, but okay.
Just like you are here trying to make everything he said about Monique true, I'm sitting here doing
I'm not trying to make
I'm sitting
everything
here doing.
about Monique.
If you wasn't trying to do that, you wouldn't have no objection to what I'm saying because I'm reverse unoing the situation back in Monique's favor and saying, just like you willing to believe that
It's
what he's
not
saying
about
about
who's win or losing. It's
hello,
not about win
you,
or lose.
just like you are sitting here trying to make fetch happen and you're trying to make everything he's saying true about her. I'm reverse unoing that shit back to you and saying they also made claims about him. So what if those things are true? That he has a temper issue, that he has mental issues. That's what his mammy said. That's what
Okay,
his
Francis, I
pastor
have a
said.
question.
So you can take the issue up with them because for all we know, those things are true. And since Monique is the only one out of Shalon and herself that has a historical track record of telling the truth, I'm going to believe that she told the truth about her son. Just like I believed her when she said she didn't raise his ass and she dropped the ball on his ass and she took responsibility for that shit and she wasn't a mother to his ass. So it's funny that we can believe all the negative shit Monique would say about Monique, but we won't believe the shit she got to say about another motherfucker. You're the one who biased. You're the
Well,
one who
what?
can't take the heat, boo. You're the one who may need the moonwalking back up out of the kitchen because the skillet is real hot and we're here to get into it.
Let's get into
Exactly.
it, baby. Let's get into it. No, but quick
Exactly.
question: how would you feel if Conscious just? I'm just personally just asking you. How would you feel if your mother told you she didn't want to raise you
Bye.
as a child, and she put you? I mean, I'm not, like I said, I have nothing against
That
Monique.
happened to me.
Okay, so
Happened to me.
if that happening to you as a child, that is it okay to say with the child hearing from their mother that they do not want to be raised by them or don't want them, basically? How
No, that's not
that
okay.
psychologically, how that could psychologically mess up that child? Because I know he spoke on him dealing with that knowing that, and that he had his mother's manager, who was his auntie or something, or cousin, take care of him. And she's spoken on saying that she didn't want to raise, she chose fame. So I feel like with the conversation that with what the response that he made in that video, he was speaking to, okay, when are you going to choose? Well, this is my perception of it. I could, it's my opinion. So this ain't based in fact. This is my opinion. From what it was sounding like to me, it was sounding like he was trying to hit on basically him wanting his mother to choose him. Like, fuck that nigga. And not saying to excuse his mental illness, whatever that may be. Because everybody have something going on with him. I don't know. But I'm saying for a mother, if you have a child that's mentally ill, unless they are a murderer, are you going to allow yourself, a man, to get in between you and your child? And I'm not saying Sydney specifically, but I'm just saying at the time my child comes out and vocalizes all of this about this is how I feel about me and my mother. We're not at a point right now to speak, period.
Okay.
And not saying that she needs to go do flips or whatever, but I'm saying as a mother, like, what any mothers
I
in
can
here, I
answer.
want to know,
I can
would you
answer.
allow another man, or
You
allow
finna
yourself, unless you're not ready to take
Hold on, how many times
accountability
are
from
you
certain
asking this? Because you done
Right. Right.
questions and a dissertation all in one. Like, what?
so
Like,
sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, my question is to you, how would you feel if you were a child and your mother said that she didn't want you, she didn't want to raise you,
okay,
she
so let me
chose
take it
fame over
one
you?
deeper. Okay, so let me take it one deeper. Short version of this is you're talking to somebody who has had to forgive people who never even said sorry at all.
Exactly.
Talking to somebody who had to move on from people who never acknowledged what they did.
Yep.
So what I would do as a grown ass man who has the opportunity to get in front of my healing and to get in front of my mind and to get in front of my problems is forgive for my sake, not even for my mother's sake. My mother never apologized to me for a motherfucking thing she ever said or did. My father
Hello.
never apologized to me about, I'm 38 years old, never apologized for a motherfucking thing that they did. And my stepfather has apologized time and time again. And his saving grace was I had already forgiven him before he ever began the repentance process.
Ooh.
So what I would do is what I tell any of my students to do, what I get up here and tell anybody to do when we talk about healing and spirituality and being made whole, is being made whole, is being made whole. That also involves coming full circle with peace. If you're waiting on people to tap dance and tiptoe and do it and bust an 8 count for you to feel better, unfortunately, that is a mentality and a psychology that has sent so many people to the grave. And a lot of motherfuckers are dead and fucking gone who was waiting on somebody to give a damn about the way they made them feel. Now, if you want to hang yourself on that hill, a person has free will to do that. Even God allows you to be mad as hell and bitter until the very end. You have the will and the range and the freedom to go out with a bang or to go out like a fizzle. That is completely up to you. The universe don't get in your way. The Lord don't get in your way. The people who hurt you don't get in your way. You can handle it how you want to handle it. But if you are talking about having as much joy in your life, oh yeah, baby, work. It's a reason why the scriptures say, let every man or woman work his or her own soul salvation out in fear and in fucking trembling. Because to get to a point where you can dissolve your ego enough to let go of all that injury, to let love into all those wounds, to let love fix you and repair you, as Beyonce said in All Night Long. When my oppressor became my remedy, the very thing that tortured me is the very thing I use to actually heal me. Yeah, that is a type of healing and a type of self-love and a type of self-care that is not for the faint of heart. When you have been severely betrayed by people, when you have been severely injured and exploited and hurt and victimized by people, nobody is saying that healing is romantic and that healing is some Mario Brothers first level boss game. Some of this shit, depending on the severity of the injury, will bring you to your motherfucking knees. To your knees. And you doing that just depends upon the degree of happiness you going for in your life. And your mama don't get to dictate that. Your daddy don't get to dictate that. Your siblings, the foster care system, nobody gets to dictate how much happiness you can afford yourself but you. And we're all going to put a different degree of work into that shit. Some people have done just enough work to survive. Some people have done enough inner work to reclaim certain aspects of their life. Some people have went so deep down into this shit. Some people have committed to such a level of reparation in their life, have committed to such a level of repair and restoration in their life that they came back for everything. It was about getting everything that their problems had costed them. They went and repaired everything that damaged their ability to be in interpersonal relationships as a high functioning person, everything that got in the way of why they couldn't attract the proper mate, everything that got in the way of the quality of their health that was keeping them from eating right, keeping them from exercising, keeping them from getting off drugs. They went and did the full fucking work across the board. Everybody gonna commit to some, to their own degree. Some people gonna say, hey, bitch, all of that sound like too much for me. I find it easier to just be mad as hell and make somebody else responsible for the way that I fucking feel and get them to be in this. Everybody gonna choose their solution. I don't know what bruh talking good. He say he done. He say he over it. He say he don't want that. It ain't giving that to me. But Monique also and them are saying, look, it's not us. And once again, my heart really goes out to the both of them. He's completely valid in his feelings. But like Iyanla would tell anybody in their feelings, boo, like at some point in time, everybody gets to choose whether they gonna exit or enter. Everybody gets to choose that. And I think it sucks that a parental situation is fucked up like this and it's happening publicly and it's triggering to everybody involved, because you got parents here who know what it's like to have made their fair share of mistakes and are attempting to do better in their children's lives and are being mistreated, who are being disrespected and dishonored because the child in this case, as an adult, is unwilling to move past, and the parent ain't strong enough to transcend their own guilt, so they stuck in this trauma bond with their child, and they do everything they can do to make it well for their child, but it seems like it's never enough. I gave him cars, I give him clothes, I showed up, I tell him I love him, I do all this, I do all that. He's still not happy. He's still disrespectful. He still called me a bitch. He still called me a hoe. He's still da 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 da. It's sad as fuck. And then you got people who have been Shalon, who have parents who never was going to take responsibility, who make everything your fault, who make you seem crazy, who da 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 da. So everybody has been in either one of these shoes or in both of these shoes to a degree, and I done seen it every which a motherfucking way in the situation, which is why I think the conversations can be powerful, because we get to speak to what it means to be a Shalon, and we get to also speak to what it means to be a Monique. Somebody else want to get in here?
Hi, Conscious. Hi,
Who's
Conscious.
speaking? Is that
Andrew.
Andre? Hey, Andrew, what's going on, love? Thoughts?
Hi, I'm doing well. I'm so proud I didn't break in one time. See, see, I'm trainable.
Period.
But I want to. Hopefully, I can get it out like I'm thinking it right. I think there's multiple things going on here. I think, for the most part, everybody in my mind has a piece of this puzzle, right? And knowing you and hearing you, I see you really support Black women. That's everyone knows that about you. And I think you see a Black woman that's been out here who's been, appears to have been beaten down, who appears to have been telling the truth, and seems like she was screaming in the ether and nobody was listening. So I really I get that. So I don't want you to think I'm not against her. I see her and her son and their situation as extremely sad, and I see them as victims. But let me as both victims. But I want to touch on like each one of the things that
Yeah.
we're talking about. One, um, Sydney knows her. Like you said, he knows her longer than everybody, knows her better than everybody. Been friends, been best friends since childhood, all of that. Monique herself admitted that she was in special education in school. That's not a knock. I'm not talking about anybody that has had those issues. I'm speaking on that as a fact. She spoke about being in special education um, in school and admitted to what sounds like a learning disability. Okay. In my opinion, Sydney, again, he knows her best. He knows her weaknesses. A lot of times it has been my experience. My mom worked with people with special education for 30 years. And so we were always around those kids. I mean, I would go and volunteer in the room. I was more comfortable with some of the special needs and special education kids than I were with the mainstream, right? So I had a lot of experience in dealing with them, and a lot of times because they may not have the understanding or feel misunderstood, or maybe the maturity level to express communicate correctly, right? No, express themselves and how they're feeling. A lot of times they are truly misunderstood, right? And they feel misunderstood, and they feel like the world's going on. So let's add in her trauma to that too, right? A childhood of that type of trauma, and that you could not get away from, that you were not believed about. And we are who we are raised to be. She brought that into her adulthood. So now we have those things. So now like she said, she was an angry person. The way she posed it, she was promiscuous. I don't look at it that way. We all know, we have learned, now that a lot of kids with that type of trauma will grow up and be promiscuous. It's not uncommon. But she had these two failed marriages. She said herself, she didn't do well. She was not interested in raising a child. I don't think that she was emotionally at the other place where she could raise a child, right? I mean, who would be in that instance? Okay, okay. That was a lot of trauma, and a lot with her learning disability. That was a lot for one person, okay, to overcome. She needed to heal, and the people who were responsible for healing her didn't. So I get that. But then that public humiliation that she suffered with Gerald Levert, I remember that was a horrible public humiliation that she suffered. So she spoke on that too. She says that she spoke on that, and he was there for her during that time. I think that was a storm of things. Um, I don't see what he is doing as being the support that it appears to be. But my reason for that is I think he has manipulated her for a number of years. She was in her a very, very vulnerable state, and she wanted to change at that point. She wanted to change her life, didn't really understand how to do it, had been public humiliated. So she has all of these traumas and all of these things that are going on. And she went to this person who knows her best. And by him knowing her best, he also knew how to mold and manipulate her best. And he
It's
in my
hard.
opinion, in my
Agreed.
opinion, can I finish? Because I promise I didn't interrupt anybody.
I might interrupt you as a head honcho here, but go ahead.
Okay, no, not you. I know I'll be quiet when you interrupt me. But
I just since you already interrupted, I just got one
mhm,
question.
mhm,
What has Monique turned
mhm.
to be that is so bad that
I
it
didn't say
is?
it was bad.
I didn't even finish
Mhm.
asking my question
I'm sorry.
because you are talking about Sydney contributing to Monique in a negative way. So she then turned out not so well. And I was going to ask, what has Monique turned into that is so terrible that it must, that Sydney has to be the villain in the story? Because I don't see anything that Monique is doing that is any different than anybody else is doing.
Okay. So in my opinion, I am not even saying calling out the thing. I'm not talking about calling out the things that she felt were wrong. I'm saying not reaching resolution. One example of that, because like I said, it's he's not taking her to any resolution that can benefit her. Not just
In terms
financially.
of what, like with her son, is what you're saying? Like,
I'm talking about in every aspect.
how can we say that when?
Because we're looking, okay, here's why I'm saying that. As far as with Tyler Perry, right? If we go back to the audio, right, where she and it's good she kept it, right? When she goes back to the audio, there became a point at which there was about to start being accountability on his part and resolution, because he had moved to resolving that. And she did that on her own. That came about when she was speaking to him, not her husband. When she and he shut up and he listened. He for the first time in that conversation, he got quiet and he started listening to her. And I believe she started to break through, because at that point he started to go towards resolution. But what happened was, as soon as that happened, Sydney broke in and took over the conversation, and she didn't say anything else. He disrupted that conversation that they were having, that they were almost at a breakthrough point. And he turned the conversation completely away from that resolution that they had started to get towards. And he
Hold on.
never allowed her
Hold on. In, in which conversation?
in the
In the Tyler Perry
conversation,
conversation?
in the recorded conversation. That
Okay,
was a
so
point
let's
at
be,
which.
hold on. So let's be completely honest here.
Mm-hmm.
Both Monique and Sydney were focused on the character issue in the situation. She was just as pressed about that apology and him needing to push an apology and make a public statement, which I agreed was a part of the.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. What I'm saying
But
is,
also, if the best y'all got is
I'm
this
not done.
man
No.
is the man, this man is evil because he's a little chattery
Mm-mm.
and talks a bit too much. Y'all gonna have
Nope.
to come a little better than that.
That's not what I'm
I'm gonna
seeing
need
him as.
something.
I'm not talking
I'm gonna
about
need
the
you to do
being
the same.
chattery. I'm not talking about the being chattery. Okay, I'm not talking about that at all. What I am saying is, I see him when he inserts himself into the conversation. What I'm seeing is a level of control. I am not saying anything against Monique, right? Like I said, I think that she was right to express herself. But let's go back to even before the conversation that they had, right? What she said in the conversation about the situation when it was active, right? That she went in the room with him and just snapped his hands. And what he told her was he wasn't, in the business of giving people money who didn't work, and she was not in the business of working for free. Now, in hearing her and hearing everything that she said, what we all know to be true is she took $50,000, which was a paltry amount, right? To do this, and had not been fairly compensated to even be able to do this, and then she felt disrespected when it was expected of her. And so I get all of that. What I did not get from her, and what she has not said, that is how she articulated it. When she told us that, we know that to be true, but she did not articulate that in that way to them. And I am saying, I am not absolving them of their responsibility in doing her right. I'm saying, in order to get to the resolution, to get to the end that she needed, that she needed for them to have the accountability and for them to be able to admit that and make that right and go on in that moment right then, so it didn't have to go out the decade that it went out. I'm saying that is where that conversation should have been centered, not on all
It
of the
was
things that
never
got added into it.
it was never going to happen, because when in listening to the conversation, you heard Tyler Perry give them his end all, which was, I was never going to go forward and exonerate you because
But that's what I'm saying. By that point, it had gotten to there, is what I'm saying.
no,
By
but
that point,
it got
but
into, but everything they said was on fact.
but
You
that's not what I'm saying. I'm not even saying, I'm not saying that what Monique said was not factual.
all Tyler,
I'm not
y'all
fighting
making
that.
Sydney the bad guy for what another motherfucker did. Tyler Perry at the end of
No,
the day was
I'm
in the
not no, I'm not. I think
Tyler
Sydney was
Perry at the end of the day was in that hot seat. Tyler
and he
Perry
was
is the
wrong.
one.
I'm not saying
Tyler
he's right.
Perry. Tyler
I'm
Perry is the one who needed to make a public apology.
but conscious.
He
I
needed to
I'm not
publicly
I agree
exonerate
with
her.
I agree with you on all of that.
They were
That's
on
not what
his and they were
I
on his
agree
neck
with you
about
on
it.
that. I agree with you on that. That is not what I'm saying. You're not getting an argument from me on that. I think that he should have. I think if they would have resolved it, it wouldn't have gotten to the point where he needed to do that, because I think that it would have been made right in the moment. But
No, 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 no. So
No.
see,
please let me get it out.
no,
I
but this
promise
because
you're
no,
gonna
this
get
is
what
the
I'm
part that is
saying.
because this is the part that is so fucking triggering. You cannot make Tyler Perry's incompetence and lack of integrity about Sydney. If Tyler Perry wanted to do the right thing, it don't matter how long they had to have that conversation. If he was determined to see that his actions were wrong, they economically and socially impacted this woman, half of this conversation wouldn't even have went on as long as it did, because he
You're
would have
right.
been able to say, yes, here's the check, and guess what? I'm going to bring you on. We're going to have a public conversation. Matter of fact, I'm going to call Oprah's big ass, and we're going to sit down on her show, and I'm going to apologize to you thoroughly and publicly there. That was it. That was all. That was
I
all
am
they were
not saying that
asking.
that's
That was all that they were asking for. It is not on Sydney that Tyler Perry changed his mind. It is not on Sydney or Monique that weak ass pussy ass nigga did not have the integrity to simply mean what the fuck he said and to do the right thing because he did wrong. He
that is
did.
not what I'm saying. I'm not
That
absolving him
is.
of any of. No,
You are
I'm not.
literally saying that because of the
No,
way
I'm not.
Sydney handled and engaged the conversation, that it made Tyler Perry then not interested in the resolution and
No,
had she just piled back and let Monique stand in her moment, etc. They could have got to what she needed, but what they both established they needed was a check and a public apology. And that was the part that Tyler Perry was unwilling to give to them.
but conscious. That's it. Please, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, yeah, all of that by Tyler Perry. He was moving in his ego, and he has his own cross to bear about that himself. He was wrong about all of that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, her husband did not. He inserts himself in every aspect of her life, not as
Or
not
manager
hold on, not I understand that, but your manager is supposed to manage you in a way that gets you the result that you need, and the result that you want, and the
your
result that you
manager is not a
deserve
miracle worker. He can't make Tyler Perry do anything.
in every situational conscious. That's what I'm saying. I'm not
Do
saying
you think that
anything.
all managers
I'm,
actually have a 100% track record of getting
but do
their
they have a
clients what
zero
they
percent?
want?
But do
That
they
would
have a
be
0%
that
for a
would be a
decade?
very soft a very false expectation of
No,
statistic to believe that because somebody is a manager that they
that
can guarantee you
but
what you want in every given
but they
situation.
can guarantee you something.
That
They can get
doesn't
you
happen.
something.
That's
They can
why
get you
people
something. He
swap
didn't get
out
a nothing.
management
He didn't
all
get
the
a nothing
time.
for a decade. I'm saying
Andrew, can I say something to you real quick, sister? Hey, boo.
hey.
Because I think that, how do I say this? I think that people are being blinded by the false narrative and the agenda. Like, for me, he may not always articulate himself. Well, I don't think he badly articulates himself. He may be off-putting to some people, but I think that that there's been a false narrative created because this is a black man.
I
That
love
is
black men. No,
listen, no,
hold.
please,
I got to
no, no,
stop you there. It's not about him being a black man.
no, no. I'm
It's about
speaking.
he
I'm not
manipulates
speaking directly about.
everything.
No,
He's
I'm not.
isolated her. He has isolated her.
Andrew, please hear me real quick,
Oh,
please.
Jesus.
I'm not saying that this is you specific. I'm speaking in general because it's the general public's
Hmm.
consistency. Most of the general public do not like this man because they feel like he talks too much. He's inserting himself too much. Forgetting the fact that he is her manager at one. He is her husband. Like two, right? But I think it is the distraction that was created with the false narrative because here you have a black man that is supporting a black woman that has been deemed angry, dysfunctional, toxic, and unprofessional. But this woman has been proven, as Conscious says, she's been dropping receipt after receipt, showing that, or everything that she's in general, right, that we know of, her complaints has been factual. She has presented these receipts, and this black man is supporting her because I don't even think that she even goes off anymore. But
I
he's been
don't see that as
supporting her
supporting.
passion and her aggressions.
I don't
And
see that
so,
as that. No, I see. I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. And there, and if I, you know me,
Andrew,
I
you
would
are
admit
off.
that
You
as
are
that.
off in a rabbit hole, Andrew. You literally
That
are talking
man
about.
has. That man is. That man. I see her just like I see Jocelyn Savage, just like I saw with R. Kelly. She is control her. She can't. She doesn't think for herself. She thinks what he thinks and what he tells her to think. The
but
woman.
that's okay. You know why that's
No, it's
okay?
not because it's
Because
not
what?
getting
No,
it's,
no, no,
it's
no,
getting
Andrew. Let me
her
tell you why that's
further and
okay.
further away from what she
No, why it's
needs and
okay is
deserves.
because what they have been proven. If that's how he listen to me, what she's given is classic victim, right? Classic victim syndrome. I'm not victimizing her, but classic victim syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
Most victims want a hero, especially a person that is not fully healed from their trauma. They want support. They want someone to stand up and defend her.
Exactly. You are
He
right.
listen. He's been giving her that, and I
No,
think
he
that because
hasn't. No,
no,
he
he
hasn't.
had, but Andrew, he has though. And listen, I think the reason why people don't think that he has is because Monique comes off so aggressive
Mm-mm.
when
It's
she
not
fight
about
and stands
Monique.
up for herself, right? So I
My
think most
issue
people
is
feel
not
like she don't
Monique.
need, huh?
My issue is not her. It's not. It's nothing about
No,
her coming off. I
no,
see
I'm
it. It's
speaking about
him.
him. I'm speaking about him, but I can't speak about him because the issues that most the general public has with him is actually him doing his part as her spouse
Mm-mm.
again and
Nope.
as her manager. And I think that people feel like she don't need him to be a mouthpiece because she's her own mouthpiece. She don't need him to defend her, but sis feels like that's the reason why she has quote unquote she bows to the submission of this man because although she's capable of doing it for herself, she wants someone else to do. Clearly, she wants him to do it. And I think
Thank you.
everybody wants to paint the narrative that this man is controlling and manipulative. But
He is.
I'm gonna be very honest. Isn't Monique a Sagittarius?
I don't know.
I
All
believe
I'm
she's a
saying is,
Sagittarius.
all I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is, if a strong man, great, fine. Stand up for her, great, fine. What I am saying is, get to a push to a resolution. Do not push to keep this woman in this place where she is
They did push for
perpetually.
a resolution.
But
No, he's
what
not.
because
He
that's
does
what I was gonna
not.
ask her. What
How would
He
they
does
resolution
not?
have
not.
they not
How would they
pushed
not
He
forward
push
does
towards?
for
not.
the solution?
He does
They knew
not.
exactly what they wanted. We need a public apology, and we also damn sure don't mind a check. I mean, it was. I mean, like they literally kept saying the same shit over and over. They had to talk Tyler Perry into trying to understand how it made sense. Like, no, yeah, you need to make a public apology because you cutting us a check don't solve the reputational damage. These people still out here believing that I'm a difficult fat black ass bitch who is just so crazy and menacing, and that I'm just so difficult and such a diva, and I'm just so narcissistic, and I'm just causing unnecessary issues with everybody. And oh my God, you should never want to work with me. So you cutting me a
It's
check doesn't
okay.
resolve that. You need to go forward and take that stick off my name.
I
It's
think
not
people
just
wanted
that.
her to
No,
be up there crying like
no,
Taraji
I don't want
and
that.
be
I don't.
all sad
I
and
hated
soft
to see that.
spoken.
I hated to see Taraji doing that. No, I don't want her. I want Monique strong. That is not what I want. What I also don't want is this woman's every aspect of everything in her life.
But what
Is,
if,
is,
but
is,
Andrew, what if that's what
mm-mm.
she wants? Because you
She
talk
wants it
about
all in
what you
smoke.
want.
She
But what
wants
if
it all.
what
She
if
wants every aspect of her
but
life in
if
smoke
yes,
because
but
that's
what
not
if
what she
that's
said
what
she wanted.
But what
That's
is
not
that?
what she
But
said she wants. She said
hypothetically, what if that is what she wants? Because you're speaking what you want for her, but what if that's what she
no.
wants for herself?
No, what I'm saying is she has said what has said that she doesn't want her life in shambles. She has said she wants the relationship with her son. She has taken I take I, I'm not even saying she hasn't taken responsibility. What I am saying is to come out and take over and say the things he says. I am not saying that he shouldn't do his job as a manager. I am not saying that he should do his job as a husband. I am saying he needs to understand what those roles are. And he oversteps on some of those things. I have a wonderful step
According
parent.
to who though? You not Monique. You only Andrew. She don't feel that her manager oversteps his boundaries. She
But
don't feel.
here's the thing:
She
whether
feel
or
that
not
he.
she feels
She
that way,
feels
her
no,
life is
no,
showing
no,
that he
no, no, no,
has.
no, no, no,
Her
no, no, no.
life is showing that
She
he has.
she wants her
With her
nigga.
child, with
She
her
wants a
career,
husband manager there, and that is his job to
he
be
can
there.
be
His
there.
job
He
is to
can
be
be
there.
there. He can be there. I am not
His
saying
job
that.
is to be there. He's her manager.
I said he can. I am not saying he
Exactly.
can't be there. I
How
am
is he
saying
overstepping his boundaries when he's supposed to be at the negotiating table
I'm
negotiating?
not I'm not saying that he
Exactly.
shouldn't be there. What
I
I
think
am
Andrea is
saying
speaking
is
about the
Monique,
son,
no,
and Monique
no, I'm talking about
in that
Sydney.
perspective.
I'm talking about Sydney. I think her son was speaking out of her, just like you all. I think that he was saying some things out of his own trauma and out of his own hurt. I believe that he does want a relationship with her because he never would respond if he didn't. It wouldn't have pierced him. It wouldn't have hurt him.
Not
The way
true.
the things that he said
and
wouldn't have pierced him and hurt
how
him.
y'all got more
Not
issues
true.
with Sydney than the son got?
The son does. If you go back, the son does. He said his mother, but his issues are with Sydney
Oh
because
no, see, y'all would do anything
No,
to make
he did
this
not
no,
say
happen.
that.
Y'all
no.
would put
Yeah.
words in
Oh,
Can
people's
you
come
mouth
can
and
on
you
now.
can
oh
you
y'all,
allow me to tell you why I
y'all
say
would do
that?
Mm-mm.
anything to
Can you
have
allow me to tell
have
you why
y'all
I say
imagination
that?
verified. Well, no, he meant this. He meant
No,
that.
no.
No,
Can you?
I
I know.
think
I'm
he
going
meant
to.
this. No, no, no,
No.
no,
I'm
no,
not saying
no,
what
no.
he meant.
It's even what he said. He had
Exactly. That's
issues
what I'm
with
going
his
to. What he
he
said. I'm
had
not going
issues
to
with
what he
his
meant.
mother.
I am
Y'all
not.
got issues with her husband.
I think he
So
has issues with them both. But what I am saying is, when he spoke about both, and not saying Sydney this, Sydney that. What he did was being as passive
no,
aggressive
he
as he
spoke
could
about
be.
her being a
No,
liar,
and
her
her
being a
daddy and
fraud,
her this and
her
her
not
that.
taking accountability,
Yes,
her
But
claiming it was about
that
him.
was
No, it
shots
was
at
very much
Monique.
so
That had
about
nothing to
her.
do with
He was calling her
no,
out.
calling
he
her
was
out. And
calling her out.
what he
About
He
did
was
was,
things.
calling her
listen,
out, and
Sydney
if
caught the straight bullets that were ricocheting. He was coming
he
for
was aiming at them
his
both, and here's
mother.
why I'm saying
And
he was.
when he was talking to no, because
No,
he definitely was not coming for that
nobody
man.
hurt me, honey. Nobody
He
hurt me.
definitely wasn't coming for that man. He actually just caught straight bullets because he was throwing shots at his mama. And
No,
the
He
I don't
literally
think
said,
did.
he
I'm
was
up here to
he was
talk because
spraying
my
them
mama's
both down.
talking.
He was
I'm
spraying them
responding to
both
my
down.
mama interview. He literally is got his foot on Monique's neck.
Okay, hold on. I get what you're saying. I am not saying that he is not coming after his mama.
You
What
are
I'm
trying to make
saying
that
is,
happen,
no, I'm
Andre.
not.
You
No,
are
I'm
trying to make
not.
that
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I'm
why?
no.
But can I ask you, Andrew, why is
I,
it a problem if this man has been in this boy's life all his life? He's been
and
somewhat
being in his mama's
being
life longer than he's been in his life.
okay, you
literally
gonna
had
let
it
I'm
all
gonna
of his
answer.
life. Why
I'm gonna,
is it? Why can he not? Because just because Monique chose not to fully address it and allow, because she could have said at any given point in time, "Daddy, let Mama say something." She could have said any
exactly,
given
and she
point,
should
and she
have,
chose not
She
to.
didn't want to.
She
and she
does
should
not.
have.
In my opinion, I think that because she said already, she didn't go into details. Well, she has in the past, but she didn't really go into details to say what she did to this young man or whatever, what the traumas were, right? But she just openly said she fucked up. So it's no need. She didn't try to go into details, and the son was he wasn't going into explicit details, but he dropped a little plant seeds here and there, whatever. I think that Monique didn't feel the need. She didn't really want to feel the need to go into details with her son. She just wanted to make it clear that whenever you're ready, I'm here. I think the husband, as her manager, I think he wasn't even coming from a place as a parental figure or uncle figure, whatever. I think he was coming from his managerial position and wanted to create a proper narrative to give people understanding that
No,
we're dealing with someone that had some mental issue.
he was coming out in his ego. That's what
And
that
that's
was. It
what
was.
but
It had nothing to do
you
with
have managers
managerial
that you do have
anything.
managers that have
But
egos. Like, so it could have been very much an ego.
that was as her husband. That wasn't the manager speaking. That was
I,
Sydney
I,
speaking.
I honestly think that people, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that he is a very intelligent man. I don't know if he always, because I don't watch them that often, but I don't know if he always uses emotional intelligence in his deliveries when
Oh no,
when
I
they
think
go
he
live.
uses it. I think he uses it well. I think he uses it very well. The reason why I say that I think he uses it well, I think he uses it to manipulate and control her.
So well, let's let the pendulum swing both ways. Because
I say if he,
I'm not
but
really here to tell
but
you
I
that.
want you all to consider what I'm saying
He
because
can't
No,
even
no, no,
keep.
listen,
I
what did
want
you
you all
say,
to consider
Andrew?
what I'm
Andrew, I
Can't
saying.
promise
even
this is what I thought you said.
hold on. He can't even keep Monique from telling these people to
Suck a dick.
he, to suck that
Period.
dick. But y'all out
Exactly.
here
Because he
believing
likes
Exactly.
that.
this
He
woman
wants her
is
to say
so
that.
damn
He
controllable.
wants her to say that.
No. Here's the gag.
Oh
But
my
why would that be?
God.
Wait, Andrew, but Andrew, please.
Hold on. Here is the real gag. The real gag is y'all got Monique fucked up, and y'all are not even gullible as fuck if you honestly, truly fucking believe that Monique is the one being manipulated. If
She said
anything,
it herself.
if anything, Sid is an extension of her ass, not the other way around. Not
She
the
said
other
it
way
her
around. And
she had
that's why
said
she
that.
takes and that's why she takes so much joy
Nope,
in
she
him
said it
being
herself.
there because he's an extension of her.
No, she
How
said it
do you? Because
herself.
I want to know, how do you think that's beneficial if he's being manipulative and all that you got? You saying
Mm-hmm.
that all that he's doing is backfiring and is not working in
Mm-hmm.
Monique's favor. How does that serve him? Like, what purpose does that serve him? He's not benefiting from that. Because then she's not being booked. Therefore,
Okay,
she's not getting
okay, let me
paid,
tell
right?
you. Okay, let me explain it. You all are under the impression that I think he's doing this to manipulate her to control her money. No, I don't. The benefit is her doing what he says. He is a controlling
You
person.
think so?
I I do. I do.
Oh my
Because this
God.
woman said herself, in her words, she said she
No.
realized that she had to step to the side and let him. So when you all said, you think she's gonna let him? Absolutely, because she said she was. She
Can I
said
Hold
tell
she
on.
you
did.
why?
Hold on. And don't forget what else the verse says. She
Hmm?
also said, "This man didn't ask me to do that.
Hmm.
He didn't ask me for the position. He didn't
And
ask me to move from the head of the table. That's something that
and
I
nobody
came to."
and no good
Hold on,
controller is ever gonna do that.
hold on. That's
Hmm.
something that I felt the need to do. My nigga didn't look for the top spot. I didn't feel no issue with the position I had him in. And since she the one changing positions, that lets us know that she's still the one in control because she's controlling
Hmm.
the
Okay.
monopoly.
Okay. So now
She's the one who gets to choose whether she the head or the tail or the body,
no.
etc. Because that's how in control Monique is in this situation. Furthermore, let's also deal with what the rest of the verse also says, which is that if it wasn't for Sydney, y'all wouldn't even be hearing me through a Shay Shay interview. Y'all would be hearing me through a securist call from an all-female inmate facility.
Okay, here's my thing with that. When you say I can convince you to give me more of you or more of anything. I'm not talking about money, more of anything. I'm not going to. I can't do that by saying give it to me and demanding it from me. No, the best way to get the most from anything and anyone is to convince them they want to give it to you. That
No.
so that is not
Woo.
the
I'm
easiest way.
sorry, sis. I
Can
The
I
disagree.
say
easiest
something?
way. Hold
Go
on.
ahead and
Okay.
say it,
Okay.
baby.
Let me give you an analogy, right? An analogy to that.
I
Okay.
already know,
You look
like
at people that
what
vote
you're
against their
saying
own
is
interests. You look
what
at
you're
poor white
saying.
people that vote against their own
We
interests. Why? They have
understand,
convinced
but
them
we're
to give it
saying
to them.
what we're saying as well is that but that's all an assumption. Monique is not articulating an
Yep.
experience being manipulated. She's not. She's happy with her husband. She's happy with his management.
And
She feels good about it. He feels good about it. And all of this other urban legend shit about he's manipulating her. Fine, I understand some people feel that way, and manipulators
Reach.
sure can. However, Monique ain't never and is not currently, to me, giving me pause to all of a sudden believe that she's some gullible, frail ass damn woman who just gives up power or who is etc. I feel like Monique truly has found a partner that actually she was able to really see her own ego at work, and she wanted that balance, and she realized how much her ego had costed her, etc. I really don't understand. Like, I really don't understand what this passion is behind wanting Sydney so bad to be the supervillain of Gotham.
To be an abuser.
Exactly.
Because they don't understand the balance he brings her.
It's so deep. I did not know this whole Sydney thing was this deep. It is really something.
Oh my God, Conscious, you don't be seeing on the blogs and stuff. You don't be seeing the comments when they post.
No,
they go ham on
and
him.
you know what? Because psychologically, we're so used to Black women being abused. Like, this is all trauma responses. We're in general, as a culture, as a race, as you know, whatever we are, male, female, all of that. We are so used to, like, it's unheard of to see a woman like Monique of her status, right? Her characteristic. It's unheard of to see someone that strong, that defiant. She's a rebel. You understand? A misfit. It is so uncommon to see someone like her to submit herself to a man, to a Black man, and on top of that, but a man, let alone, and y'all know how I feel about the Black man, you know, like, but there are some good ones out there, and honestly, I feel like he's a good one for her. He may not be a good one for Andrew. He may not be a good one for Toya. He may not be, I don't know who else up here. But he's a good man for her. That woman was tired. Okay, that woman been going. She in my opinion, she literally experienced extreme battle fatigue, and she was looking, waiting. I believe she manifested that motherfucker. She was looking for some relief.
And guess what? And we can assume that Monique, I'm sure, in them realizing that they wanted to be together, she had that conversation with him in terms of what she needed out of a partner.
I mean, for them to be friends all them years, absolutely. That man watched all what she went through, and he knew exactly what. So if y'all want to say that he's a manipulator, he's a motherfucking manipulator. He watched all the trauma that this woman went through, and he decided to level the fuck up and be what she needed him to be. Now, if you want to call that manipulation, thank you, Lord. Listen, hurry up and sit. You know, get that nigga right, get him back right. You know, let me do. Monique, what's your prayer, sis? Because how dare we want a Black woman to be protected, and we're actually seeing a Black man. We want Black women to be protected by our own, and we're actually seeing a Black man doing that. I think the reason why he's so vocal is because he's over. Like he. How do you say that when a person is when they overdo it to try to, like, you know, step up? He may do a little too much when he talk too much, whatever. It may be too much, but I think he goes out of his way to present himself that way so that she can know I have your back. And I think he also wants to let those, especially them Black men, because if we think about it, when he gets up, I haven't heard him really drag Oprah, like, really, but I know I've heard him like drag Tyler. No, he comes for the men. So
he's
how
doing
dare
exactly what she asked him.
Like, how do we really be upset about
and she also shares so much about how this man keeps her from going off on the deep end when she is ready to go to jail, when she is ready to be politically incorrect, when she is ready to go left and go straight up Baltimore on these niggas. Like, he's the one that's keeping us. Like, if we think she too much, and this is the conservative version of Monique we saying, and if we think this too much, like, clearly we ain't even getting a full view, because this is a rather tamped down Monique, and to her own admission, she could be getting into a lot more trouble than what she's getting into if it wasn't for him balancing her out. I think that Sydney genuinely sees things the way that Monique sees things. I think he recognizes that Black women are being strong-armed, that there is a sexist and a racial issue in the industry. I believe that because let's be realistic here. When we look for partners, we look for what? Compatibility. We look to be equally yoked. We look for like-mindedness. So I'm not surprised that Monique has somebody who pretty much agrees, but he just provides another method for Monique to go about getting what she wants, which is a part of what he brings to the table that she appreciates is he wants what I want. He's not telling me to suffer in silence. He's not telling me to accept any old thing. He is teaching me about my worth, but he also doesn't believe that I need to be bombastic as hell in order to get that. But you know, so I think all of that is there now.
Can I ask you a quick question, Conscious? Because us and our subtopics, right? You know what? Because I've been thinking about Jada, right? And it's interesting to me. Why is it that every time a Black woman asserts herself and uses her voice in the most powerful way, there's always accusations of abuse? Now we know that with Jada, they're saying that she's the abuser for Will, and then the situation is different with Monique. But why is abuse always why is it that when a Black woman truly, truly asserts herself in a healthy, may be vulgar, but in a healthy way, is abuse always thrown into the mix? Like, why are we so quick to run with that narrative?
I have learned from the Will Smith, Jada, and the Monique Sydney situation that the Black community don't know what the fuck they're even. They wouldn't know healthy if they saw healthy.
Exactly.
They wouldn't even know healthy if they saw healthy. And we do have a lot of growing up to do as a community. I think that advantage of, because then you have the part of the community that's disappointed in men wanting Black men to be that way, especially when a Black woman is allowing a Black man to play his Black ass role. Then it's like, oh, well, she's a dummy and he's a fraud. So you get the part of the community that's angry at Black men who don't want to see no good in Black men, and then they're a Black man be decent, then are going to nitpick at everything they can to find the flaw and then harp on the flaws, but not also recognize all the other great things the man brings to the table, even if he can't solidify every single deal, even if he is a little bit too chatty, even if he is a little bit too talkative, because that's just how protective he is of the person that he loves and how much he wants what's best for her, that he may take up too much of the conversation. Ultimately, Monique allows that. And ultimately, I can permit it as long as she agrees that what he's saying is the truth, whether it's coming out of her mouth or coming out of his. Because at the end of the day, they married and they won in spirit. So whether I hear it from Monique or hear it from Sydney, I feel like I'm hearing it out of her mouth when I hear it out of his mouth, because that's what being married affords me to receive them as one in spirit. So when he talks, as far as I'm concerned, it is Monique talking. It is Monique talking. Now, like I said in my earlier commentator, since her son called her out specifically, it would have been nice to hear a lot more from Monique than Sid. But then once I really thought about Sid's role and how long he'd been in both of their lives, and the fact that he also did tug on Sid's wig with the 3 kids situation, and they had to put that in context, etc., then I understood why Monique allowed him to speak. I wouldn't even be shocked if they had a conversation before they went live and they had a discussion, and the discussion centered around, hey, because this is your son, let me do more of the talking, because I don't want you to get too personal. And I know that this can be a personal trigger for you, because this is your son and he's calling you out. And before you let your emotions kind of get the best of you and things kind of get revved up, and then people going to be in that comment section talking that shit and all of that, let me do the talking so that you don't say anything out of anger or out of being triggered, etc. Because once again, Monique recognizes her daddy as helping her out when it comes to her emotions and when it comes to her mouth, that she could get flippant, she could get emotional, she can get personal, which is why she dug her goddamn bloody heel into DL the way that she fucking did, because she's excellent at going to war. She's an excellent soldier. So I think, in short, rumors and tea, yeah, it's just because there's a lot of disappointment in Black men, and unfortunately, Sydney, I believe, is inheriting a lot of the disappointment that members of the Black community have as it relates to Black men. And I think that if a Black man doesn't show up, we criticize them, and when they do show up, we don't believe them. So then it leaves the Black man in no position to really be able to do anything well, or to really be seen for what he actually is, because he's always going to be subjected to a narrative from the community, one way or the other. He's either going to be lazy when he's underwhelming, or he's going to be a fraud and a manipulator if he's doing too fucking much. But if I had to choose between either one of these options, I'd rather Black men be overdoing it for Black women than underdoing it.
Right. Because I don't see now, because I haven't seen a damn thing that this man has done to even suggest that, like, all I've seen her do was just submit. And like, and the thing about it is, her submission is not even that I've seen, because people say, oh, it's gender roles, whatever. But I just think that is for her. It's a level of respect. I don't think it has a damn thing to do with gender roles, because what she's showing us is equality. That's what, her whole movement, her fight is for women's right. You know what I'm saying? Fair pay. You know what I mean? Like, this woman definitely is a feminist. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't see gender roles being a thing. I just think that she respects him so much. And I believe that because she does and truly believes that this man is raising her in a sense, even though she's an adult, he's teaching her how to activate emotional intelligence. You know what I mean? How to, you know what I mean? Like, like she said, he's the one that's keeping her out of jail. So I think in that way she references him. And I know to some people that's creepy, but it's okay. Some people want to see, there are actually people out here in the world that want their lover, their mate, their partner to be their mother, father, sister, brother, they're everything. There are people that think that way. They want you to be a little bit of everything, whatever it is that they lack in their life. She lacked a parental figure, and he's played a role in that. You know what I mean? Like, he's fulfilling that part for her as well.
Boy.
And she's not looking at it from instead, like, she is not an incestuous mindset. Her needs are being met, and I think that is important. Like, we say we want people to treat us well, you know what I mean, love us and give us what we need. Well, this apparently is what this woman needs, and he's fulfilling it. Let's normalize allowing people to live their truth, whether it's for us or not, because what you eat don't make me shit, and vice versa. If this is what is helping this woman, and she's happy in her situation, and there's no harm, don't try to slap something on and make something beautiful. Like, we're being distracted, because we talk more about her character and less about, you know what I mean, forward moving. She's putting this situation out there. Andrew, you were saying that if you're in the chat, you were saying he's not offering any solutions. Well, maybe that's the reason why these public conversations are important, because since he's not offering, in your opinion, offering any solutions, then why don't we offer solutions? Why criticize and not just, or if you're going to criticize, let it be constructive criticism. Offer, don't just tear the person down, because it's for our benefit. Just because they're in Hollywood doesn't mean anything. Like Conscious said earlier, we've all experienced this in our lives where people have not valued us, and their actions have showed us that they hadn't valued us. This woman wants value. She already has value. She wants them to acknowledge her value. She knows what she brings to the table. This man is supporting that. Ultimately, that's in all of our best interests.
And I don't think nobody's thinking about what, like, the fight he had to put up to get a force like Monique to even follow his lead. Do you know the level of trust she had to put in him, and maybe the fight he had to deal with to get her to trust him? Because what I see is him making her comfortable enough, and her wanting him there to remain, to keep her poised, to keep her ghetto low,
to keep her, you know, in line as far as what she's trying to articulate. That's what I think she want him for. I think he doing exactly what she want him for, giving Yeah, her that a peace man of watch mind. her. That man Yeah, watch her. He watch all yeah. she went through. And
He
he
know
and
exactly
he-
what she want, and she want him there. I feel because I have somebody like that, but like I've been trying to get in all night. I'm sorry.
you
I
good,
just
bro?
want to listen.
Can I go next
I just
after
want to
her?
say this. I'm in Shalon's place. I'm in Monique's place, and I have a daddy. I got a parent that walked out, didn't want to do her thing, and she actually left me to raise her children. And I spent my 20s being bitter, neglecting my own son out of the bitterness that I don't have a grandparent to help me with my kids. So, approaching my 30s, I found myself apologizing to my son because being mad about my own parent did reflect on him. But now it's to the point where you want to stop being mad and you figure out what do you need from this parent that you probably ain't gonna get. And for me, it was like what most is accountability. And I feel like he got on there and said she wasn't accountable. But the way she said it before he even did that, I feel like she went to the how for a 35-year-old grown person, once you admit everything that you've done and acknowledge their feelings, I don't think it's no more after that because I haven't got my mother to take accountability. And that's the last thing I need. She don't hurt me either way because I don't deal with her because she ain't accountable. But once I get that, I done already did all my healing. As an adult, she can't do nothing else for me.
No, I
Like
think she can. She can, but I'll go ahead,
she
baby, because I
can if she can. You right. It's something else left there that could be salvaged. But without her taking accountability, I should take it back and say, I don't want her to do nothing else for me. Not unless she's gonna at least verbalize it. Because if I missed your childhood, like she can't go back and help me raise her own kids. It's gone. So just thank me for doing your job or acknowledge me. Something. But I can't get like
I
in
think
my own self-healing, it's no more.
relationship with her. I think he does. I think he
He
just
needs
wants.
to admit that if that's what he
Yeah, he
wants, though.
does. He does, but
He needs to admit it.
think he's probably triggered the times that he has been around and watching. I guarantee watching her with the twins, how she's
Yep.
with them. I guarantee
Mm-hmm.
that's a trigger for him.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell you a quick little personal story. I have an older stepbrother who was my stepdad did not really parent my older stepbrother, and my dad pretty much just dropped the ball. He only saw my stepbrother like kind of here and there throughout the years when we was coming up because he was really married to my mom around the time that or him and my mom was dealing with each other and engaged and married and all that kind of stuff around the time that like that birth situation happened. So he pretty much just focused on the family he was creating with my mother, and then my stepbrother kind of took a back burner. Now my stepbrother and my stepfather are completely estranged. They were and had an active relationship up until probably last year or year before last. And my older stepbrother is doing what I was stating earlier, where he, that's my surround sound. He is using my he really wants my stepfather to pretty much play Santa Claus to him. And my stepfather is too aware of that being toxic. And my stepfather is interested in a relationship to my stepbrother and also being like a grandfather to my stepbrother's kids and all of that. But my stepbrother does not allow my stepdad to have any autonomy. So my stepbrother cannot take my stepdad telling him no without it triggering his childhood trauma. And because my stepbrother was like so neglected and so abandoned, and my stepdad was so not there for so long that no reminds him of that abandonment. When my stepfather will not give him something that he wants, it reminds him of how much my stepfather did not give to him in his life. And then that takes him through this psychological journey with my stepdad, where he's angry and he's triggered, and my stepdad is the bad guy, and it's just like a mess to the point that now they don't have a relationship at all. And my stepfather is unwilling to bend to being a indentured servant and a slave to my stepbrother. And he has apologized. He's taken responsibility, because my stepfather was a mess, not only in the life of my stepbrother, but being somebody that experienced him my whole childhood. He was no better in the house than he was out of the house, because once again, he was an alcoholic, he was a cokehead, he cheated on my mom. It was just a mess growing up. And so my stepfather has been very remorseful, and he's been very apologetic, and not just apologetic in terms of what he says, but he actually changed his entire life. He got into rehab, he became a Jehovah's Witness. He got remarried. He got his finances in order. He bought his first home. He really like did a 180. Like, he has a classic from rags to riches type of a story, like the type of classic good ending to a fucked up situation that you would expect in any like Hallmark movie. My brother, though, my stepbrother, is still reliving all of his own trauma, and he continues to project that trauma onto my stepdad, and his expectations sometimes are unreasonable. They are unrealistic, and he's not really wanting a relationship. He's wanting reparations. He's wanting reparations. And my stepdad also doesn't mind showing up for him, because he does. He gives him money. He babysits his grandkids. He, does a lot of things for my stepbrother, but my stepdad can't do it all. And my stepbrother doesn't realize that when my stepdad is saying no, or my stepdad also has other priorities in his life, that's the way that it is, and that he can't continue to insert or allow his trauma to lead his psychology, because he's going to be hitting this brick wall for the rest of his life, and he's ultimately going to be missing out on the relationship he can have to his father, who is willing to show up for him. But if you're looking for you to be 8 years old again, and for your dad to be in a position for you to be completely, totally dependent upon him, because that's what you didn't get from him, and you want to now like burden him with all of your finances, all of your bills, all of the like shit that you dropped the ball on, you want to just put in his lap, because you feel like he owes you that at the least. But he doesn't owe you that, and he can't be that, and nobody should be that, and that's not a healthy way forward. So I have seen like shit go left, and my stepbrother, he is unwilling. He don't want to hear it. Like, he don't want to hear nobody.
Did he go to counseling?
Huh?
Had your stepbrother ever tried to go get his own therapy for just himself?
No.
See, that's when I feel like they taking advantage, because, like I said, my mom was on drugs, and most of my friends' parents is on drugs, and everybody's parents is clean now except for mine. And they parents, some of them forgive them, but some of them still got their parents begging. They did turned, like you said, they turned around, they cleaned themselves up, they went away and cleaned themselves up. They came back for apologies and accountability. And now I think sometimes when you don't go get that self-help so you can make the meat in the middle, you weaponizing your trauma on purpose as an adult, especially over 30, when you know what I mean? You can't go back to being me. Go get you some help so you can meet that man halfway, because it's not one person no more.
I like that.
Yeah, I agree.
May I speak?
Yes.
Hi, it's Vala. How are you doing? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hey.
Okay. I love what you the people that's suffering on panel. I love everything that you're saying because I was thinking the same thing. But when I watched the son's little thing on I don't know if it was TikTok or Instagram, but there was a couple of keywords that he said, and there was a couple of keywords that Monique's husband said. One of the first things he said was he was a comedian. Um, Second thing he said he doesn't really care to have a relationship with them, but I feel like every child's entitled to their opinion. There's this person's truth, that person's truth, and there's always the truth in the middle. Um, I feel like he has an issue with his mom, but at the same time, he has no problem going to them when he needs help. And it makes me wonder, is he upset? Because Monique's been talking about this for a while. So this is not anything new. He's just responding now. It makes me wonder what when he said he was a comedian, is he upset at her again? Maybe because she didn't take him out on tour? I don't know. It was something about everything that he was saying. I was just like trying to pick up on keywords that didn't make any sense. Especially the fact that when he said that he didn't want to have a relationship with her, but yet they have receipts. Their receipts have always been valid. There were receipts that you needed help from them a couple of times. So there is some type of relationship there. And as far as Sydney, him answering what I got out of it is like Sydney said, he has been very disrespectful, not only towards Monique, but every woman in his family. And I feel like also with Sydney, there could be some jealousy there because of the brothers having to be raised differently from him. I think there's so many facets to it, but in reality, we as the people, we see little pieces of the situation, and this situation has been going on for so long, we really don't know. So to form like with a lot of people that were on the panel earlier, to form you know, uh, uh, how do you say that? To form an opinion based on their personal trauma and not what the topic at hand, that what was so annoying. And that's why when Conscious and Rumors and Tea and the other young lady was speaking, it's like, y'all, the only three people that was making sense. Why do they hate on this man so much? Black women, we said we're not protected. Here's a man that's protecting his wife. He's not only her husband, but also her manager. And he's speaking for her, not because in a controlling way, but we all know how Monique is. She said it with her own mouth. So I really do not understand why they hate on this man so much when they're actually looking for the same or similar type of men. Did what I said just make sense? Because it is, getting
Oh
late.
yeah, I mean that's what
They just
it's like. Damn, y'all say ain't no good black men out here, right?
right.
But
Because they
from
don't
this,
know what it look like.
but from this example, yeah, you're absolutely right. Because there has to be. I think that we have gotten so it's our we have an ego too as black women. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like we say that we want a man like okay, for those that believe in being submissive, that believe in a man supposed to be the head, they want a man to run the
Mm-hmm.
house, not run the house, but you know what I'm saying, go out to work and be the breadwinner, da da da. Want to give him the whole complete leadership role. You say you want that, but you don't want to relinquish the control that you have. And I know it's fear based. I do know and understand. I don't want, you know what I mean? Like we can have a true, honest conversation. I know it
Mm-hmm.
comes it's a fear-based thing because of our own experiences of being disappointed. We're suffering from battle fatigue, but we're also like we're we don't trust you enough to surrender that control, because we actually don't want to keep going through the same thing, even though we do, because we don't accept, we don't recognize, we don't know what it looks like, a good black man looks like, if there's such a thing, right? We don't know what an upstanding, I'll say it this way, we don't know what an upstanding good person is, right? But we have these like these, and this is so
I'm gonna
weird to
see
me.
how it's all cap, Aroma. So this is easy. This is how it's truly all cap. They complain about Sydney talking too much. But how I know that that's all cap is because even when Monique goes to talk, they say she talks too fucking much. So the issue ain't said. The reality is Monique has broken up all of the conservative respectability politics that a lot of black women placate to, especially black women who are in her position, who did not have pretty privilege and did not have light skin privilege and did not have all of these other privileges, who once again, you know, had the tenacity and the courage of heart to stand on business and to stand on principle. And Sydney is just a cop out, because even if Sydney were to shut up, the same community then be telling Monique to shut up, like they been telling her to. They told her to shut up when she asked them to boycott Netflix. They told her to shut up when she filed that fucking lawsuit. They telling her to shut up now when she came and reminded them to suck her dick and the balls to go with it. They just don't want to hear Monique. And that is the bottom fucking line. Sydney's just a scapegoat for the community. He's just a scapegoat. They act like if Sid would back off, that then they would pledge the allegiance to Monique, when they've also thrown her away.
I think they use it as I think it's being, well, I think the attention to go after Sydney and make him the scapegoat, you know, make him the target, is to distract Monique and to also distract, you know, the people that are critical think, to like distract you from the message, what her like, you know what I'm saying, what her fight is all about. And I think they do it to actually try to throw her off guard, so that whatever her response is, to weaponize it, like it's very provoking. And it's just weird. I understand what in my opinion her adversaries have done when it comes to him, but I just don't understand the black woman. Like, and in this instance, I really don't. Well, I don't understand you, but I do know why this is being done. But I think y'all need to really I think for every black woman that has a problem with this black man, needs to step back and do some real evaluating. If you don't tell nobody else, be honest with yourself. You could get up here and tell us lies all day, but please take the time to be honest with yourself and ask yourself, look at just what we see. We ain't trying to go behind the scene and you know, come up with our own, let our imaginations run wild, and then come up with our own theories. We just gonna stick to what we see. What is this man?
Her having support is intimidating to black people.
What has he done to make to show any signs that this woman is being abused or manipulated or whatever? So many different allegations,
controlled and all that. Yeah,
they don't talk about this man's sexuality, just stuff that has nothing to do with anything.
And they're keeping it so young girls don't want a man to speak up for them too, because it's playing right into that, oh, he the simp crap, and they want all these girls to want these toxic fools. I just don't get it.
Like I just want to really do better, because it's accountability. Just like with the situation with her son. Yes, she openly admitted that she was wrong. She's admitted that. She's saying that as far as the accountability, because accountability, that acknowledging something is not being accountable. I believe that she's ready to take I believe that she, in her own way, took the accountability that she thought he was seeking.
And then he got fucked up.
I do believe he took advantage of that, but I do believe that he was, or at some point tried to articulate, and maybe he didn't have the tools to properly articulate himself to, you know, and I think that the way he just articulated himself, and it was like he really said a bunch of nothing. If we could be honest.
Thank you.
He was
He
throwing
really said
shade.
a bunch of nothing. Only thing that I really got out of it is that this young man does not want to have a relationship with her. I felt like he had no real, like, I don't think that he feels safe enough to say, which means he's not healed because he can't be vulnerable. I think that he chose to use social media to somewhat like present as though he's trying to be vulnerable. But in my opinion, and I'm not trying to say that he's wrong because I believe what he experienced with her, whatever that was, is absolutely his truth. And I believe that it's not just his truth, but his experience. But I do believe that he doesn't trust her enough to tell. I think he may be made to feel like, or think he's going to feel like he's wrong and he's just being jealous with, but there may be a genuine hurt there with him observing how she's parenting his twin brothers versus how
Mm-hmm.
he's not parenting.
Well, he needs to
Mm-hmm.
come out and say, I'm mad you didn't raise me. I'm hurt. And he needs to admit it so they could get on to the next step.
But sometimes sometimes the
But
child
you
won't do
got to
that.
be able to trust. He don't trust her because we don't know now. When he was younger, as a child, we don't know if he tried to communicate that, and if it was shut down or whatever. Because we all know that's why I'm going to offer Monique grace, and the reason why I'm not a fan of hers like that. Like she's just another person to me that has great skills and talent. But we all know parents, the working parents. We know some of us have been latchkey kids. We know
Mm-hmm.
people that have parents that have been forced, and some just get out there to chase the bad because they want better because of their own childhood experiences, that in poverty and things of that nature. I believe she was just like every other Black woman that had a child, especially with the
Mm-hmm.
first child, the oldest child. I believe she was out there trying to get the bag, and she did neglect her son. And I personally think that he just may not feel comfortable and safe to tell her because it may send her on the defense because I was trying to be famous because I was trying to get the bag. I was trying to, improve our lifestyle. Like
But she
that
said
was my
it.
priority,
And that's a lot, and that's a priority of most Black parents is providing first.
Yeah.
Like, they don't really think much about the emotional and spiritual part of it. It's like, no, my job is to put food on the table, to make sure that y'all live to see 18, and to make sure that y'all get an education, etc. Like that's the mode that a lot of Black Americans are in.
Survival
Didn't she
mode.
say that in her comedy specials? Did she not literally say like that last comedy special when she did that on Netflix? She really spoke to all of these things. So I don't understand how like we can remember the negative things, but we don't even like her just being. She really taught in all her specials.
That's
She taught.
how
But
I know that people being cap and biased as fuck because I'm just like
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Monique is spraying her own. She's spraying her own self. Like Monique done went
Mm-hmm.
all up into her shit with her son.
She's
She
been
ain't
saying
get
that for years.
And if
away
we
from
heard
that.
it that many times, I know he heard it.
Okay,
I
she's been saying
I'm
this for
willing.
years.
I'm willing to. I just have this feeling that because when you have been hurt, and see, this is what I I just find so intellectually dishonest about this conversation in general, and everybody just ready and willing to see Monique as the bad guys always, which I'm just not falling for the okie dokie anymore, especially for people who got a track record at this point. I believe the track record, damn it. I'm gonna give my benefit of the doubt to the person who got the motherfucking track record at the end of the day. But what's also so disingenuous is the fact that we act like entitlement oftentimes does not come as a byproduct to being hurt. Once we are hurt in a situation, whether it's by family or whether it's by a lover, whether it's by a friend, we expect reparations.
Mm-hmm.
If your nigga cheat on you, there's a list of shit that you got lined up for his ass to do for you to feel a whole lot better and to get to that trust. And half the time, it ain't even got nothing to do with an actual trust building exercise. It's just a bunch of shit to make your ego feel better. Like him now walking around without the passcode on his phone also still don't make him trustworthy, boo. That ain't
Yeah.
actually I mean, it could be a step in the right direction for y'all to open up transparency, etc., or him getting you the new car, or getting you a Birkin bag, or him taking you on a nice trip, or him finally changing his relationship status on Facebook and letting all these hoes know that he's a kept man. Still does not do anything about the actual trust. And a lot of hurt people don't realize that at some point in their hurt, there will come a point where you have to give yourself finally permission to be okay. A lot of hurt people never realize that. They forever put the solutions in the hands of the person that hurt them, not realizing that it actually takes you to put a period on the end of that hurt. Like, and that you are binding your partner, or you're binding your friend, or you're binding your lover to this endless cycle of having to tap dance to you over something that doesn't have to continue to be your reality every day, if you would also either decide to leave or to stay in peace and give the person the opportunity to be different. Give them an opportunity to do it differently, and let the difference be the new narrative. Like, yes, there comes a point in time where the surgery has to happen. So the person got to do whatever they got to do to help to restore trust, etc. I remember Jay-Z talking about this when it came to Beyonce. He said, look, I fucked up on my wife. I fucked up totally. I was out here having orgies, threesomes, etc. I almost lost my family behind my BS. My wife was ready to leave me. At that point, I had a decision to make: fight for my marriage, or stand in my ego and act like I could live without my wife and my family. And I knew that not to be the case. So I had to oblige her in her healing. When her motherfucking ass came to me and said she wanted to go public about our private shit, and this was a form of healing for her, was putting it in the music and in the art, Jay-Z literally said, of course, naturally, everything in me did not want that. I did not want that stigma on me. I did not want her to go tell the world what the fuck I had put her through and what I had did to her. I didn't want the world to know how dumb I was, how stupid I was, how callous I was, that I had come this far just to be that nigga, especially to a woman like this. But I also had to realize that I put that pain in her. And if I'm really interested in having my wife back and keeping my family, and this is what she says she needs to do in order to give me back my family and to stay in family with me, then I had to support her and blasting my ass. I had to support her in her healing. And then we saw how Lemonade played out, and we saw the conclusion to Lemonade was all night long that he allowed his ego to die as a result of her holding him accountable. And because he was clear about him wanting a better day with his wife, and her being clear about going into the things that she needed to be able to trust him again and to love him again, she went through that surgery. She had that spiritual surgery, and she found that love again, and she found that appreciation for him, and she found that forgiveness for him. And then they were able to move forward. I have to stress again, the therapy. When you have been hurt and you have been betrayed and you have been traumatized. Now, if you want to be on your own, this don't matter. If you want relationship to the person that has hurt you, you do have to go through your lemonade journey and get clear with yourself first about your pain. You got to process that shit. You got to grieve that shit. And then you got to forgive yourself, and you got to forgive the other person in order for y'all to come back as a y'all again. The y'all cannot happen as long as you refuse to change the narrative. The pain and the hurt and the betrayal can always be a part of the history. But if you're looking to be happy again with the person, you also got to genuinely leave room for things to become good again, so that can become the past. Because if you don't give yourself the opportunity and you don't give the other person the opportunity to change the narrative, the past remains the present. And it just becomes a living hell for both parties. Now, once again, being a victim is very complex because your pain and your grief and all of that shit is sitting at the surface. And that's what typically informs you. So half the time when you hurt, you really don't know what you need to feel better. And you may demand a bunch of shallow shit, thinking that it can make you feel better from the other person, when really it doesn't. The son might have found himself, to Rumors and Tea point, doing that. Where it's like, okay, you got money, I got bills. So maybe you showing up and supporting me, in my material shit will make me feel better. And it in fact didn't. But once again, because Monique ain't no fucking psychic, she don't know that this is going nowhere. Because she can only show up based upon the information he gives to her about what it's going to take for this thing to feel better. Only to find out that you still mad. I'm paying your bills. I'm doing this, that, and the third. You still flip out on me. You still angry. You still
Right.
upset. You still have an
Remember,
outburst.
that hustle was for his benefit. So,
Huh?
I said, because remember, part of her hustle, her whole reason of getting out there and his neglect was for her to get the bag so he wouldn't have to endure the things she endured during her poverty. So of course that's her love language to him. And the people that was up there saying, well, the city shouldn't say nothing, this, that, and the third, let Monique handle it, right? I think that even those that wanted to overlook, because you do have people that, even though, despite the fact that someone tells you they don't want to be bothered, they will still be persistent in trying to force the issue. I think that Monique, I believe, like I said from the very beginning, I believe as a mother, Monique, even though she's healed some things and she's doing it better with the other ones, I still think with this son, the oldest one, she's operating from the trauma bonding child, like whatever age her trauma began, she's operating from that space. And I think that she's being respectful of what his wishes are. He don't want to be bothered. She's not trying to press the issue, because remember, part of her trauma was, even as an adult, part of her trauma was she didn't want to be bothered with her family. And then Oprah brought them people up on national TV trying to force the issue. So I think that's the reason why Monique was not as vocal as people wanted her to be, because I think she just was respectfully living through her own past experience of trauma.
But Rumors
Yeah.
and Tea, look at what I almost call him Justin. Oh my God. It's just the same thing that I said, that there may not be the relationship that he thinks he want, but there is some type of relationship, because I mean, like I said, this is not new. She's been talking about this for a long time. Whenever he needs something, she gives it to him. So there is some type of relationship there.
Yeah,
And I
that's
want
what
to
that
clear that up.
he want that. Yeah, he want to be a mama's boy.
Well,
He want to be like
this is,
Conscious was.
I think that we had because I'm glad you said that, Vala, because that was what I meant to circle back around to, is when there's been breakdown in relationships, like a lot of times you can't go back to the way it was. So you have to create something actually new. I don't know what's in Shalon's head. Is it related to his expectation out of his mother? However, if it's the 8-year-old boy that's communicating to him in his mind, if it's the 13-year-old boy that's communicating to him in his mind, that's the part of him that he gonna have to let rest in peace, because now he's a grown man and she's a whole grown woman, and their lives are completely different now, and nothing will ever change the fact that he's her son and she's his mom. But they'll never be able to have whatever it is that got lost in translation. They both would have to be willing to create something new, but you also have to be willing to like let the old hopes and dreams go. You have to be willing to let that die. If you
Yeah.
are going in with these expectations and you're going on thinking that you're about to relive the glory years, and you're going in thinking that your mom is now about to give you all the attention that you didn't have when she's a career woman, she's got 3 other kids, she's got a husband, she's got all this shit, and she got you too. Y'all can work each other into a schedule and integrate each other into y'all's lives, but that time in you and her life where she was in a position to just have you as her object of affection, that time has come and gone. If you're looking for your parent to be up your ass all day, every day, and she can never be at the recitals again. She will never, she can't tuck you in now. She can't rock you to sleep, but she can be there and she can love you and he can love her. But once again, that will take collaboration on their part. And a lot of people who are hurt also struggle with reimagining their relationship. They don't like the thought of creating something new. They want what's in their actual heads. They want they want the fantasy. They want what they imagine to be the fantasy of the situation. They would have to let that go. And a lot of people struggle to let that go. So I really don't know what, because we only got a bird's eye view into Shalon's head.
Exactly.
So I don't know where he's really at or what his psychology is. What I do know is that he doesn't want anything to do with his mother. Apparently, he doesn't want her to bring him up again. He wished the best for her. He's happy. He's healthy. She's a liar, and and
So
that.
can I ask y'all a question and then I'm gone? I got
Okay.
to laugh one good time. Do y'all think that DL Hughley promised to help him with his career?
No.
That's the reason why he don't want to be bothered with his mother. Because
Well, we would never know.
What happened?
I said, do y'all think DL DL promised to help him with his career, and that's why he's saying he don't need his mother, he don't want her in his life?
I thought about that.
Because I believe that, I don't know which one. Someone said earlier they spoke about him being a comedian or something.
Yeah, he
And
said he was a comedian. I said that.
and I do believe that, because like I said, he said I don't know, whoever it was that said they was listening for code words. He said a bunch of nothing, but them little keywords, like for a critical thinker,
Yep.
and especially when you know what I'm saying, you can see how the hamster wheels are turning or whatever. I that being somewhat of an issue, and because DL, say, I think he may be trying to move in silence. Here I go with these conspiracy theories. But I do think DL
No,
played
but
a big role in this young man actually coming out and speaking.
I'm gonna tell
Because
you what is actually funny about that. I think that I don't even think it was Monique's interview that triggered this boy. I actually think that it was DL's response that
yep.
triggered his video, because DL echoed his experience with his own mother and his experience with Monique. Here it is. DL is saying you're a liar. You don't take responsibility. You're nasty. You have a son you don't even fuck with. Da, 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 da. And I think that was the cue for the son to be like, I'm not crazy after all. Somebody else sees the character flaws in my
Well, I
mother.
don't know if it's before
Somebody
or
else sees that she's not accountable. Somebody else sees that she can never take responsibility. Somebody else sees that she got a lot of shit to say and she creates a lot of fucking conflict and plays the victim, but never takes responsibility for the things that she does to turn situations into. Because if you really compare what he said and what DL said in his response, it's almost a play-by-play, except DL
Yep.
was being more of a capital and a key in his response, but really they were saying the same shit about Monique. So I think that that's the thing that motivated his ass was, oh, okay, because see, if I let you and Sin tell it, I'm a liar, and I've just imagined, you know, like I'm just imagining this barrier between you and me. But oh no, I have another notable person who's had the same experience as you. So I'ma go and finish what DL started.
Yeah.
I feel like even if he did do that, I think DL hate Monique so much at this point he won't even help that boy.
No, no, no. I'm
No.
what you know how people play on people though. So, but I do believe that if the pendulum swinging both ways, even entertain a
Mhm.
conscious hypothetical theory, I still guarantee there's been communication between him and DL. There's
Yeah.
been
Yes.
I
whether it's
hope DL don't
before
use
or
him.
after, because DL shared the post on his line, the video, either before or after. There's been communication, which I don't think
And
is really.
rightfully so, because
Now, I'm
Monique
about to say I don't think there's anything
has
wrong
shared
with
the
it.
interview of a DL and his
Yeah, I don't
gladness
think it's
about
anything
his
wrong with
daughter.
it. But I do believe that that is probably why. Like, I believe that it's. I believe the son, if I could be very honest, I believe the son is playing checkers. He is not playing. I mean, he's playing chess, not checkers. I believe that we are going to be seeing her son a whole lot more,
Mhm.
and I believe that he's going to get a few gigs. I really do believe that.
But
Because that's what. Listen, that's what. And when you think about when it comes to war, like real battles, that's the type of stuff that you see people like business
yeah.
executives, corporate, they go after people's children. They
Yeah,
align
like I said,
themselves with
DL will
those
be
that are close
using
to
him.
children to weaponize them. That is part
Yeah.
of the art of
Mhm.
war. I guarantee he's going to come up out of the situation. My prayer is though is that they are able to admit. I think she is right in not trying to push herself on this young man. Um, but I hope that he does have someone in his ear that is integral, that can drop some
Mhm.
seeds of knowledge in his ear that can help him and his mom and even his stepdad. Because what I understand how people feel. I'm not that type of way. I believe step parents are nothing like they say, like bonus parents. That's your other parent. If they're there and they've done the work and they're doing the work, I will not discredit because they don't have to
Hello.
step and fill that role. So and I think there are a lot of step parents that get a bad rap. You be damn if you do and damn if you don't. If they don't interact with the kids, then they a deadbeat. Just like what I mean? And if they interact, they overstep and they abuse to this and the third. I believe wholeheartedly that him, and if there's an issue with him and Sydney, that they all need to get help, professional help from people that don't give a damn about the fame, don't give a damn about the clout that could come off and with it, but genuinely want to help these people heal. Because I believe that that is the direction. I believe that Monique is stuck when it comes to him. I don't think she's stuck in other areas of her life, but they can't heal. We got to be realistic. They cannot heal if they both are not doing the work. It's
I don't
not.
even
That's
think
It's
I
that
true.
agree.
Monique. I don't even think that Monique is stuck. I think that Monique is
No,
like,
I think she's stuck with her son. I do. I think they trigger each other. I think that, I do believe that there may have been situations where he's lost his temper and went off and Monique had to do the same. And then, Sydney had to step in. I believe there, and I believe that even in those if there were situations like that, I don't even believe that Sydney even came like to try to harm this young man. I think he probably was the diffuser
of course it
between
Mm.
was.
between him and his that boy and his mom.
She
So
can't be that bad. The daddy's still around.
so for me, I know that they both have to put in the work. It's no way. Like, he triggers her because they have similar traumas. The only difference that we know about is that she suffered SA You know what I'm saying? Trauma. And he did. We don't know of him to have that experience. You understand what I'm saying? So that's the only difference. But the neglect and the poverty. Well, he didn't experience poverty. You know, and then
He
you know
ain't gonna
what's
break the
interesting?
cycle.
Can I ask y'all ladies in conscious this real quick? I know I be talking so
Mhm.
much. Have y'all
Okay.
seen people? Because that's the privilege. Have y'all seen people that like you hear of your they've heard of their parents' struggles and poverty, and they have the opposite, and they can't see that they're privileged. They don't see the blessing. Like they
Yeah,
complain.
look at it. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
no, all of that had just happened last year between King and his parents.
Yeah.
Absolutely did. Like it
Yeah.
to me, it's a double-edged sword because I understand that children cannot like clearly what we're seeing is that emotional support is important. Like you have to be there to provide your children with emotional support. We also cannot neglect the fact that financial support is like I haven't as long as a man. Let me tell y'all what I experienced. Most women that I was interacting with that who they weren't with their children's fathers anymore, and the men was paying child support. They was okay with these men not being actively involved in their kids' life as long as they was getting the money. The only outcries they were given was that the ones that wasn't getting child support that was their only. It wasn't that they wasn't coming to get the kids as long as they got the money, but they would throw that in the equation like, oh, you don't do nothing for him, this, that, and the third. That's why you don't see him. But let the money come in. And it's never, you don't do nothing for him, or you don't see him part don't never become an issue. And
Can
for
I
me,
say
there has to be a balance. We know
I've
that there
seen that.
must be,
That's person to person.
right?
well,
Can I
we
say
know,
something?
I'm speaking in general, yeah.
Can I say something? Because see, when I watch him, like I said, I just picked up on certain, words that he was saying. Um, I look at that made me look at my boys, right? So
Hmm.
when their father and I was getting separated, when we separated, right, they were very angry because they was used to having both their parents, and they would play him to get what they want. And I tried to talk to him about it, like, you need to stop doing that. And he wouldn't listen. And guess what? They're adults, they have their own businesses. He's on block. The only time he's on block is when they need something from him.
Mm.
So I kind of saw that in when the son was talking as well. And like I said, I was picking up on certain words. I'm like, okay, like I said, she's been saying this for a long time. Why now? Because I'm never one to ask a victim, why they're coming out now, because it's when you feel safe, you come out. But with this case, it just was like, okay, she's been saying this for a while. This is not anything new. Why are you coming out now? And then, but he's not paying attention to the words that he's saying, because you saying you don't want nothing to do with her. She didn't do this, but she is helping you with material stuff, and apparently that's what you must be asking for.
That's
So
And
called
I just,
allowing.
like I said, I looked at my kid's example, and that
He also
also
said
helped to look
that
at him in a different way.
he
I'm
also said
sorry.
he also said that his issue, because
Mm-hmm.
he acknowledged that she showed him what the top of the mountain looked like. She's an example of what hard work can get you in life.
Mm-hmm.
But he said that his issue was accountability. She don't take accountability, and that's something that is going to be important for them to be able to move forward. And since she ain't willing to take accountability, then he really ain't interested really in shit, because that's a problem. You are bound to repeat an issue that you can't admit is an issue.
But that's the same problem that my boys are having, because they watch their dad. He's a corporate person. Okay, they watch him go to work every day, come home every day. In me trying to speak to him, okay, to try to make the situation calm. Listen, you need to have a conversation with your boys. You need to apologize for certain things, and so far and so on. But he, just like her, he won't take accountability. That's
And
why he stays on block.
That's
wait,
what I was asking from the
so,
very beginning. What else can they do? Like, what is another form of accountability? I feel like I'm
here's
missing something.
no, so now
here's
because we
important. Here's what's important. Here's what's important. Parents just need to remember two fucking things. Materially provide, because that's your damn job to do. You had them, provide for them. Just also add providing the emotional and spiritual to the plate, and not just the material. A lot of black and I'm going to go speak about the black and brown community. Black and brown parents, because we are in an active state of survival, we oftentimes don't have the luxury of feeling that we can be emotionally available to our children. Because hold on, somebody got like a lot of hold on, let me mute because somebody got moving a lot of shit around. Because a lot of black parents are navigating the economy, and they're navigating their marriage, they're navigating their health, they're navigating their children, they're navigating all of the shit. So, but this is also why I don't believe in just having children flippantly. I think that parents need to be having children intentionally, because when you have them intentionally, you're able to have them under the circumstances that you feel at best to raise them under, not only financially but spiritually and emotionally, in terms of your own condition. But when you're having kids as a result of having sex, yeah, your kids can come into the world under any predicament in that case. And they may come into your life at a time where you broke, where you hurt, where you transitioning out of trauma, where you going through it, etc. And once again, your children inherit all of that shit. They inherit all of that. So this is why I always encourage like future parents who have the opportunity to like decide when, before, like, please be intentional, because it will make for a better lived experience for you and them if you have them intentionally, and if you have them under thriving circumstances. And as long as parents in general just don't forget to bring the emotional support, like take time. Like I love what Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade is doing with their children, particularly their daughter Zaya. Take the opportunity to know who the fuck your kids is. Affirm them. Acknowledge their identity. Support them. Let them know you're here for them. Go on the self-discovery with them. Stop being such a fucking dictator and telling them who the fuck they is and who the fuck they ain't. And move your own ego out of the way. Your fucking children, like, they have a creative say-so too over who they are. They have information about themselves already. Don't be afraid of that. Don't strip them of that. Don't strip them of their autonomy. They need your affirmation. They need your love. They need your support. They need all of those things. Give your children your heart. Iyanla Van Zant had to do this so much on her show, Fix My Life, when she had to tell parents, you haven't given your son your heart. You haven't given your daughter your heart. You haven't given them your heart. And you can't even see it. You're so numb from the neck up. But you can't even see how disconnected and deaf you are. Black parents specifically are going to have to be aware of this more than any other group because of our circumstances. Our lifestyles remove us naturally from this emotional availability. Our circumstances and lifestyles living in this racist system naturally numbs us and puts us in survival mode. So we have to be extra mindful about making sure that we're present, that our hearts are open, that these young people know that you see them. They can see that you see them. They have to be able to see that twinkle in your eye. They have to be able to know that you are the apple of their eye. They require that intimacy. They require the safe spaces to tell you who they are in, to share with you the things that they would otherwise put in a journal or tell some random boy in the community or tell their friends. You have to create all of that. So parents, just add the rest of the shit. It's not enough for you to think that you're a parent of the fucking year because you kept the lights on all year and the water running all year and food on the table all year and school clothes on their backs and Jordans on their fucking feet. Those are material things, and you should provide those things as well, because these are material biological beings, but they're also spiritual, emotional beings as well, and they require the emotional nurture too. They require the mental presence too. They require the spiritual substance too. And you can't allow your lifestyle to take you out of that headspace and to remove you from that intimacy with your children.
That is true.
It
Can I
is
say
it is
something?
it is
Oh,
up it is up to you, because they're not the parents. So it's not up to them to drag you out of it. You the parent. You had them. You got to find a way to slice that pie up 100 different ways for them. You got to find a way to divide yourself up for them. You can't use, I work a lot, I'm doing it on my own, because at the end of the day, boo, you put us under those circumstances. You had us. You had us by who you had us with. Y'all brought us into the world, how y'all brought us into the world, hardworking or fucking not. No excuse to be emotionally unavailable, mentally unavailable, spiritually unavailable. There's no excuse. And too many Black parents think that there is an excuse.
What do you say to the kids that know they never gonna get that?
When they get old enough to just know, boo, that it wasn't personal. Your parents were just lost in the motherfucking sauce of it all, boo. Trust and believe. As much as that shit hurt, and as much as you had to run right, be put right in the fire, being in that fire was not intentional. You were just born in the fire. But the fire, it wasn't created because of you.
May I say something?
People, can I just answer real quick? I'm only going to make a
Okay.
small.
Go ahead, no problem.
I tell those people, when you become a parent, you'll understand. Because
Yes,
for most
indeed.
of us that have,
Yeah.
and no matter what the trauma is, it takes becoming a parent to understand and have offer grace and even in the most
yeah.
drastic situations. Go ahead, baby.
Like it's so crazy because like my kids, they call me every day. I had a horrible demonic mother, and all I know is I wanted to be the complete opposite of her. My door is always open. I never judge my kids. I chastise them, of course. I'm going to still play parent. You understand what I'm saying? But they call me every day. My boys came to me when they wanted to know about sex. I said, "Ah, don't you want to go to your dad? He's a guy." No, mom, because you're not going to lie to us. You're going to keep the doors open. You're going to tell the truth. My daughter is a stud, right? I think that's what they call it, the stud.
Mm-hmm.
And when she she was like 16 years old, right? And she came to me to tell me, but she didn't know I had already suspected. So she had this whole letter written up and everything, and she was all nervous. It took her like 30 minutes before she even said anything. And I said that quietly and I listened to her, and then I started laughing. And she was like, "Why are you laughing?" I said, "Baby, I already knew that." And she goes, "You're not mad?" I'm like, "It's your life. I lived my life, you live your life, is be happy. As long as you find somebody who makes you happy, that's all that matters to me." So I wanted to do everything completely the opposite of my mother. And I am her biggest supporter. All her gay friends come to me because they don't have parents who are open minded like me. At the end of the day, we all choose our life path. We could only make the best of it and be the happiest that we could be. That's what I told her. Be happy, be you.
But I want us to realize though, we may as parents do the opposite, try to do the opposite of what, we experienced that was not healthy for us. But
Mhm.
we still carry characteristics of our parents. The good, you could just be more conscious not to be, actually operate in the negative. But we
Mhm.
can't, because and I think that's what's important. Like the parents need to humanize their children, and children need to
Mhm.
humanize their parents. And there should
Yep.
be a certain amount of grace because it's a learning, because every child is not the same, just like every individual human beings are not the same. We have similarities, yes, but we are individuals. So once you
Mm-hmm.
offer that type of grace and understand this is a human being, now that doesn't mean you get a pass to continuously hurt me. But I
Mm-mm.
think the difference is because most children, even when they try to
Mm-hmm.
stand up for themselves, their
Mm-hmm.
voice is veto. It's like whatever, you're a child. But when we
Mm-hmm.
become as adult children
Mm-hmm.
that have issues with their parents, I think it is, because I was one. I think it is
Mm-hmm.
very important, like I said, one, to offer grace, and
Mm-hmm.
to really really brainwash yourself, cleanse your mind of all that you thought
Mm-hmm.
you knew. You must start from scratch, and you have
Yep.
to humanize that person, and then you
Yep.
set the standard, because that should be with every relationship we have in our lives, professionally, spiritually, related wise, romantically.
Mm-hmm.
Set the standard.
Yep.
Sometimes you have to teach people who you are, because like Conscious said, Iana said,
Mm-hmm.
you haven't given your children your heart. How do you give people your heart that you love, right? What does that mean? You're
You
letting
start off by saying you love
you
them.
becoming you become vulnerable to be your authentic self
Yep.
with,
Yep.
and you allow
But I
people,
just didn't hear her
and you
say that.
validate when people, you acknowledge people's experience, even if their
Yep.
experience may not be your experience of yourself. You
Yep.
acknowledge another person's experience, and if you love this person, you're going to do
Yep.
what's necessary so that there's an understanding of who you are and who they are, and you guys set the standard.
Yep.
That's a healthy relationship. That don't
Yep.
mean you're gonna agree all the time.
Nope.
It doesn't even mean that you're gonna like each other all the time. But it shows that you love and respect each other, i.e., humanize each other.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I
You
agree.
gotta speak to each other to get that far. And you also have to respect each other. You have to respect your child as well. You want your child to
Right.
respect you. You have to respect your child as well. You want them to listen to you, but you also have to listen to them.
Right.
That the only thing I got characteristic I pick up from that woman, and as God's listen to me, is cleaning, being having a clean house. That's it. I did everything the opposite way. And I'm glad God created me with the mindset that He created me with. Okay? Because I
Mm-hmm.
never let that woman break me. I'm the kind of person that take anything positive that come, I try to find, okay, what's the bright spot? What's the lesson? And that's how I always lived my life until I had children, and it became even better because I had that open communication with my children where they could tell me everything, sometimes a little too much. But I
Right.
keep that poker face, I keep that poker face. So I'll be like, oh my God,
We in the
don't,
same
don't
page.
have that. They have that. My kids call me every day, sometimes 2-3 times. Sometimes I'll be like, when they gonna cut the belly, what they call that, the
The
belly button
umbilical
cord?
cord,
When
umbilical
are they,
cord.
when no, it's not when I'm gonna cut it. When are they gonna cut it for me?
Never.
So, so I'm like, when y'all gonna cut it? Like, they call me about everything. Mom, what do you think I should do? Mom, what do you think about this? Because I keep that door open. And even when I divorced him, we had like, times where I have him time that my door was open every day. I never spoke ill of him because I knew once my kids became adults, they're going to see for themselves. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why he's on block all the
Yep.
time. The only time he's on block is when they need, Dad, I need you to back to block.
He set that tone by giving them everything like when you told him not to. So now that's what he there for.
Exactly. Because he wasn't there mentally. He wasn't always working late. Okay, he feels like what they call a high value man, but he was really a piece of shit.
Oh
Okay, and he
no.
thought, yeah, he was. Oh, he had a high corporate job, and he knew the house was paid for and all the bills was paid for, but you're not there for the kids. They
And that's
can't
a
even
lot
Mm-mm.
of
come and talk to
that's
you
a
as
lot
a
of
man.
yep,
I'm
and
sorry.
a lot of men, and that's a lot of men. A lot of men are very, because a lot of men been programmed under a patriarchy to be providers. That
Mm-hmm.
becomes their love language, and men fathers are oftentimes not emotionally available. They are looked at as more of the stoic parent
Mm-hmm.
who's very rudiment, who's very left brain calculated rules, etc. And mom is kind of a lot of times looked at as more of the feminine aspect of the situation. But I've heard a lot of Black and brown people speak about how their father was in the home and he did the providing, but he oftentimes was not like emotionally available.
Yeah. It's like he's in the home or he's not. And
Now,
it
before
was
we get too far off, I want to finish this Monique piece too, because I did not complete their commentary, and I want to hear the rest of this too. So let me play this.
Say stop playing, because you know this has been Uncle Sid your whole life. Uncle Sid knew you before you knew you. So for you to say her 3 sons, yes, you're absolutely right. He has 3 sons. He can't claim you as his son because he's always been Uncle Sid, and he knows your daddy very well.
And love that brother. And the irony of all of this is not what is said, but what's left off.
Yes.
See, you're leaving off the fact that the last time we laid eyes on you, your mother got you everything you needed for the newborn baby about 3 years ago. You're forgetting about how I, from Georgia, am talking you through getting your car after we gave you half the down payment for it. And you were 31 years of age, 32 years of age at that point. And I'm negotiating the deal.
And we just got finished talking about like, this is the way that Black men perceive love, because Black men are socialized to do, not to necessarily say they love you or proclaim they love you, but to show you through action. So this is why men a lot of times will go down the list of what they've done, because that's their way of quantifying love.
With the dealer for you as you sit there, and you have the vehicle you're driving right now because of your mother. These are the things that you're leaving out when you're expressing.
And all y'all talking about, I lost respect. He caught that boy. Y'all don't even know if that boy truly wanted to be acknowledged. He might have been walking around the whole time calling Sid Sidney, calling him Unc, never even using the title as father. And the way that Sidney and Monique is talking about it, they seem just as fucking surprised that he's tripping over. They're like, where did this come from? Like, when all of a sudden now, is it a slide or a dig for you not to be acknowledged as this man's son when this was never a point of a contention before? You know damn well this Uncle Sid, this is what you always called him. You never used the father language. What the hell? So there may have been some manipulation on behalf of the party.
Yes.
There might have been some manipulation of things.
I told you that was his Uncle DL. Uncle DL got in his ear.
I agree. Because sometimes a lot of men, you know, when they come into the picture, especially like you said, he's been there for a long time. He was uncle. Okay. So that just stuck. And him being friends with the biological father, maybe he doesn't want to disrespect them.
Look.
There's so many aspects of it.
Nick Wick says you can't be Uncle Sid if he's married to his son. Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Hold on.
Okay.
Do y'all know how many stepkids refuse to acknowledge their step parents as mom and dad? There are so many kids who have step parents who never use that language, and because the step parents oftentimes know their role, they don't trip because they understand that they're coming from the outside in. So they may allow that stepchild to call them by their government name, to call them by their first name, or to call them whatever they're comfortable with. They kind of put that into the hands of the stepkid. Like, you know what? Ain't no pressure. You don't got to call me dad. You can call me Ron. You can call me John. Or, you know what? I'm not your mom. I'm your stepmom. If you want to use mom, you can. But if you just want to call me Shirley, that's fine too. It's no pressure. You can call me however you want to. So it's not some like, oh, automatic because Sin is married to Monique, all of a sudden they've been using father and son as titles. And once again, it seemed that Sydney and Monique is just as surprised as Shalon,
Yeah.
kind of like making a thing out of it when it's like, really?
Because in fairness, he probably felt like he did not even, he probably don't look at him as a son. He may just look at him as somebody that he loves and just a relative. He may not, be trying to force, like Conscious was saying, because he want to respect the father. Again, this ain't no
Right.
regular, like this situation is really extraordinary because this is a man that was always in their lives. And the titles
Yep.
just changed. But he's respecting the boundary.
Yep. Because my kids call my ex-husband's wife by her name, Chelsea. They don't say stepmom, no step, nothing.
I could
Just call her
guarantee
Chelsea.
with all that comes with Monique, the baggage, everything, I could guarantee when her and this man got together, there was a lot of controversy. There was drama about these two people getting together. I could guarantee that. And I could guarantee the whole calling of the daddy, stepdaddy, uncle, whatever. I could guarantee there were conversations about that. So for
Yeah.
me, this looks so, and I have to agree with you, Conscious. Even like I know people think I always agree with you, but it's just common sense. The body language and everything said that, listen, we acknowledged this a long time ago. Like, we're not gonna like, what are you talking about? You can't, what, like, you really trying to weaponize something, create something, make an issue that we've already addressed years ago, and we did what was best for you to make you
Yep.
comfortable. I'm pretty sure it was to
And
make
this has
make
never
him
been an
comfortable.
issue. And this never been an issue. So you coming forward now, like this is
That
is
man talks
wild.
And for
he
him to be that old and he
And
asked
that's
him to
why
call him
Stan
that.
has said,
man,
you
child.
like you comfortable with me not being looked at as your dad, and because I'm in a relationship to your dad, I don't use the kid title because you have a father. And
Right.
it seemed like this was all like a mutual understanding here. But as I said earlier in my commentary, I can, from an emotional wounded standpoint, I can understand why this would be a trigger for Shalon, even if he didn't make an issue of these things, but because he's frustrated as hell, he's at his wits' end, and he is existing on the outside, everything to him sounds isolating. Everything to him is going
Ooh.
to take the shape of that narrative, and that wound in him is
In defense of Shalom,
I'm being
Conscious, you right.
isolated, I'm being outcasted, I'm being misfitted, I'm being put out.
You know what, Conscious? I just thought about something. You're right. Let me offer him some grace because I'm not trying to victim shame him and deny his experiences. It could have very well also been a situation where the adults made the decisions and left the child and didn't consider him. You understand what I'm saying? Like it could be very much a situation where this young man he has been vocal when we don't know, right? Because we don't even know, other than him calling her a liar and saying she doesn't take accountability. We don't know what the issues are other than what Monique has put out there. So we don't know what his issues are as a whole, right? Or even specifically. But it just sounds like the more we dissect this, it sounds like the adults made some decision, and he was the child, and his voice was not heard. And now, because things are triggering him up, maybe the fact, like you said, DL bringing him, mentioning him, or whatever, that gave him an opportunity, because maybe he didn't want to address his mother. Maybe he didn't he probably never was going to address her, but because someone else brought it out, he felt compelled to come out and speak on it. But my problem is, I think the general public, yes, we all gonna have opinions, we gonna talk. I just think the general public don't really think. We react too much. We too quick to really just jump to a conclusion without really just thinking and like really examining all the details. Maybe that's because we're lazy. So I'm just speaking in general. Maybe it's because we're lazy and we don't want to really use our brain that way. And we'd rather just sensationalize and make everything, super toxic and never find a solution. Like maybe that's what's happening. But I think that there's some validity to the fact that maybe the adults
And you know what
definitely.
else I hate too, Organization, is that like when we use celebrity situations to kind of like start talking about or having like a nuanced discussion, I hate that people like will alleviate their practical mind. Like they act like these celebrities exist in some type of a damn like supernatural fucking dimension. I'm just like, okay, can we be down to earth and actually be like realistic here and really talk about this and with some realness here, like
they ain't nothing but human beings with some money. They
yeah,
just
like they are like they just motherfuckers with like clout and money, but they're still fucking people. They're subjected to the same laws of nature and laws of dysfunction, and it really works the same way across the board, which is why all these people, including celebrities, eventually break down and tell us what? I'm just like you. I'm a person just like y'all. So it's nothing extraordinary happening in these people's lives. They just have more money than the general public, and they just have more visibility than the general public. But they're people. But things typically work the same fucking way in their lives. The good, the bad, and the goddamn ugly, as it does in everybody else's lives. And
look at that video, Conscious. Look at that video. Don't they look so regular? I swear they look like
they
my
are
cousin.
regular as hell.
They look like some of my cousins. They look so regular.
Let me tell you how regular these folk is. Look at how much damn space exists above these damn people's heads.
Listen.
Look at all this.
Just regular.
These folk, auntie and uncle got the camera pointed damn near to the ceiling, honey. They barely made it into the frame. That's
Look,
how
telling us their age. She's like, come on, sit a little bit closer, baby.
She always like, girl, I got the high five city for us just getting on here, baby. We did it. It don't take that high button. I mean, these are regular folk. But let's continue to play.
Your father spoke ill to him, not to mention spoke ill to your mother, but somehow your mother and father and I all have a loving relationship and communicate back and forth because of the love that we have for you, because of the challenges that this young brother has had with mental illness. So we're communicating that out loud to speak to our community, to say, listen, y'all, if we have more public conversations, there will be less private angst.
Now, where did anybody here sit and say that this man is crazy? This man is a psycho. This man is crazy. He literally said the man has mental illness.
Not to be so many things.
He does. And I'm not surprised that's coming out of Sydney and Monique's mouth, because Monique is vocal about the fact that she was in special ed and she rode the short bus and she was in the classroom around the corner down the hall from everybody else. Monique is that person who she gonna tell your business and she gonna tell hers too. So I can respect her for at least keeping the same energy, because she don't let her own shit off the hook. She gonna say I was fucked up, my pussy was stank, and I still expected my man to eat it when I came home after working 10 hours and I was smelling like damn fish and grits between the legs. She gonna spray her own shit. She gonna tell your shit and her shit. And it's just gonna be what it be. And if you in her life, you just gonna have to be prepared for her to yabba dabba do, baby. But at least in Monique's case, it does go both ways. She gonna state the facts about you, but she gonna state the facts about her ass too, for better or for worse.
Yeah. There be less private issues that we carry on because we're afraid to communicate in front of white folks.
I declare, honey, I don't like it. I particularly don't like the part
that's a TikTok.
One of my Sydney is sitting here talking about all the things they did for him.
Okay. I was trying to find the whole.
So maybe he will just choose to close that chapter.
I was trying to find the whole fucking video because I did not get to see the end of the video. Let me see if I can. Monique responds to son. I hope they got something I can fast forward up on this
And then
ditch.
I'm taken aback too, y'all. I can't respond to that. I'm really taken aback too. Are people forgetting that Monique is up in age? Like some of the behavior, like some of the way how she carries herself is it's a generational thing. And like I don't think they really get that. She's a woman of a certain age. Like most women for her generation do submit themselves to their husbands or their man. So I'm
But you
really
know
like,
what?
go ahead.
But you know what room is in tea? What do we always hear? I want to rest in my femininity. I need a black king. I need him to be the head of the household. It's right here in your face, but because you see snippets of it, you think this is the way these people just live their natural lives. You think this is what goes on every day. You just seen a snippet of something,
I
and
think
then
it's
jumping to make a decision on it. Oh, he's controlling. How do you know?
You know why I think it is? I think because even though she's from Baltimore and all of that, the same way they are with Jada Pinkett, I'm telling you, they got a pattern. I think it's
Hmm.
because he's not a celebrity. He wasn't known. He was
Yeah.
an unknown. And because of her celebrity, I just feel like people had to like make it seem like, oh, he don't know how to take care of business. He's ruining her. Who is he? That I think that people love to project, what I mean, like the most ridiculous theories because they don't understand like status is everything to people. Like people for
Mhm.
some reason, like we've all seen people that were homeless, right? You walk past them every day. And then one day you walk past and and somebody singing, they sound like Luther Vandross. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Dancing like Usher and Michael Jackson. And you would have never known that this person had even if you talk to someone that may be homeless, right? They're super intelligent, damn near a genius. But because of their appearance, you've already deemed them to be less than.
Hmm.
I get the
I
feeling that I get the feeling that he really had to he might have had to like take a big part in her even learning how to accept any type of love, because I'm from New York and I'm rough, and well, I was rough and I got a square now, and I have a hard time accepting a hug, accepting gifts. It's hard. Like I really feel like he might have did something major for her to get her to even switch to her femininity.
He
Because some of
allowed
us,
her and
yeah, you know what I mean.
sis been waiting.
but she
And
said it.
listen, I'm from Jersey, so I understand. I've said it up here several
Right.
times and talking about myself. Like when for most, but that's not. It doesn't even matter where you're from. To be very honest,
Just
most
rough.
black we've had to become rough, brawling. They
Mhm.
weaponize our femininity against us so much, and then they demonize us for not being feminine enough. You understand what I mean? So
Yep.
You
when
can't
you're
win for
made,
losing in this damn
you
matrix. Like
uh-huh, when
you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Yep.
yeah,
You
and
right.
it's
A
horrible
black
because
man,
It's
a
true.
black man is damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's
yeah,
no
it's
way.
like we really
No way to
they
win.
they they've checked off. I swear, sometimes I be feeling like I be catching whiplash because you don't know which direction is going to come. But we have so much, and I don't know why we don't get this. We have so many areas of our life that we're under attack, like that we should become smart enough and just listen, let them do their shit the way they want to do their shit. Like we come from under this toxic patriarchy and
Yep.
create your own like I don't know why we be so stuck on, what I mean, keep doing things the way that they tell us to do things that we see ain't healthy for, for ourselves. And then get mad and tell the next person, like, if y'all don't like this woman and her husband, y'all don't agree with her marriage, this and the third, so fucking what? Let this woman be happy, living her truth, and let them
And
be on the
Monique is
fucking
going to do
album.
it. And Monique is going to do it regardless. She actually ain't looking for no permission. She ain't stopped how she doing the
Period.
damn thing to appease the public at all. She ain't
Hmm.
stopped nothing. Still talking, still telling, still exposing, still daddy. Still. She actually ain't accommodating public perception. uh,
Whatsoever. And
And
the same way they want us to let them accept them getting knocked up in the head by Ray Ray and Juju and Boo Boo. You know what I'm saying? While he out here spreading the low and spreading it wide, laying the low, all that. Listen, allow this woman to live her life too. Like I don't
and
be
guess
understanding
what?
audacity.
And it wouldn't be, and it ain't equal smoke, because because when men do it, when men say, my woman changed my whole fucking life, she made me the man I am today, she made me who I am today, she the reason why I am, ain't no pushback. Women having that same experiences of their male counterparts when their male counterparts are actually about something in their life. They
Yes,
actually
Charlene.
experience healing. They experience evolution. They transcend. They're able to move forward in themselves. They're able to reawaken. It happens on both sides.
Yep.
So,
Look at
when a man says it, why should there be any heat when a woman then says, my man contributed greatly to who the fuck I am and my happiness and who I am as a woman. As a man, oftentimes says that my woman made me the man I am today.
They hate that. My man, they hate that. But the thing is too, even if you find a good one, you'll be scared to post them because the thirst, I ain't got time for that either.
If he real, as Beyonce said, baby, nothing real can be threatened. If it's real,
it's not even a threat. It's just dealing with it. You know that small
100.
town. Girl, no, it ain't even him that's the problem. It's just the small town, and the people think their words mean something so much.
Guess what? They gonna do that whether you post them or not. They don't. If they know he yours, it ain't gonna make a difference if they don't know he yours. If he fine and he got some good character to him, girl. Listen, like Conscious said, it's all about him. It's going to him to have good morals and ethics. But because baby, I'ma show mine off. Let him when he get his I'ma show mine off.
I want to respond to because I want to get through this video, but I want to respond to somebody said showed her how to care herself as a woman. This is why she said it because it didn't. Somebody said something earlier. Ariel says, I'm not buying it. I'm sorry. It's coming off nonchalant and very unwelcoming. He should stay in the stepfather place, nothing more or nothing less. So that's the thing about when we in somebody else's business. The business is new to us. The business ain't new to them. So them coming off nonchalant, I mean, it's a perception. These are issues that these people have been dealing with for the past 20, 30 fucking years. So to expect them to be sitting up here crying or just tore out of the frame or whatever the case may be, that ain't gonna happen, honey. This is the same shit, different day for them. For us, it's all new. For us, we are rendezvousing with it, but I wouldn't expect them in the situation, given how long there's been issues for decades out now, for them to have any other posture than just sitting there and talking and just saying, this is what our experience is. This is what our side is. It is what the fuck it is. But let me play some more of this so I can finally get this shit over with.
Thing called right. It's gonna carve through all of the nonsense that you were trying to communicate. And I can see, based upon watching you throughout the years, that you consider yourself an intellect. And please forgive me for speaking in this manner as it relates to Monique. As a black man, what happens is the black woman should sometimes not have to defend herself. Sometimes there's a level of defense that should be had on her behalf for we as black men, because Monique didn't step to you when you were calling Kyrie Irving out for being a man and making a decision as a man to not get a shot and ridiculing him because his father raised a man. You should not have called out Kwame Brown in the way that you did, calling him a bust, because you have forgotten that that black man has a family, and any man that has had the length of time that he had to live the dream in the NBA is not a bust in my book. He's a hero. He's a hero. So when you call Jason Whitlock a fat bastard, but you're telling Monique, who referred to them as her brother and her sister, and she loves them, but you can call Jason Whitlock a fat bastard. My question to you, why are you allowed to speak your truth, but this black woman is not? Help me. Help me. I need the help. It is low-hanging fruit to attack a black man. That was Cat Williams and Monique that did the interview. Why is it that you singled Monique out? Why is it? She was polite. You're not asking, was she inaccurate when she spoke about Tiffany Haddish? Though there's nothing but love. There's nothing but love. The irony is that our sister Tiffany Haddish went to GQ magazine to say, I'm glad I don't have that husband of hers, for standing for Monique and standing with Monique when we were talking about pay inequality, only for her to turn around and speak about the pay inequality. See, we will succumb to what it is that we support when what we support is wrong.
You know, if I may say this to you, Stephen A. Smith, what you said when you said I'm bitter and my light don't shine no more, what you said to black women without saying it was, be quiet.
Be seen and not heard. And if you have a black woman in your life, and I believe I saw you in a picture with your beautiful queen, are you encouraging her through your message by what you said to Monique, that you were in support of her voicing her concerns when being mistreated? Or are you encouraging her and other black women? I don't know if you have children, but if you have a daughter, because I've heard you speak with a great deal of reverence for your mother and for your sister. You should talk to them and ask them, have they been encouraged in this life to speak their truth or discouraged about speaking their truth?
And
are you sick of having
paying them bills, honey? Paying them bills. Thumbs up if you're in the building. All right.
I'm gonna see it on stage.
Yeah, again, gotta see you on stage, but this is the off the stage conversation to let y'all know that the people that we discuss, again, we want to reiterate Oprah, Tyler, and I'll stand there for a moment. As we come before you feeling free to discuss anything that is said about us, whereby it's made to appear like we've done something wrong, if we are giving people the impression that we are perfect, I want to make it clear right now, we are not. So as imperfect people, we have no inhibitions about giving an apology when you owe it to somebody. Have no indignations, no problems, no apprehensions, but we must ask ourselves, how can individuals like Tyler Perry, who said that Monique was difficult, and indict her as difficult in the business, okay, lose parts? How can she come to court to stand trial to defend her position under the light of the court of public opinion, but the very one who accused her, he stays hidden? Why would that be? Why would that be? Mother Oprah, Lord of the master classes, okay? The one who is now, aren't they getting ready to give some sort of talk in reference to, what was it? I know part of it was forgiveness.
Oh,
and
yeah, her and Tyler.
It was like a D word. It was, I forgot, and forgiveness. What you may want to give a seminar about is how not to just forgive, but how to ask for forgiveness. See, we're not dealing with the Pythagorean theory. This is not A plus B squared, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. This is nothing challenging. This is very simplistic. If you were comfortable, Oprah Winfrey, going on the CBS morning show saying that if we make Harvey Weinstein the center point of sexual assault, we're missing the boat. And you like to look in the silver cloud as it relates to that. Or you having a documentary on our brother Michael Jackson after he was found not guilty in the court of public opinion. But you want to do a documentary on him. But you don't want to speak up for a black woman who you know, based upon all your business endeavors, that when you do not have a contract with someone, you do not owe them anything, but you allow that to ride. And again, we make it a habit of not just calling up what is wrong, but what's right. See, there was a woman named Barbara Walters. She had to address the public because there was a rumor that Monique was difficult to interview with. That woman could have been a proud graduate or student from the Oprah Winfrey School of Duck and Dodge. I'm not going to face things publicly and not said a word. But instead, what did she do? She came out immediately and said that is a lie. She was wonderful to work with and the whole nine. Brother Tyler Perry, listen. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. The world is listening to you tell Monique that you were wrong for doing something. You were wrong for telling others that she was difficult for not essentially committing an act of slavery. Come on. You play the role of Medea.
And you see the way that Monique just like she be living as if she the first lady. Come on, Pastor. Come on. See, all that tells you, and what that tells you, that Monique enjoys her man talking. She be when he speaks. She be listening for those gems. and throughout this whole sit down, she's yes. Yes. She enjoys this man wisdom. She finds him to be wise. She finds him and his mentality to be WAP inducing, and y'all can't tell First Lady Monique a motherfucking thing about her nigga, baby. It's just never gonna work. So y'all might as well just give it up, honey. I really hate for y'all who are really upset at Sydney, baby, because baby, as long as God put breath in Monique's body, bitch. It's gonna be a 2-for-1 package, honey. She don't give a damn how you lonely hoes feel about her and her nigga. Okay, see, I ain't gonna let Monique stress me out over at Sydney, baby. If she like it, I motherfucking love it. She ain't about to wear me out, baby. If she like it, it is what it is, baby. As long as he ain't abusing her ass, hey. Get it how the motherfucker you live. It is what it is. She ain't about to be triggering me, baby. When it comes to her nigga.
Black, strong woman. Okay, that's the role you play. Okay, because apparently there's a level of appreciation you have for that black woman who's willing to speak truth to power. Well, now you're talking about another big black woman that has to speak truth to the power named Tyler Perry. Brother, the light. This is the red roof in intellectually, because we're going to leave the light on for you. You don't understand the magnitude of how you can help heal the community by showing them you too are a human being. We're going to treat everyone like a human being because we love you enough. Come on. We love you enough and want you. What was that movie, Cadillac Records? Yes. There was a scene in there in which our brother, one of the greatest actors on the planet, Jeffrey Wright, was confronted by the character named Wolf. Yes. And he said, I'm getting tired of you acting like you acting towards that white man. I want to see you have the privilege of being a man in and of yourself. We want to see you have the privilege, Brother Tyler, of showing the world that you are a good dude. And I believe deep down you are. But the embarrassment from the audio where you say, y'all got it too hot out here, but you go to churches. When would Jesus think the right time was to go out and say I was wrong? Would it be when I promote my next movie and the heat continues? Would he wait until it's not hot out here? Or would he want his humble servants, as you claim to be, To the moment you identify that you are wrong, this is the moment we need to identify that I am wrong. Why have you not done that? That was in 2016. And I'm not going to speak belligerent to anyone because that is not alignment. That is not in alignment spiritually with me, with the universe. And what we're communicating today, this is not designed for everyone to appreciate. If you are vibrationally connected to what is right, the person who does wrong does not matter because wrong is wrong and right is right. And Brother Stephen A., the way in which you communicated, that's a great way to potentially be in alignment with the right people, but you're not in alignment with what is right.
And I want to say this to the younger generation. Brother Greg, when you say the younger generation is watching, we want them to. We want them to watch so close and pay so close attention to the ones that are afraid, fearful, and to the ones that are saying, no, no, baby, you keep standing. And for those of you who say, well, Monique, why do you keep going? Because what we are showing the younger generation, until they're accountable, you can't stop. Until you hold people accountable, you cannot stop. So to this younger generation, my babies, don't back down, don't sit down, don't lay down, keep standing, unapologetically, keep standing. They are banking on you. They are banking on you to be so afraid of these invisible powers that be so afraid of that you don't speak up and you don't speak out, that you just lay low and you be quiet and you take the abuse and you be exploited. They're banking on us to be that. They're banking on us. So for you, Stephen A. Smith, for you, Brother Greg Mathis, who I love dearly, your family, I love y'all. However, when you say the studios are watching, the executives are watching, but our community is suffering.
And the Screen Actors Guild, the Writers Guild, just got finished striking. They were watching then.
Yeah.
They were watching prior to that. What we're looking for are the people who are in alignment with honesty. Because let me explain to you what can happen and how healing it is. See, last week when we spoke about the Breakfast Club, and our brother Charlemagne the God just taking ownership of it at the behest of a Black woman named Just Hilarious.
Happy birthday, baby.
And our brother DJ Envy, you was wrong for trying to make him apologize to Daddy because she calls me Daddy, but y'all keep forgetting that I call her Mama. See, that's my mama right there. But we don't want to talk about that. And I'm not talking about the Breakfast Club. I'm just saying in general. But those three individuals got together, and what was an issue for several years, it was resolved because we know how to forgive. There's a Black man by the name of Lee Daniels. See, not only did this brother go so far as to apologize to us privately, he apologized publicly, but then this brother went and he spoke to our sons face to face, and he apologized.
Hi, I'm Zoe Gong. As a traditional Chinese medicine.
Paying the bills, paying the bills, paying the bills. Thumbs up, child.
That's what men do. That's how you heal. There is no shame in being wrong. The shame is knowing that you're wrong and not admitting to that wrong that you were a part of. So when you see these individuals with the mansions, with the cars, and all of these things, in the words of our great ancestor, Bob Marley, some people are so poor, all they have is money.
Come on.
Don't be that.
Come on.
Don't be that.
I'm sorry to be chuckling. When I hear you, when I hear my son, when I hear you, Shalon, talk about money and stuff, it's like, baby, as I told you when you were younger, I told you as a man, don't let nobody introduce you to me. You know who your mama is.
And when folks speak in reference to calling your seed, sometimes, especially when your seed decided to call things off with you because you didn't move for a 34-year-old, 32-year-old man in the time that he wanted to do, because you as a mother, you as an entertainer, you as an actress, you as a grandmother, you as a wife, allotted the time to see him, but he pushed you away. But then when it's time for him and it doesn't work for you, now it's a problem. Listen, it comes a point in time where when you become a man, when you become a woman, it is your obligation to do for you. To do for you. At 31, brother, 32, I'm sitting there on a conversation at the behest of your mother. Why? For you.
See, Monique ain't scared of y'all outsourcing for her baby daddy or anything, because they already made it known that he don't fuck with his daddy either. So it's probably only gonna be Shalon who gonna end up hurt by the end of all this, because Monique and Sydney don't mind all the digging up. They got perspective to it. They got their truth to it. So they ain't pushing back against nothing. If Shalon want to come forward and speak. We gonna speak back. Y'all want to go judge up the baby dad? Bring his ass into the conversation too. We can damn sure speak to that as well. As well. Speak. Monique them ain't shook, baby. They welcoming the opening of the pot.
Because I love my nephew, and we still love you, Shalon. That's why your mother and your father interact with one another, to let them be aware of what's happening with you. So if you think you're not loved, that's because you're not paying attention. And there are other dynamics that fall into play, in which we completely understand. And for you too, we're going to keep the light on for you. But I find it extremely ironic that the last time you saw me, you wanted to be able to call me dad. And I couldn't allow you to call me dad, because there's only one dad in your life. And he's a friend of ours. Come on. He's a friend of ours.
So Sydney just rumors and tea.
Yeah, boo.
So he just cleared up that he is making the executive decision to be referred to as anything but dad, as a result of Shalon having a father and Sydney not wanting to step on, I guess, the father's toes by respecting his place. You know, as a stepdad, look, we know each other. We have a relationship. You know, I love you. You love me. I don't feel like I should have that title, but that don't mean that the relationship is anything less than a supportive, loving one. But I feel like there's only one dad and one mom, and I'm just somebody else who don't know you forever too. But
rumors and tea, didn't I say that?
Yep, Shalom's fairy tale for me, in my opinion, includes, I think he feels like calling him dad will make him feel more like he's a part of that dynamics. But I'm gonna stand. I can guarantee them adults had a conversation. Him, maybe the father, you know what I mean, and him had a conversation early on when they exposed their relationship. But me personally, I respect that, and I think that acknowledging Shalom's feeling. I do feel like, because I had that was my situation with my stepfather. My dad was telling me to call him dad because that's who was in the house raising us. My stepfather taught us to call him pops. He refused to allow us to call him dad. I was a little taken back because when I thought of the word pops, I thought about, like, grandpa or something. Um, but I later on I really understood he wasn't trying to replace my dad. He didn't want to even like create that narrative. He probably knew it was going to become problematic somewhere, and so he was just trying to do what was best for everybody. Um, and in that I respect it more than calling. I'm happy I never called him dad, after all. But yeah, go back to playing it.
Yeah, see, the only thing that I would push back on Sid about, even though I understand, like, he personally feels uncomfortable because he knows the dad. Maybe if he didn't know the father and there wasn't no relationship and the father wasn't around, he probably wouldn't care. But I think because there is relationship there and there's close relationship there amongst them all, that he is just out of respect. But I can
Mhm.
understand from Shalon's perspective, it's like everybody else is calling you daddy, including fucking mama, but I can't
Mhm.
call you
Okay.
fucking daddy. Even though we know that the so that's an interesting thing there. I was gonna say something I was about to say. I forgot what the fuck. Um what did I say? This also sounded like something that recently came up because he said, he's referring to the last time we spoke as if this was kind of a new thing that came up between. I don't know, but
Mhm.
He said the last time he saw him. And I think he should have offered that young man a honest to God. He's a parent now himself. He should have had a transparent, honest to God conversation with him. And I think there should have been some type of dialogue where, okay, I don't want to call you uncle anymore because it makes me feel left out. I don't want like to and to your point, my mama calling you daddy, my brother's calling you. I want to call you daddy too. Why can't I not? So if I can't call you daddy, because anything outside of that makes him feel seem left out. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah,
And to me, it sounds like he wants like the
and,
fantasy of it all. Like
uh,
he not
and that's
he's
what
trying
I'm
to
talking
be.
about. Rumors. Everything is hitting his abandonment issues.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Everything is hitting the abandonment. Everything is feeling like, even if it's not rejection, he's perceiving it all as rejection because that's a big part of his experience because of his absence with Monique. So, it is so unfortunate. If I was saying, I would have been like, "You can call me whatever you want to call me," and
Mhm. I do agree.
you and your you and your dad can take that up with each other. But if you want to call me dad, so be it. But
He missed the
I
mark right
also
there.
understand.
He missed the
Yeah.
mark right there because that right there, and I'm offering him grace, but that right there, to be honest, was a moment right there. That was an opportunity to
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 actually
to have
connect.
a
Yeah.
difficult conversation
Hmm.
and start moving forward. Yep.
It was an
Can I
opportunity.
ask?
It was an opportunity for connection and bond too, and
Hmm.
repair.
But
But
what if
politics got in the way.
what if that actually came up and they had a conversation about it and Sydney did explain all that to him? What if maybe he just didn't want to accept it, just like you guys said, because he wanted to fit in?
But the thing is though, because again, we're dealing with someone that has trauma.
Mm,
Abandonment is all like
yeah,
see, that's why therapy is very important. I think that
very.
people are dealing because when you have these type of like broken relationships, you have to seek outside help. Like you have to get someone that is so
Yeah.
far through, like a basic stranger. That's why you go professionals or whatever because
Mm-hmm.
it gives you a balanced objective and offer solutions that one may never think because a lot of times we think when you're broke, when there's trauma, you're broken, you can't think from a healthy space.
Yeah.
So I do feel like in this instance that yeah, daddy dropped the ball and Uncle Daddy. He could have just been like, call me Uncle Daddy. But I think that anything outside of just that, like he's gonna always have those issues. And I think to be fair, because it's a problem that I find with most parents, including myself at times of not humanizing yourself, like being on a defense, even though because it's like I've done the best that I could. Maybe at that time that's the best I could do. But sometimes you don't need an excuse. You don't have to give an explanation for the no excuse, no nothing. Just validate and say, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. Even if you know what I mean, like you wasn't intentional, like conscious when you were saying about the involuntary manslaughter, you still provided the offense. You the one that you know what I'm saying injured me. And yes, I have a role, some work to do myself, but like who's going to be the bigger person? And I always feel like when it comes to these situations, the parents, I don't care how old your child is, You be the bigger, because guess what? You were the one that was in control. The child wasn't. So you
That's
have
true.
to, you know what I'm saying, just acknowledge. Yeah. And I think that he should have just took that opportunity. Damn, I wish he would have like took that opportunity to, you know what I mean? Like even from all of this, that's my prayer for them. Utilize these opportunities. Like it was so many hidden gems when Monique just said, don't let nobody else tell you who I am. Let me
Introduce you to me because you know
yeah,
who I am.
yeah, like because you could tell there's out. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna
But
put
this
it on.
also why a traumatized family need to be in therapy, because
Mhm.
if this household and family had also been in joint therapy, they could have like, if this would have created some type of an injury, this would have been like something that could have came up in therapy in a safe space with a professional who could have helped them to unpack that. And if this was a moment that was overlooked, that could have been used to kind of help to repair some of the dynamics in the family situation, like the therapy sessions could have given them room to like just stay accountable and to be on the lookout for things that they may not have the tools to recognize as missed moments, you know, because like a lot of the things that go over our head just because we lack self-awareness. Like we don't even know that a moment is being missed. We don't even know like that, oh wait, I forgot, wait, there's trauma here. There's trauma here. I have a stepson who has felt abandoned. Him and his mama are in conflict. We're working, you know, to be a better situation. And the son obviously wanting to call me dad is a great thing. That means there's progress being made in this space where there's been abandonment. So that could have been a moment for Sydney to step into. That could have indirectly also impacted Shalon's relationship, not only to Sin, but also to Monique, etc., because Sin is an extension of her, etc. So if things are going well between him and Sin, then things indirectly are going well between him and Monique as well. But if you don't got self-awareness, then you not gonna like keep all that information in context. And then you just gonna be like being a normal person existing on the surface, and then you hit with this and you ain't thinking nothing of. You just like, oh no, like you ain't gotta call me dad. Like, you know, I know your dad. You only got one dad. Like, you know, but you can call me, you know, you can call me anything else. I love you. I'm always gonna be there for you. But you know, you only got one dad. And then he just flippantly wrote it off,
I'm gonna
not
let
knowing that this was going to be something that was going to appeal and inflame that abandonment issue. And that's why Shalon had acknowledged it in his TikTok video, because that is a wound that's there and being counted out by, oh, you only got 3 sons, y'all only got 3 sons, while he may intellectually understand really what they mean, and he may understand intellectually that that's technically true. Like, I'm not Sin's biological son, so I get it. But because we're humans and we don't just exist cerebrally, we also exist in our heart. Shalon is having a heart experience too, not just a cerebral one. And that's the connection he's looking for too in his family situation. It's not like this rule by rule, play by play, but like, I want a connection. I want my feelings acknowledged. I want to feel included in this. I want to be able to partake in this. I want a sense of normalcy, something that I felt I didn't have. And with my stepbrothers being able to call you dad and my mother being able to call you daddy, like, yeah, it means a lot for me to call you daddy. But also, this is what I just hate when people not in therapy, because therapy allows you to have a coach. I also hate that it's possible that Shalon may have also shut down instead of maybe expounding upon why it was important for him to be able to say that, because Shalon may have not really contested and not have fought back and just kind of shut down instead of making, instead of putting his feet in it and being like, hey, well, let me explain to you why I feel compelled to call you father and what that means to me because you may not really understand it, you know, and then that may have been able to lead to a reconsideration on Sydney's part once Shalon like really opened up about what it meant. And this is what it means to be in relationship to each other. This is also what it means to give each other grace, because we can't expect people to know just because they are authoritative in our lives, just because they're parents in our lives, just because they're children in our lives. People don't know. And when we're in relationship to people, because I'm really big, personally, I'm really big on communication. Like, I know that like people are dumb and people are naturally selfish and people are just not like really reading the room and they're not really paying that much attention. So I'm real big on explaining to people, like giving my family and giving my friends the opportunity to really understand where I'm coming from, so that I can walk away knowing that whatever has been decided upon because the other party has been really informed. So now I can take whatever that's happening seriously, even if you're giving me a no, or if you're giving me a yes. I know that yes and that no is standing on very informed grounds. So I'm emotionally mature enough to like press the issue a little bit if I feel like a person really doesn't get it and they're not really understanding what a situation means to me. So if I have to like kind of go back in and kind of like expound upon what's going on, I will afford that to somebody that I love and somebody that I'm trying to be in relationship to. But some people, you know, because they may have issues opening up, they may not be too comfortable being transparent, they may not like the feelings of being vulnerable and talking about their feelings, they may like not push back and kind of stop at the first layer of a situation instead of affording themselves round two and to go in just a little bit deeper. But once again, these are all things that you learn through coaching. These are all things that you learn through, you know, like being in therapy or having a life coach. You learn how to advocate for yourself. You learn how to speak for yourself. You learn, you know, how to stand in your vulnerability. You learn how to provide language to your feelings. You learn the significance of relational dynamics and the ebbs and flows. Like, I really have to push therapy or life coaching, etc., into people's lives. It will make a world of a difference because your perception shapes your reality. It shapes the way you experience stimuli, how you experience yourself, how you experience your own brain, how you experience other people's lives and loves and etc. And this really is a science. Like, this whole being in relationship to each other shit, it's a dance. And you know, you just don't learn this out of the womb. Like, you know, this is stuff that we literally have to go educate ourselves on. We have to afford ourselves to be educated on. You know, like, you're not just going to know how to do this type of shit. Like, a parenting ain't no rule book, ain't no manual. I mean, it's a lot of how to parent books now, but I mean, you know, it ain't no real objective book. Like, and even with all the libraries, even with all the books that are there to help with parenting coaching and parenting classes and all of this and first time parents and all of this shit, you still have to actually learn how to dance, because the manual can only teach you the information, but the success of the situation requires experience. So either way, you can't avoid getting on the dance floor with the people you love. You still gotta get on that dance floor and learn each other's rhythms and put this shit into practice. And you gotta collab, because a relationship ain't nothing but a collaboration. And it's a constant give and take, thinking, introspecting, listening to the other person, and working together for the proper and desired outcome. And I feel like in Monique and her son's situation, there's just really been a lack of guidance. There's been a lack of them having a non-biased person supervising this and helping them with this. And I feel like a lot of what has been the end result probably could have been avoided had they just had some help. They just had somebody that they both could turn to, who they know was on the side of right, who they know was just on the side of the
Fair.
agreed upon outcome, and somebody who ain't necessarily advocating for Monique or advocating for Shalon, but advocating for what they both said they wanted and creating the steps to help them to create that between each other. And I'm just really sick and tired of so many divorces and breakups and friendships experiencing breakdowns by decent people between well-meaning people, all because people don't have the fucking information. It's just so fucking sad when decent people have to be victims of circumstances, not because they bad people, they evil people, they vindictive people, they heartless people, they cold people, but because they just ignorant. They just ignorant people. They just toolless people. They just don't have the information, and it just really is interesting.
Sydney needs to learn inclusive language, being honest. Because even with him, he's like my nephew. He doesn't have to call you dad for you to acknowledge him as your son, even if you want to put the step on it. I think that's important. I get that uncles are still a part of the family dynamics, but it is not a part of your immediate family. I hope that they see this. I know this is a long live, but I hope that they do see this and they get some constructive criticism because there's room for improvement with every party involved, all of them. And it just sounds like this young man, even though I think that he is what did I call it? Emotionally blackmailing them. That's what it feels like in some of his antics. I just feel like they all have work to do. And Sydney, if being as vocal as you are, I think that it's time for you to give this young man some affirmations and just validate his experiences. Allow him, if he want to call you dad, sir, allow him that. You should feel honored, like, to be very honest. I understand he got his own kids, but I don't think there's anything greater than when you have a child, your stepchild, blended family. I think it's nothing more wonderful than for your stepchildren to want to honor you by giving you that label, that title. That's an honor. And as a real parent, if his father has an issue, he could be your friend, but he should be honored as a father as well as a man to see that his son looks up to you that way and wants to call you dad too. You know what I mean? Like, so egos need to be put to the side and do what's best.
Yeah. All right, let me press play.
Again, we as people of color, let us stop being embarrassed about having conversations out loud because you never know who you could be helping. Please do not allow people to embarrass you out of life. I don't care if you're in the LGBTQ community. I don't care if you want to change your profession. I don't care. Whatever it is that you want to do, we have a finite amount of time to live on this plane. Please do not live on this plane based upon the ridicule you may or may not receive from someone else. Be your authentic self, because you're going to travel eternally by yourself. You can be in a room full of people, but you are always by yourself, because your thoughts are right here. The spirit of who you are is right here. Be true to your spirit.
Now, what we get ready to share right now is
go ahead. I think I know what you're
trying to say. You go ahead.
To the degree where we're not going to stop being who we are and we received a death threat that we were supposed to apologize. We need to apologize. Apologize to who? We didn't quite find out. we didn't quite find out who they wanted us to do to that full. But listen, we're going to be authentic to ourselves. So we take the death threat seriously, but it's so serious that we have to further enjoy it. This time that we have here, we're in disputes with Oprah, Tyler, CBS. Why? Because we can't understand why a company such as CBS, how we can say you incrementally over 5 years made a one-time payment of $65 million. You made over $800 million by 2009, 5 years after the Parkers went off in 2004. We're in 2024, and you're saying that 2.5% of what Monique and Countess are owed, you don't want to give it to us because you didn't make the money? How can you ever go into the red on a one-time investment where you've already superseded that investment by 1,000%? You can't. So the things that people are out there and they're astounded that we are saying, this is because Brother Judge Mathis. This is because
I'm just looking at Monique and how she's looking at Daddy. I can't stand her. She just really enjoys this damn man. Like, and you can just see it in her whole face.
She probably turned on and everything. Baby, that WAP was ready.
She is so impressed with Sydney. Like, she just be looking at him with all this admiration. It's like a chihuahua looking at his owner. Like, it just be in awe. Like, I'm just like, oh my God, girl.
Younger folks may be looking. And we want them to be true to themselves. True and tell the truth, because as our brother Steve Harvey said, there are repercussions that come from the truth, but we rather deal with the repercussions that come from the truth versus the repercussions that come with a lie.
Come on now. So we wanted to come on and share that with y'all today. And I'm not laughing at that, but it makes me chuckle to say that someone, whoever it is, and y'all have been hearing what we've been saying, but someone or somebody's will send a death threat all because this little fat black girl and her husband telling the truth. Not because we stole nothing. Not because we hurt somebody. We didn't rob nobody. Just because they're telling the truth. So what we're saying to you young babies right now, keep telling the truth. Let nothing stop you from telling the truth. Not, I don't want to say, we say your truth, the truth. Tell the truth. So we're not getting this confused with, well, my truth was, no, tell the truth. Because the truth may not be favorable for you, but it's the truth. Don't ever be afraid of telling the truth. And I believe our ancestors are saying, babies, y'all, please keep standing, because we took the ass whoopings for y'all. We took these ass whoopings. We already been here. And if we keep talking in private, Greg, we'll keep getting exploited. Because didn't y'all talk in private? Didn't the ones before you talk in private? And what changed? What got better? What got different? Because the private conversations never seem to make it to the light of day. So the shit that happened in the private can continue to happen because they knew the fear was placed in there. You better not say nothing.
Would you be so kind as to share your story with the good folks out there that you had with Brother Lee Daniels on your walk while y'all were filming in Pittsburgh?
You know, I'm going to say this first, Daddy.
Kick it.
When Lee and I talk, and Lee will say, Mom, I don't want to revisit it. You know, we got through it and it's done. And I would say to Lee, you don't understand how beautiful what took place happened. I'm not saying it's never happened in history. I just don't know of it happening where you have a big time director and an entertainer, and the director says, hey, I want to apologize. And they mend that friendship.
Looks like you won
Paying
something
them
there.
bills.
I guess my text guys
Paying
switched to
them
H&R
bills.
Block. Their experts can do your text.
Lee Daniels and I were going for a walk when we were filming the movie The Deliverance in Pittsburgh. And he said to me, Mo, why didn't you just be quiet? Why didn't you just let the shit go? I said, Lee, had I just let this shit go, you and I would not be taking this walk down the riverfront. And that went on for years. So this is what we're saying to y'all, baby.
But let them breathe that in, my baby.
Okay, you know I talk.
You wouldn't. Well, we talk together. But I need people to breathe that in. We had our let it go. You and I right now, Brother Lee, would not have been able to go on this walk together as friends. So the conversations we are having right now, because the only real reason for war is to ultimately have peace, especially when you're defending yourself. The reason we're having the conversations that we're having right now is for the purposes of a level of unification amongst folks. We'd love to go on that walk with you one day, Oprah. We'd love to go on a walk with you one day, Tyler. But you know, if you walk with us, we got to walk in truth. We're not going to walk in being individuals that pretend to be something and that are not. I saw people scrutinizing The Rock the other day because he came out to apologize in reference to asking people that didn't have a great deal of money to help with the funding in Hawaii. But he came out and he apologized and he said, I'm a quick study. Let me say this ever so humbly from my perspective. I so appreciated that. And it further reinforced why people love that cat.
Come on.
Because he took ownership of it. What happened is Oprah, who teaches master classes, have you seen her talk about that as of yet? Have you seen her come out? What we're saying is we want you to feel what it's like to walk with the people in truth. Not just be so elusive, so above everyone that you don't realize you are exactly like everyone. Because you too have an expiration date, as do we all. So let's be good to one another while we have one another. Let's be that. And then let's see what happens. So my babies, we glad. And thank y'all. You got anything else to say, my daddy? It was something, but I forgot. So what we're going to do is keep it pushing and tell y'all we so thank y'all again. We are built for the criticisms of the individuals that are out there with ridicule, because we are blessed to have those individuals out there that see past it and are saying, y'all keep on telling the truth, and y'all encouraging us to tell the truth. And we hope we are encouraging you to continue telling the truth. And I'm going to see y'all this weekend. I'm going to see y'all in Raleigh, North Carolina, Atlantic City, and Richmond, Virginia. And y'all know I got some sugar honey iced tea to say. Come on now. Now, the real comedy is going to come in.
Build a website in 2 minutes, 30.
Yeah. What you think, Rumors?
Oh man, I like her husband. I like her husband.
You're gonna get canceled in the chat.
I don't care when nobody say I like her husband. I do see, like I said earlier, I see some areas that I want him to step. Like, if you're gonna be the superhero, you can't just save the damsel in distress. That was a call. That was like we said, a missed opportunity. That boy looking, he watched you. He's more than likely watching this transformation of his mom, and he just wants to be a part of it, and he wants to transform. Like, y'all, I'm pretty sure. Cause see, this is even further proof that Monique has put this man in a position to be. She's told us she's put him in a position to be in charge, and I believe that's the reason why the son is going to him. And I think that he definitely needs to step back, and he needs to evaluate himself, and he needs to see the overall bigger picture. The you know, there's more work to be added to the load. Like, and you can't leave him behind. I get that he's a grown man, but he's still a part of your tribe. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have work to do himself, but just come try a different angle. It's more than one way to skin a cat. And I just need him to understand that, and maybe through his interaction, it may help the son grow up and improve in certain areas of his life. But don't just throw him, like push him out or leave him out to dry. Now I get he said he don't want a relationship with them, and he probably in that moment that may be his truth. I don't think that is something that he does not want. I believe he wants a relationship with them. But I think that he's in his own way made his attempts and they have fallen on deaf ears. I want him to also offer these people grace, because we do know, millennials, we do know that our parents' generation, the way we communicate, just like with our own children, the way they communicate is not the way we communicate. We have to learn to each other's language, and we have to really have patience, and just humanize the situation and people involved in the situation. They all got work to do, Conscious. Monique, the husband, they all got work to do. It's not this situation. I don't want people to sit up here and demonize Monique, like just because y'all so used to demonizing her and her husband that y'all not seeing that all of them have work to do. They've all contributed to this situation. And it's not fair to want to put all the burden on one individual, on the parents, just like it's not fair to put all the burden on him. It's just not.
I got a question for Kat, who keeps saying that Monique needs to fly to Shalon's house and pretty much fall and roll around on the ground and beg for forgiveness and kick her shoes off. How do you know she hasn't already done that? Like, we're talking about a person that's been in her life for 30 years. How do you know that she hasn't at times just fell to her face at his feet or had these moments with her son? I would find it hard to believe that, as emotional as Monique is, that she hasn't had those moments with her son. And if she were to come back and say, I have done just that, and my son has not received those moments, or he has continued to push against us being able to move forward amicably.
Monique's a fire sign. She's a Sagittarius. Monique, like, I can tell you from experience with all the Sagittarius mamas in my life, they love their children. Even when they love their children. But one thing about them, they're providers. Um, and they'll give you everything that you say you want and need. But they can be detached. They don't like to be pressured, forced to do anything. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that's the solution. Going to, trying to force something on
It's not.
someone when they tell you they don't want, that's going to backfire. I don't think she needs to. What I think he wants to see in her is the change behavior with him. I don't think that she's actually wholeheartedly. She may have gotten it by now, to be honest, because she's saying she's waiting on him.
Or
But
the
she
flip
may
side of that,
not.
or the flip side of that, rumors is that may be what he wants, because some victims, like a apology does look like always apologizing. Always. Let me remind you what you did. Let me remind you that you don't deserve me to be nice to you. You don't even deserve for me to have you in my life. And I'm always going to gaslight you by reminding you of how you fractured me, and constantly put the other person who's trying to repent and repair in a position to constantly have to be beat up on, having to constantly relive the same shit over and over and over and over and over again. That may, in fact, what he actually wants, which is what Monique is like putting into or not participating in.
Or you could just
Because I'm so curious about what Sydney meant about, like, you know, I've had to check you about your attitude and your temper, etc. And you know, because it was really given that Shalon allegedly has anger issues, and he just thinks that he can talk to his mom, and you know, he can talk to them any kind of way, and he can just be disrespectful, and that's not going to be tolerated. And you know,
can I
so
can I be honest? I didn't. Now we're not there at anything, but I'm just reading the energy. His energy in that video did not give me. He may be have more or less, I'll say, like knockout media, very passionate, and it comes off volatile, you know, because people like to weaponize your passion too, and him being a man type of thing. It may just be very much, he could be super passionate, yells when he's speaking and things of that nature, and they, you know how people go, you try to weaponize that. So it's not I just think that there's a generational gap in the communication. We already established that. um and I know there's no thoughts about it. I know these people need outside professional help. They like you said, someone that's about family, someone that don't got a hat, dog, a chicken in a race, and just genuinely just want to help two individuals that are family learn to communicate and things of that nature. I think there's hope for them if he does not allow, because I do not believe, I believe we are just getting to the first episode of this dynamics. I believe he needs to be wary of those, because people are going to be, I'm pretty sure they already have, calling him with their own agenda, and they're going to weaponize all of this. And I need for Monique, I need her maternal and protective instincts to kick in. I need for her in this moment, even though he has work to do, I need her in this moment to sound the alarm. Get y'all some professional help. And if he doesn't want to participate, then that will be on him. But I think if he sees the pattern, if he, you know what I mean, he sees that she's serious about it and she's doing it, I believe he will eventually join them. But I definitely feel like she's going to have to be the one, maybe not like approach him, but she's going to have to be the one to do the work, showing him, you know, maybe let Sydney be the one to put in the phone call and say, listen, you know, we about to do this little therapy thing, da 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 da. Da. You know what I'm saying? Just plant the seed. I think his father needs to be involved. I think the other children need to be involved, because I don't think it's isolated to just Monique not being a good parent. I think it has a lot to do and everything to do with the fact that he's not feeling included in the family dynamics. And she just don't she's not understanding it, because she's been the provider. She's been operating in the past in that her masculinity, and almost to a degree the toxic part of it as well. And now she's resting in her femininity, but to him it seems like a fraud, because she has not submitted herself to him as a mom, to, you understand, to do, you know, lower her pride and her ego to actually hear what he's saying. I just think they all playing a part in it, but I don't think none of these people are malicious. I think that's what I'm picking up. And when other people was talking, it came off like she's a nasty evil bitch and she's just abandoning her son and she don't care about her son. I don't feel that energy
yeah, I don't feel
from
that.
none of these people.
Nope, I don't feel that either. It's just
We've
a
seen some
bad.
we've seen some families go viral and air each other out doggy. They haven't done that. So I don't even understand the real harsh criticism of the situation, because to me this was like one of them, even though it was loaded, this was one of the most meek and mild viral controversies so far. Like the boy didn't sit up. He said his mother's a liar. Okay. The things he said is, like you said, is things that we've already heard about her. He didn't go in, get no specific details. He didn't like so, and he spoke so calm and so matter of fact. There was no rage behind it, nothing. So I'm just like, Why are we trying to make this to be? All I'm hearing is a family that's in crisis.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. When I listened to him, it felt like his ego was trying to present his testimony as a I'm good, leave me alone and shut up. But the way he did it came off as a subconscious laundry list of things that he would like his mother to know as it relates to the way he feel, in hopes that she would take his perception and prove him wrong. Because he was saying things like, I believe she's not interested in reconciliation either. Like, I know I'm not. I believe she's not. It was like he was leaving. It was like he was throwing questions out there because it was part of the bait, and really probably looking for her to respond and speak to those sentiments, maybe even either confirm or deny them.
Conscious Cherie Coke wants you to she wants you to get in touch with Sydney, behind the scenes, and get him up on the platform so y'all can break down this conversation. Cherie, all I could tell him, to clip out some bits and pieces and just, post them, and we can start flooding their emails and DMs.
Sydney is not about to talk about your damn face off. I don't know. This is too personal. I don't really know how much I want to be involved in this thing, because it's a very deep thing. It's a very personal thing. The son don't even want this to be a thing at all. I mean, so I don't know.
And I agree with you. It should stay just the way it is, because then that, what I'm saying, that adds more fuel to the fire. Oh, so now y'all doing, going around different platforms. You know what I mean? Like, just keep it to what
Because
they
like
do.
somebody said in the chat, like, I guess other people on these creating streets are trying to now find the daddy and shit. So I'm just like, child, y'all don't even want nobody else all up in y'all damn family business
But
like that.
that's the irony.
Right.
Y'all telling them to keep the business off of social media, but see, it can't be both ways.
Right.
For me,
that part.
I don't mind. See, because I don't personalize these things, even when I can relate to them. I don't personalize these celebrity people's lives to the point that, I need them to get it. Like, no, I like to have the conversations, because guess what? This is not isolated to Monique and her family.
Right.
This shit happen every day. Do y'all
Exactly.
know how many fractured families, how many families that are fractured and that give the image off as though they're whole, and people just like out here just fronting. I like to see. It doesn't feel good to know it's happening, but I like to see these type of things, because I know that there's going to be a healing down the
Yeah.
road. I know that. I don't know how long the tower moment is going to last for these people, because it's been going on for years, but I do feel like there's going to be a breakthrough.
Yep.
Um, and I want to see the breakthrough, because that gives you hope. Like, to know that it is possible. We drugged the hell out of the Pickett Smith family when Jada Pickett started, what she was calling her stepson her bonus child, and he was calling her bonus mom. But now we're upset, like that. Just the hypocrisy of everything. We get the good examples and we criticize them. We get the bad examples, we criticize them. Like, listen, y'all motherfuckers live y'all life the way y'all want to live them, whether you fuck up or don't fuck up. Allow other people the opportunity to do the same damn thing.
That part.
Conscious, it's about to be 6 o'clock in the morning. I love it.
Go on, lay down, child. Take it on in.
I gotta get my kids up. They get up at 6.
Yes, honey. Go on and be mama, honey.
Listen,
Thank you for being here. This
I
was
love you.
amazing.
All right, y'all. Good morning. Good night.
Good night, boo. Yeah, I can really talk about this. This is so, just as a subject matter, it's so many layers of dialogue here. Like, I could really just go on and on truly about this because it's just so much content in terms of being the adult child that's been through something like this, being the parents that have been through something like this. It's just so much going on. Yeah, I feel bad for them. I hope they get healing, man. It's so complicated being hurt. Being a hurt person is so complex. And that's why we're trying to destroy all these systems now. These systems of racism, sexism, transphobia, homophobia, xenophobia. We're trying to break down these barriers and these walls because these things lead to afflicting circumstances that lead to creating hurt and injured people who then turn into villains and people that are hurting other people. You know, hurt people do hurt people. And when you don't have information and the proper guidance, navigating your own hurt, navigating your own sadness and your feelings, that shit is a big feat. And I have never believed that any one person need to deal with their pain all by themselves. We are meant to be in community. And I'm glad that experts exist across the board. You can choose your teacher, whether that's a life coach, a therapist, a spiritualist, a pastor. There are so many people who work in the area of healing and light work. And so just pick your healing, but go for your healing. I don't want Monique and Daddy to do this for the son, and I don't want the son to do it for Monique. I want these people to do it for themselves. I want them to. It's almost like addiction. Like they always tell you in AA and addiction programs, don't use your family or your children or your spouse as a motivation because those are short-lived motivations, and eventually you will relapse again if you have motivations external to yourself. Like your real motivation to heal needs to be for yourself. Once your commitment is to you, you will be able to be well for everybody else, but not because of everybody else. You're well for you. That's the attitude that leads to long-standing rehabilitation, is realizing what this is costing you, what this is costing your quality of life, your quality of being, what this is doing to your inner man, your outer man, etc. That's what you got to be able to contextualize. That's what you got to be able to understand, is the direct and imminent damage that your behavior, your pathology, your pain, your trauma is costing you in real time regarding your well-being. Self-preservation is your motivation. Once you do this for you and you have committed to you and you realize you deserve to be a better you deserve to be free from this, you deserve another narrative, another chance, that you do, that you owe this to yourself, kids or no kids. Because the problem with depending on your children and your spouse for healing is that if you are doing all this for them, God forbid your wife turns around and divorce you in in a year from now, and because you done made her or him the salvation, your progress goes down the tube, because the thing that you're using as a motivation is down the tube. God forbid something happens to your children. Now you done double injured your damn self. And now that they gone, them being gone, you get to use as an excuse to be a repeat offender, you get to use as an excuse to relapse. But as long as you alive and you willing and you're committed to you, this work will stay with you until your end. If you use other people as a motivation to do the work, when they come to an end, your work will come to an end too. And you may have to go on long after they gone. So don't use your kids as a motivation. Don't use your spouse as a motivation. You got to give this to you. Because it's your spiritual constitutional right to be happy and to be well for your sake first and foremost. And then for everybody else. And that's also why Monique doesn't have to run behind her son if she's done the work. Because once you heal the broken, bruised part of you, there is no circumstance and situation that justifies you submitting yourself to abuse. That means even to someone that you've abused doesn't have a right to abuse you. Because wrong is wrong at the end of the day. And once you've healed that part of you that took abuse, submitted to abuse, was made in the image of abuse, yeah, baby, there's nobody who can abuse you. Even the people that you wrong don't get to abuse you. You don't have to submit yourself to that. And it's not healthy to do so. It's not affirming to do so. And it's improper for someone else to use you for their soul salvation. So I never encourage people to look to each other for the answers, per se. People should be accountable. People should learn how to be able to take accountability for the things they've done, the things they've said intentionally or unintentionally. But ultimately, we are responsible for our happiness. And at the end of the day, sometimes the best way for a father and a son, or a father and a mother, or a daughter and her father, a daughter and her mother, to honor each other is to have nothing to do with each other. Sometimes that is how you ought to honor your parents. Because if being in relationship to y'all causes me to be at my worst, it causes me to cuss, to fuss, to drag, to want to punch you in your damn face, honoring you means not dealing with you then. If being in a relationship to you is bringing out the worst in me. And that's also for the side of the parents. Parents have no more of an obligation to be committed to a toxic relationship to their children as their children are committed to being in a toxic relationship to them. Sometimes the only way to honor your dysfunctional ass child is to have no dealings with that child. If dealing with him or her causes you to spiral, causes you to have outbursts, brings you to anger and to rage all the time, the best thing you can do to honor that child is to put some much needed distance between you and them. Anything that brings out the absolute worst in you and low vibrational in you is your responsibility to separate yourself from. And in that space, anybody has to be able to get that work. Anybody has to be able to be cut off. It don't matter who the hell they is. Grandparents, parents, spouses, children, whoever. I don't believe in saying in abusive, toxic ass situations. When my teenage cousin came to me years ago about her mom being a narcissist and her and her mom relationship was at a real bad place. They were cussing each other out, putting hands and feet on each other and shit. And she said she had blocked her mom and everything. I supported my little cousin. I empathize and sympathize with them going through breakdown, but at the same time, I supported her doing what was best for her, because if blocking her mom and not engaging her mom is what would keep her from not calling her mama out of her name and keep her mom from contributing to her stress and bringing out the worst in her, then she absolutely did what was best for her. And it didn't matter that her mom is one of my favorite aunts, because I don't experience my favorite aunt as a mother. So, you know, we're not having the same experience. Just like my mom is some of my cousin's favorite aunts. And my mom got on my goddamn nerves. But we're not having the same experience, you know? To be the aunt, for somebody to be your aunt is one thing. For them to be your mother is another thing, honey. Okay, those two different realities. But I had to support her. Tell her that you're doing the right thing, to always vote for yourself and never allow yourself to be in a situation where somebody is bringing the worst out of you. And that it's okay to be strong. It's okay to resurrect boundaries. And nobody has permission to do that to you. No title justifies being able to abuse you verbally, emotionally, physically, etc. So this was a really great 7-hour unpacking. I got my life off this discussion. It got very passionate at times. I live for it. I want you guys to know over here, nothing is personal. What stays in Vegas, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. What happens on these panels, stay on these panels. This is a space to get raw, to get honest, to get turned up. We don't run from all of that energy, etc. Give it up. Come and lay it all out. Be your authentic self. If you learn something, if you add something, you know, all that happens. You know, we have some of the crunkiest, most liveliest, most thrilling, electrifying panels in the sector. Probably, I'm going to say all of fucking YouTube, baby. Nobody does much panels like me, baby. We get filthy in that thing, baby. We get down and start breaking all type of shit up and unearthing shit, honey. And we let the pendulum swing from left to right. And we just get into the X-Files, baby. We get into, baby, and I love it, honey. I love all of it. I don't want no mayonnaise ass engagements. I don't want no cookie cutter ass panels. I don't want none of that, honey. I want y'all to come it up. Let's scream, let's yell, let's talk, let's push back, let's challenge, let's add, let's subtract, let's do it all, honey. Let's unearth that, honey. And I think everybody laid their shit out. So this was real fun. This was really engaging. This was a really important conversation. As Women's in Tea said, girl, more than likely, this is only the beginning. So I'm sure there's going to be more, girl. Monique gonna keep on being the gift that keeps on gifted. So we'll continue to, you know, stay with it. You guys share the stream, thumbs up, subscribe, do all of that good jazz. Please have a wonderful Wednesday. I'm going to go take me a shower, get myself together, and I'll see y'all later. Bye.